Sorry for being late. I'm going to back up the closing so we can hear them together. And I am not impressed with Bradel thus far. He has literally just repeated himself like 72
Noonan's
times.
version has
I'm
changed
going to back it
itself.
up so we can all hear
Noonan's
it together
version.
and react together, because in pure comic fashion, Bradel just repeats himself
If you want to
72
pick,
and a half times. I apologize for being late. Hashtag mom duties, hashtag wife duties, unexpected things happen. And so I apologize, but we're going to back this shit up because I find it quite fucking comical. Okay, you only watched a few minutes. Well, we're going to back it up and watch it all together. He's all over the place. I agree with Casey. He's all over the place. He doesn't know whether he's up, down, or sideways. We're just repeating himself and rambling. It's almost as if, oh my God, he's not prepared again. I just don't think he's prepared. You know, I just simply don't think he is prepared, as he always has it. So let's get this show on the road.
For the Honorable Jeff Carter, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Lawrence, within and for the County of Essex. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and this most honorable court. Court is now open. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
March 26, 2026, Court in 2, Lawrence Superior Court. Calling the criminal matter of Commonwealth versus Kelsey Fitzsimmons, 2025, 77 CR 311. Scheduled today for continued jury waive trial. Could counsel will please identify themselves?
Good morning, Your Honor. James for the custody.
Good morning. Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Martha Cooley for the defendant, Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Good morning. Good morning, Ms. Fitzsimmons.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Timothy Bradel. With me is Ms. Healy. Ms. Hassan, Mr. Leonard.
Good morning.
Crazy Courtney next to me, my
All right,
paralegal.
so you folks ready to proceed?
Yes.
All right.
My name's
I don't
Timothy
think it's
Bradel.
The attorneys who know this, but because
Bippity,
the government
boppity,
prosecution
not
has
guilty,
the
Your
burden,
Honor.
They go last. The defense goes first in their
I
closing.
bet Bradel has one of these in his back
Mr.
pocket.
Bradel, you may proceed.
Thank you very
This
much.
little bippity magic wand. Bippity, boppity. So does Ethel Machado. She wants to get rid of those box trucks, y'all. We're going to talk about a little bit of what she did yesterday, which is crazy after this. All right, get ready for Marvel Mouth Tim. Oh, for fuck's sake. StreamYard's fucking with me.
may it please the court, counsel, ladies and gentlemen. Your Honor,
Seems like
June
he's just completely
30th,
unprepared.
2025 was the
He pauses.
worst day in Kelsey Fitzsimmons' life.
Worst day ever.
Her whole world imploded. Her fiance betrayed her. Her baby was being taken away. She was going to lose her house, her job. It was an incredible confluence of tragedy that was visited upon her that day.
Crazy Courtney, get your face out of
That
the
day
camera.
was about
Let me
her.
See you.
And she decided in the midst of what you saw testified to here, she decided to end her life. Patrick Noonan, when he came back up those stairs, Your Honor, walked into a suicide in progress. That
Nope,
gun was nowhere near him.
not buying that.
That gun was already pointed at Miss Fitzsimmons' temple by Miss Fitzsimmons. She was a couple steps into the room. Officer Noonan, a gung-ho cop, highly trained, a SWAT guy. He'd already been ginned up all afternoon by the insane, ludicrous statements of Justin Elaine.
Oh,
He
come
had
on.
that in his head. He walked in, and like all of us are susceptible to, he made a mistake. He shot
Pretty fresh beard.
too quick. He reacted too quickly. And instantly, he realized that he had to adjust the narrative. And that was easy, to just add 6 words to the equation.
You
Your
would know
Honor.
about that,
He
wouldn't you,
said,
Tim? Adjusting the
words to the
narrative.
effect, she pointed the gun at me. 6 words. What did those words do at that time period? Those words made him the victim. Those words made him the hero. And those words, most important, made him untouchable. Those words were a defense for his future, his life.
He actually saved your
reputation.
life then.
And
That's the narrative.
they were conveyed to a very willing audience. His colleagues, his brothers, his family, the investigators on the case. So that's really what happened here, Your Honor, and it is a tragedy, and it is something that should not result in any further harm to Ms. Fitzsimmons. This should be over. This should be an acquittal, Your Honor. I want to talk to you about a few of the elements that I know you're going to be concerned about. So first thing I want to talk about, Judge, is the lack of motive and the lack of intent. Because when it gets down to brass tacks, you know, I know that you're going to look at the law, you're going to look at the credibility determinations, and you're going to make your judgment. And here, this case fails the Commonwealth ship founders on the rocks of lack of motive and lack of intent. Let's talk about motive. Everything in life is motive. And it's ironic that, you know, us lawyers always say, oh, well, you don't need to prove motive. But you really kind of do.
Same.
Not be an element of the crime, but motive is everything in this business, Your Honor. Let's look at the motive or lack of motive. Fitzsimmons and Noonan are colleagues. They have already bonded over shared tragedies, shared experiences. They were okay with each other. They were friends. Kelsey thought well of him, and she thought he thought well of her. She knows he has a family. She knows who his family is. She's not going to harm this guy. She knows, Your Honor, that he didn't do this to her. She knows that Justin Elaine did this to her. And she's probably most important, she's been in those shoes before, serving restraining orders. She knows she's just a messenger.
Unfortunately.
She knows he's just a messenger. This was the worst moment of her life. And how did she want to do it? She wanted to do it alone. She didn't want to involve these officers because she knew this was a selfish act. She came in here, and ironically, the most credible evidence that came into this case, Your Honor, was
that actually
from the one
contradicts
person
her
that
testimony.
didn't have to testify. And she came in here and she chose to testify. And she waived her rights and she testified. And she showed, Your Honor, that she's a moral person. She's a caring person.
Stop.
You will sit down and you'll deliberate, and you'll be drawing the inevitable conclusion that Kelsey Fitzsimmons is a moral person.
Moral? To pull a gun with a baby in the house?
Contrast that with the callous treatment of this case from the other side. Hey, we're going to go serve an order on Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Her ex-fiance got an order on Kelsey. Let's go serve an order. The answer, sounds good. Let's go.
Well, they have no choice. That's their job. They have to do it.
Talks to his neighbor. Oh yeah, I'm the shooter. I'm the shooter. She's a whack job.
And?
So you have to take these credibility determinations into account. And I know you're a gentleman, but you have to get down to brass tacks on who's who here, Your Honor.
He's trying to browbeat the judge. That is really just weaselly as all hell.
What else shows you that she's a moral person? She doesn't want to involve these guys. She's trying to get rid of them. She says, oh, the guns are over here, so she can go where they really are.
She knows that's not going to happen.
Keeps trying to give Houston and Noonan baby things to bring downstairs. She's trying to get rid of them. She's trying to get them away from her. She wants to do this on her own. She doesn't want to have some sort of a situation where she gets shot by one of her colleagues and friends. It's understandable because she's a moral person. She waits for her chance. She gets to her room. There's a distraction downstairs. She doesn't know what's going on because she's focused on the job she's trying to do here, the tragic, awful thing that she's trying to do to herself. That's how you know she's telling the truth, Your Honor. You saw in the room, and I'll show it to you in a minute, the chest that she got the gun from. It's a chest on the floor. It has one of those pretty substantial lids that you would have to flip up to get the gun, locate the gun, pick the gun out of the 4 guns, and stand up. If Noonan was standing right there in the door frame, that would have never happened. All those events, that little series of events, he would have been able to stop it. He would have stopped it. It tells you that he's down the steps. He was interested in the distraction downstairs. He saw Kelsey folding some baby clothes, getting baby things ready. His attention, it's human nature. His attention was drawn to go back down the stairs. He walked down the stairs 2 or 3 steps, 4 steps, whatever. And Kelsey told you, straight up, that was my chance. And she took it. And she went in the chest. Exhibit 51, Your Honor, I'll show you right now. She went in that chest, flipped up that lid, got the gun, stood up. She told you, again, she's a moral person. She tried to keep the gun concealed. She made the motion like this, Your Honor, where she put the gun like this, and she kind of walked over here because she didn't want the police to see her with a gun. She held the gun to her stomach
I'm just
area.
not buying that.
She walked to a clear area, and she put the gun to her head. And that's what I mean when I say Officer Noonan came back up the stairs, and what did he walk into?
He never left.
He didn't walk
They
into
don't
some
leave you alone.
Rambo woman trying to shoot him in the face. He walked into Kelsey, who you now know a little bit from her testimony. He walked into Kelsey's room, and Kelsey had a gun to her head. And he walked into a suicide in progress, Your Honor.
This guy rubbing his beard, staring at Noonan. It's kind of creepy, I'm not going to lie. Like, buddy, that's a little creepy.
And the man that had just been holding her baby, that she chose to hold her baby, that she chose to feed her baby.
You think he wants to shoot its mother? Like, come on.
Walked into her suicide in progress. The gun was nowhere near Noonan. There was no threat to Noonan. And the law says
a gun is a threat.
That you may not, an officer may not use deadly force on someone who is exhibiting a danger only to themselves.
You're applying
the
the
law
wrong.
That's offered to Your Honor twofold.
And I'll explain
in
to you
the
guys
sense
later.
that it shows that
Why?
that this was not a reasonable use of force, and it shows
There's other
you
people
that
in the house, including
his knowledge of that statute, as he said on the stand, gives him a motive to lie. He knows that this is not a good shooting. He knows this is not a clean shooting.
But
and
it
that
was.
gives
It was
him a motive
ruled
here, Your
a
Honor.
clean shooting.
And like all of us, we all make mistakes. He overreacted and he shot. He had the look on his face, panic, flustered, he shot.
Oh, you saw his face? You were there now?
He had made a mistake by leaving her there, walked down the steps, a few steps, and that gave her the chance. And when he did this, he knew immediately, Your Honor, that he had to adjust the narrative. Filtered through the legal lens, Your Honor, that tells us that Kelsey had no intent. She had no intent to harm Noonan. There's no assault here because she didn't have the intent to do so. As the fact finder, you can consider everything I said about motive, that she lacked any motive to harm this gentleman. In fact, it was the opposite. She thought well of him. She knew Justin did this to her. She had just trusted him with her baby, and she had tried several times to get these officers away from the situation. No intent to harm him, no motive driving her mindset to do so. Reasonable doubt, burden of proof, Your Honor.
Thank you, Sassy.
Where the evidence supports a reasonable and more plausible alternative, and that's shown here by Kelsey's testimony, it cannot be said that the Commonwealth has proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt. There is reasonable doubt. When there are two plausible versions of what happened, that itself is reasonable doubt.
Yeah, but when
The
there
versions-
isn't,
the versions
when one's
themselves,
not
Your Honor,
plausible,
show reasonable doubt. Kelsey's version rings true. Noonan's version is all over the place.
it's not just you
Noonan's
Noonan's
version is contradicted by the strong consensus of everybody else in the house. Noonan
No,
portrays
it's
a
not.
couple different stories, but if you want to pick one where it's this drawn out potential gun battle, where she's backpedaling, sidestepping, tapping, racking, there's commands going on, that takes time. It takes time for me even to say it. Never mind do it. And that's belied by everything everybody else in the house says. Everyone else says, Kelsey, no, 2 shots in quick succession, bam, bam. That does not fit with what Noonan said happened. So on that alone, Your Honor, as a fact finder, I suggest that your duty is accomplished quickly, because there are 2 extremely divergent versions of this event. And Noonan's version has changed itself. Noonan's version is and when you judge it against everyone in the house, he's the only one with the Rambo story. Everyone else has what Kelsey says. He walks into a suicide in progress. He sees it. He reacts. Kelsey, no. Bam, bam.
It's exactly what we're
Ran-throughs.
getting.
Mistake. Has to cover it up immediately.
He just repeats
What else
himself.
do we have? When you're a fact finder, Your Honor, you want to look for corroboration. What's the corroboration on either side of this thing? Or lack of corroboration, which is what really it is here. The big one, the big elephant in the room, is that this department has no body cameras. We wouldn't even be here if they had body cameras. There's no evidence other than people's words. He said versus she said. That's oftentimes, almost all the time, not a good place to start for the Commonwealth. How many of these guys didn't do reports? What's up with that? Why didn't Trooper Strong put the body camera video on the witness he's interviewing?
What? They don't have, what is he talking
There's
about?
no science.
They don't all write reports. That's not the way it
The
works.
testimony of everyone else in the house shatters his narrative.
Oh God, that makes my head hurt that people think
Kelsey
he's like
Fitzsimmons
amazing.
has been
Ask
blessed.
a real attorney that isn't doesn't have their own YouTube show. Ask them what they
She
think
should
of
be
this.
Dead
They're not impressed.
2
I'm gonna tell
times
you.
over. By her own hand and by the hand of Officer Noonan, who shot too quick. She's blessed. She's here today, and she has a new lease on life. And maybe that's why the investigation is what it is. And maybe that's why Noonan's story is so sloppy, because nobody expected her to be here today to tell her truth. But she is, Your Honor. And as the fact finder, I want to respectfully ask you to consider the evidence, consider the lack of motive, the lack of intent, the inconsistencies. The credibility contest is firmly in her camp. She came in here and she told you what happened. Unvarnished truth. And I ask you to find her not guilty. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yes.
was just very all over the place to me. He didn't seem prepared, per usual, though. That's usual for him. Oh, now we're going to get, obviously, the state's closing argument. Again, I do pop into other chats, and then it'll be like, Bradle did amazing. I expect that from people who don't really know the law. I expect that from people who don't really know what good lawyering looks like or is supposed to look like. But if you talk to actual lawyers who don't have their own YouTube shows and don't have a narrative to push or a popular opinion to push for their audience to get more dollars and cents, you will find that speaking to regular attorneys that don't have their own YouTube shows, even ones that guest on certain shows but don't have their own, will give you an honest
of credible
opinion.
evidence in this case proves one thing, that she's guilty. All the testimony, the scientific evidence, the physical evidence, the demonstrative evidence, everything points to one conclusion: she is guilty. Even her own testimony proves she's guilty, because it's impossible to have happened the way she said it. It is scientifically, mechanically impossible for it to happen the way she said it. Her story is that
He's
she
right.
grabbed a gun, put it to her head, pulled the trigger, and it clipped. The chamber was empty. That's what her story is. And that's what Officer Noonan's story is too. She pulled the trigger, click, nothing came out. There wasn't a round in the chamber. She even said, she told everybody how stupid I am. I tried to kill myself with an. What do we know about the gun? What do we know about her gun? Because after she went to the floor, Lieutenant David picked it up, put it on the bed. Officer Noonan picked it up and put it on the table. And then Officer Kaur came in the room. And what happened then? Officer Noonan said, secure that gun, make it safe. And so what did he do? He took the gun, he found that black box, the safe. He made sure that was empty. He turned it over. He pulled out the magazine that you can see right here. He opened the chamber, and there was a round in the chamber. He dumped it out into this safe and put the firearm in there. And then they stood watch on that until State Trooper Bonasara took it back in the lab. That magazine that you have in evidence contains 16 rounds. It was a 17-round capacity gun. It contained 16 rounds, plus the one that was in the chamber. 17 rounds. As we know, there are only two ways to get a bullet into the chamber. One is if there's already a bullet in the chamber, someone pulls the trigger, a bullet comes out, the casing comes out, the chamber's open, the spring
Choose to rack a
allows
bullet.
another bullet to come up. That's one way, and we know that didn't happen here. The gun didn't fire because the chamber was empty. The only way a bullet gets in this chamber, other than that way, is if someone racks the gun. She said she didn't rack the gun, but there was a bullet in the chamber. She did rack the gun. What did Officer Noonan say? She pulled the trigger. Nothing happened. She stepped back, tap racked, tried again, didn't do it. Again, pulled it, and that's when he fired. She put a round in that chamber. That's the only way it got there.
As if she were
Her
active.
story can't be true. She got up on that stand
He's right.
and she lied to you. It's scientifically and physically impossible for her story to have happened the way she said. That's what the evidence shows. But she didn't just lie to you then. She lied again. She lied at the scene about where the guns were. And I understand that, right? And she said she lied to the police because she decided to kill herself. But when did she say she said that? They had been to the house.
Sorry, guys, I don't want it to keep buffering. I don't know why it was. If I was on a jury, I would also vote guilty. I tried to explain this. I'm probably not in the best way to you guys. I think day 1 or 2, when they were talking about the gun and where the bullets, when the forensic gun guy came on and said where the bullets were, how many there were, blah, blah, blah. This is what I meant, right? By the evidence, they had her gun, they had the bullets. You cannot get a bullet into that chamber unless there's already one in there, which if it didn't fire, there wasn't already one in there. So then she has no choice if she's trying to kill herself. If she fires the first shot and nothing comes out, that means the chamber is probably empty or it's jammed. So one or the other. So she thinks it's jammed. She taps it, racks it again, and then that puts the bullet into the chamber, right? So when she goes to fire for the second time is when Noonan, when she goes to bring it up, she starts to bring it up, and that's when Noonan shoots her. So the fact that she leaves out the tap rack in her story, like I told you guys yesterday, was a big problem for me because the bullet didn't get into the chamber on its own, right? Have to rack the gun to get the bullet to go in. So that's a huge problem for me. And I think the DA kind of just laid it out in layman's terms. Buffering. I'm buffering. I don't know why I keep buffering. Let me try to see if I can close a couple of these windows before I restart this, because I'm not gonna have no shit keep doing that for no goddamn mother reason. All right. Oh, I mean, she's there to support her husband, as if my husband would be sitting right next to me if that was me, right? I think Bradel tried to play her off as this meek little person that doesn't know any better. She wanted them to go away. She wanted them to go away. She's a trained officer. She knows they're not going away. Pat's not leaving her by herself. I do not believe that he walked away and left her by herself. No officer is going to do that. Not even a rookie is going to do that. They know not to leave you alone. Too many things can go wrong if they do. So that part I didn't buy to begin with, I agree. It's the forensic evidence of the gun that's going to sink the ship, and the versions of stories that don't make sense. And part of her story doesn't make sense. She left that tap rack out, and I knew in that moment something was up with her story. I just knew. That's why I said something yesterday, Well, that's the other thing. He called her moral, right? And I'll play the rest of this in a second, but he called her moral and said she didn't want to get anybody else involved, right? She didn't want anyone else involved. She didn't want anyone else. She was doing something selfish. Well, that completely contradicts her own on the stand story, which is it would have been selfish for me to do, pull a gun with all the officers there. Well, it's also selfish to kill yourself. I know this because my dad ultimately took his own life, and not in a very quick way. So, I mean, I love the same people that are talking shit about the prosecutor. He's a prosecutor. It's his job, right? He has to lay out the evidence for the judge. It's a closing statement, just the way Bradel does. Although Bradel, in his unprepared state, is already always all over the place, back and forth, repeating himself. He never seems fully prepared. It's almost as if he does every case on a whim. No, studying at night before he goes to bed. It's like he's got like a 9 o'clock bedtime, and he's like, it's 9 o'clock. I'll worry about it when I get to court tomorrow. Like, that's how it feels to me. It feels very all over the place and just not prepared. And it's like this. I mean, if this is actually a preview to the turtle shit, I couldn't love this more for him. Just saying. All right, let me play the rest of this.
They had talked to her, according to her. She now started contemplating all of the ramifications of what's going to happen to her. Because she's losing her life, her job, her son is being taken away, all of these things. And so she's going that over her head. And then minutes later, as she's walking through the house, she says, my gun's in the basement. Because that's the time she made the decision to kill herself later on. And we know that's a lie. We know that's a lie because what was one of the first things they asked her when they went to that house? They asked her to put the baby down because they were concerned for the baby, told her the restraining order, what the parameters were, and asked where your guns are. When she was still sitting on the sofa. They weren't waiting to ask that question so she was already walking around the house. No way. And what did she say there? They're in the basement. And we know she said it there before she moved around the house, which is untrue, because her friend, Officer Houston, who was invited to her wedding, says it also. He says, Sergeant Daly asked. And then remember what he said? He said, I was in the living room, she was sitting down, and then I saw a gun case on the other sofa. And so I opened it up to see. And she said again, I already told you the guns are in the basement. Now, why at that point did she say that? We don't know. She didn't tell us because she lied to us about why she said it later, because we know she didn't say it later. So she lied again. You can't trust her. She also lied about knowing that her mom was in the house. She was upstairs. The officers, Noonan, I think it was, Noonan heard an older woman's voice down there and said, who is that? She says, I have no idea. She doesn't know her own mother's voice, her best friend that she just talked to come to the house. And she said she didn't know whose voice it was. Another lie. She said on the stand yesterday that she didn't know Justin was in the house. And we know that's a lie too, because what happened when the three of them were upstairs? It's Noonan, it's Houston, and it's the defendant. She hears him downstairs. Houston hears him downstairs, and she says, keep him away from me. I don't want him in my house, or something to that effect. And that's when Houston went down to make sure he wasn't coming up and went to the basement. She knew he was in the house. She absolutely did, and she lied to you when she said she didn't yesterday. And you know what else she lied about? Something so simple, but it shows who she is. The restraining order. She said, the restraining order was taking my dog away. It says it. It doesn't say that. Nothing about the dog in there. I could go on about the lies, but I want to talk about the credible evidence. The credible evidence in this case. When Lieutenant Daly got a call, I actually got a visit from Justin Elaine when he was in the lobby of the PD. And Justin told him he got a 209A against Kelsey Fitzsimmons. And Detective Daly knew that she had been sectioned before, that she had guns, that they were taking the child away from her for a period of time. And so what did he do? He called Officer Houston. He asked Houston to call Daly to meet up. And why did he say he did that? He said because those two are cool, calm, and collected. They don't panic. They keep things calm. That's what he said. And that's why when he called Houston, he said, can you call Daly? We got to do this. And so he wants you to believe, defense counsel, that Pat Noonan was cavalier about, oh, okay, sounds good. We have to serve a restraining order. But that's not what happened. He was mischaracterizing it, I hope you remember, in the grand jury minutes, because Houston had called Pat and said, hey, we got to serve an order. Can you meet me by the school? Pat said, sounds good. It wasn't until he got over there, it wasn't until Lieutenant Daly was there that they learned really what they were going to do. And they went over there. And defense counsel asked Daly, you guys were cavalier about it, you knew her, weren't worried about the guns, all this stuff. And Lieutenant Daly said, no. No. His quote was, we had an increased level of villages. Everyone was more on point because they did know what they were walking into. They did know. They did know that she had been sectioned before. They did know there was going to be a baby in the house. They did know that she had guns. They did know at that point that she had parked her car far away. This is all going to what they were thinking at that point. They did know all those things. And they did know Justin's concerns. He said, according to Lieutenant Daly, I'm worried she's going to kill the baby, kill herself, and kill someone else. So that's what they were thinking when they went into this house. That's the credible evidence when they went in there. And what did they do when they went in there? They sat her down, and they allowed her, or maybe they asked her, I can't remember, to go around and get some stuff for the baby because she knew Justin was coming to get the baby. And they were in her pocket the whole time. They followed her around the house, at least two of them, while she did that. And you know that because even Officer Houston said, I was in her pocket. We went into the kitchen, and I noticed there were butcher blocks with knives on it, in it. And they were concerned. There was no chance they were leaving her alone. No chance they were leaving her alone. Officer Newman. Officer Newman. All of the testimony that you've heard about Officer Newman, even from the defendant, he's a gentleman, he's experienced, he is by the book, and his training and experience starting in the military, through boot camp, through Security Forces School, Security Forces Squadron, with all the training he had, and Humvees and helicopters, and the SWAT team, 2 times a month training, clearing rooms, clearing buildings, hostage situations, missing persons, shoot, no shoot scenarios, twice a month, and a 40-hour block every year. For over a decade, he did that. And he moved to Lawrence, as far as the department goes, because it was busier, and he had more experience. He was cool, calm, and collected.
You're allowed to have
No
an
doubt
opinion
about
as long as it's respectful.
And
my
to
friend.
say, when they're upstairs, and he walks away and leaves her alone because he heard a commotion that Officer Houston was going to attend to, is a joke. It really is. Now, how do you know they were going by the book at that point? And how do you know they were vigilant? Because they followed around everywhere. Because both Houston and Officer Noonan said she kept handing us things, and we kept putting them down. We wanted our hands free. Because they were ready for whatever happened. Hoping nothing did, but ready for whatever happened. So at some point, Houston and Noonan
I feel like he'll give it today.
and the defendant goes into her room. And she hears Justin. And Houston goes down to keep the peace to make sure he's there. And Officer Noonan is watching her. He's watching her. And she's on one knee. And she lunges and she disappears. And she emerges with this, pointing at him like she is trained to do. Click at his face. And what does he see next? He draws his weapon, and he says, his testimony, it kind of slowed down. The whole thing took maybe 4 seconds, maybe even 3.5 seconds.
Yeah.
His training has kicked in. His experience has kicked in. It was a surprise to him, certainly, because she got the drop on him. And why did she do this? Who knows? Maybe he's right. Maybe she was going through him to get to Justin. Maybe she was just so upset she was going to shoot everybody in front of her. Maybe she wanted him to shoot her. We don't know because she lied about it. We don't know. But the fact is, she started to shake. She started to tremble, and she lunged for the gun that he couldn't see. And what happened after she flipped? She stepped back, and now he knows, based on his training experience and the flip, there is not a round in the chamber. He knows that, and so he doesn't shoot. According to the defendant's testimony, he had every right to shoot at that point. And you know what? He actually did. He had a right to shoot her at that point. If you point a gun at a cop and pull the trigger, they get to shoot. But he didn't, because he was controlled and disciplined. That's the way his career went. And so she steps back, tap, crack, and tries to do it. He doesn't shoot her then. And what's he doing at this point? Kelsey, no. Kelsey, no. Because he knows the threat isn't there, really.
Think about that too,
There
Jimbo.
still wasn't one in the chamber.
Even though it's not loaded,
Kelsey, no. Kelsey, no.
you think about
He is being disciplined like we wish every police officer, every law enforcement agent in this country was. He should be applauded for his actions on that day.
He gave verbal commands, tried to get
Tap
her to
rack
stop.
again.
A lot of them.
Now we
don't
know
do
this
that.
one's in the chamber. Threat's on. She starts to raise it,
Yep.
and he shoots. He shoots twice to stop the threat. He stopped shooting when the threat was neutralized.
Correct. Which didn't
Defense
happen in the
counsel-
Justin Root case.
During his cross-examination, well, you would have
Oh,
unloaded her gun. He goes, no, that's not what you do. You shoot until the threat is neutralized. She was now down on the ground. But his training and experience are still taking over at this point, because what does he do? He still has his gun on her, because the gun's still there. He can't see it. Lieutenant Daly comes in, Lieutenant Houston comes up, and what does Officer Houston say that he sees when he comes upstairs? That Officer Noonan is standing there with the gun low and ready. His training is still taking place. He's still doing what he was trained to do. The gun is put on the bed. He's calm and collected. He takes the gun and moves it away so people are safe. He's deliberate in those actions. When it's away from her, he starts to tend to her. Officer Core comes in and he orders, he asks Officer Core to make the gun safe. He's cool, calm, and collected. That's what Lieutenant Daly expected, and that's what he was. He didn't make a mistake. That's what the credible evidence shows.
You have to remember,
And what did he say to Officer Houston after? And this just goes to state of
a lot
mind.
of these
I
people know nothing about guns either, Leah.
That she pointed the gun at me, and it clicked. And she tried to rack him up. Immediately after, this wasn't him saving his hide or protecting himself. Seconds after this happened, that's what he said. Every piece of credible evidence points to the unmistakable fact that she is guilty. Every piece of physical evidence, scientific evidence, mechanical evidence, every piece of testimony from Daly to Houston to Core, even Lauren Page, the mother, even the defendant corroborates what Officer Newman says. Every piece. Your Honor, I would suggest to you there is only one fair and just verdict in this case, and that is guilty. Thank you.
Maybe for a sidebar.
I'd like to speak to counsel anyway at sidebar for scheduling purposes.
So I have this lady that always leaves critical comments on my live streams. Don't ask me why. You know, you think you'd also like leave okay comments, right? But it's always something critical. The unfortunate part is she's always wrong, right? So she makes a comment, I can't remember if it's this morning or whatever, and says something along the lines of, well, you seem to know a lot about what it feels like to be shot and what you would or wouldn't remember. Have you been shot? And it's like, do you ask any person who's been shot if they disagree with the way that I'm describing it, and that should answer your fucking question, right? I was barely 20 when that happened to me, and I was literally walking back from a corner store in Dorchester where I lived, and I happened to be wrong place, wrong time in the middle of two people shooting at each other, unfortunately. The bottom line is, I'm sure you've been shot at probably a billion times. It feels like a bee sting. Like, that's the burning. That's the way I describe the burning. It's like a bee sting. And obviously I was not shot in the chest, so I have no idea, how that would differ other than you being able to not breathe, right? If your chest could, nick your lungs and all that. But mine was the leg. Nonetheless, that's what it feels like, like the burning of a bee sting is what I like describe it as, because when you say burning, people are like, burning? Like, yeah, burning. That's what it feels like, burning, like the burning. You know how when you get stung by a bee, you don't feel it right away? It takes a minute. And then when it does, all of a sudden, it's just like burning, like just burn. Like, that's what it feels like, just like amped up. Oh my God. I got shot in the face with a BB gun. Literally, it was a guy shooting like bottles in the woods when I was a kid. And I lived in Marshfield when my parents got married in a complex, and you could walk through the woods from the complex I lived in to go out the other side to get to like right where 7-Eleven, and there was like a little strip mall with like a 7-Eleven, and it was like a Wendy's on the other side, and like, a nail place, whatever. So yeah, in the face. So the guy was shooting like bottles in the woods, and we were riding our bikes through the path to go to the 7-Eleven. We used to go get Slurpees, okay? We were kids. And I was probably like, I don't know, I want to say like 11, maybe 12. I don't even think 12, probably 10 or 11. And I was riding on the front handlebars of my friend's bike, and she was riding. And it bounced off a bottle. He didn't shoot me like in the face directly, but it bounced off the bottle and it hit me in the face. It was so close to my fucking eye. The cop, after looking at it, was like, you are so lucky. Like, one more teensy bit this way, and it would have shot my eye out, kid. Literally, it would have shot my eye out, kid. So it literally hit the corner right here. I still have like a little divot there from it, but it hit the corner of my eye, like right here-ish. And this whole part right here was like all fucking red, and you could see like where the BB hit my face, but it was so close to my fucking eye that it would have went in my eye had I moved a little, or it been like, just one tiny millimeter, it would have been in my friggin' eye. So I was extremely lucky. And of course the person felt horrible. They weren't shooting at us, you know what I mean? They were just shooting bottles, and one of it bounced and hit me in the face. I can't imagine. I didn't get to see the person, so I can only imagine it was probably like a teen or a young adult, and they probably felt horrible, and they're in the woods, so they don't expect to see. I mean, to be fair, there were plenty of paths for people to walk, bike, whatever. But they weren't like on the path. They were off, into the woods. But I can only imagine how horrible they probably felt. And I'm, kid, so I'm crying and I'm upset. And then the cop tells me how close to my eye it was, that it could have went in my eye. And then, of course, I enraged my mother and my dad. But, cray. But a lot of these people, when that woman made that comment, she's like, well, you seem to know a lot about, well, if I seem to know a lot about what it feels like and what you would or wouldn't remember, common sense would tell you that I have some knowledge or experience with that. No? Would it not tell you that? Instead of being like, well, you seem to know. Yeah, well, I was barely 20, and all I wanted was to walk to the store, get some drinks and snacks, and go home, right? Like, I am not expecting that scenario. But even in the scenario with the BB gun, like, there are things I remember and there are things you're not going to remember, right? There are things I remember, most of which I remember is trying to survive and make sure I didn't bleed out on the ground, right? Those are the things you're going to remember. What you're not going to remember is what angle the car that you dropped down next to is parked in. Was it a little to the right? Was it a little to the left? You're probably not even going to remember the color of that car, right? Like, that's the part that got me. is I don't like, there are certain things you're going to remember and certain things you are going to remember. And like some of the things she said just didn't make sense to me. Like you would not remember some of those things. Some of those things are details that the lawyer fed. The lawyer was like, you're going to remember this detail and this detail, and you're going to say it was this and it was that, so that it makes your story more believable. The problem with that is anybody with experience with that is going to know that that's not right. Right? So imagine you did do a jury. Anyone on that jury who maybe had been shot might know she was lying, right? Because like, wait, these are things that you would not remember. You know, yeah, those little fucking pellets do hurt, man. Real bullets hurt worse, but those little pellets hurt. Like, those hurt. Oh, paintball guns hurt, and I love paintballing. Those motherfuckers hurt too.
Counsel returning to counsel
I remember
table.
dart guns.
Yeah,
Remember those? We still have those. I have one that looks like a shark, and it's just a BB gun.
We went to sidebar for two reasons. One was Mr. Bradel has a series of objections that he'd like to lodge about
Of course.
closing, which I'm going to give you an opportunity to do in open court.
Of course he does. Objections at a closing.
In open court, responding. And also I went over the schedule. So as I told counsel, my intention is to take as long of a period of time as I need to reach a verdict, provide the court staff and counsel with 30 minutes notice, and
that's what it feels like.
come out and announce my verdict, some of my reasoning here in public, and whatever time that works. In other words, if it's during our traditional lunch break, so be it. You folks will have a half-hour notice, which means that you'll be able to go and
finish up what you're doing,
or lunch or whatever, as long as you can get back.
Yeah, Turtle
right, so
and his idiot minions.
How we've worked that out.
Also, everyone wants there to be corruption somewhere.
We also discussed at sidebar the fact that in a jury trial, we never provide the jurors with ammunition and a firearm, even with a trigger block at the same time. So my intention is that Mr. Ruane, our assistant clerk, will keep possession of the ammunition, and the firearm will come back in chambers with me along with the other exhibits. When and if I need the ammunition, will be switched out.
Roll out.
Okay. Globally, have I discussed have I said in open court what we discussed?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So Mr. Bradel, I'll hear you on the objections.
I can't believe he's objecting to a closing. It's not evidence anyway. Like, shut the fuck up, you pansy whiny bitch,
traditionally,
bro.
we do this at sidebar, but as you mentioned, we don't have a fact finder here that we need to talk off to the side to. So in open court, I'm happy to do this.
No, you're not. You're pissed off that
I'll
you have to do
go
this
back
in
over
open
everything I said
court.
at sidebar.
Now you're going to make it about
Judge, the first objections I have to counsel's closing argument center on ballistics issues. The first part is that counsel picked up the gun and used it 3 times. Prior to that, counsel provided what I would consider to be expert testimony on the operation of the gun. I think it exceeded the scope of what Detective Bonasaro talked about.
You can, but no one ever does.
He said that it had to be a scientific certainty that this gun was racked by Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Mischaracterizes the defense position that
so someone else
we're
did.
not saying necessarily that it did or didn't happen. We said that Kelsey Fitzsimmons didn't rack the firearm, and we have a completely different version of events. So no one's saying that it didn't happen. We're saying that Kelsey didn't do it, and to characterize it like, you know, that it had to be racked by Kelsey Fitzsimmons is not fair argument, and it mischaracterizes the state of the evidence.
Fair argument, sir. She had the weapon. Oh my God, he's so bad. He's so fucking bad.
Second objection relative to ballistics, Your Honor, is that counsel was acting out. I believe it was the second time he picked up the firearm.
So what?
Counsel was acting out on Noonan's story that Ms. Fitzsimmons had accessed the firearm from the chest and picked it up to point it at Noonan's face. And on Noonan's testimony, she just pulled the trigger and it clicked.
They both said
Counsel
that.
acting it out. Prior to pulling the trigger, counsel wrapped the firearm and then pulled the trigger. And that's not what happened on even Noonan's testimony.
It is.
I'm happy to allow you to make a record, but
But you're not going to sit there and argue
the
bullshit.
fact that there's two different versions of what
It's irrelevant.
what
No
folks
shit.
testified about is fair game. What the issue right now is whether the Commonwealth argued items that were not in evidence or attempted to draw inferences from items that were not in evidence.
They didn't.
So the disagreement about the racking
Too bad.
is just not before me.
Well, that's why I bring it up though, Judge, because this racking issue has been
Too bad.
brought up to the forefront. And he
It's
did
not a
something
legal
that
thing
is
he can
not
rule
part of
on.
the evidence. There was,
It is.
no one
The gun's
says
part of the
that
evidence.
she racked the gun before the first shot. And that's what
Oh
he
my
did
God.
when he acted it out. So that's why
He
it's a
did not say
mischaracterization.
that.
I'll just rely on your Honor's
But that's
discretion.
not,
Didn't
that's
say
not
that.
what Mr. Kubatosi did though.
Right,
That-
I did
that he-
see him
that he-
rack the
that he-
firearm before he
He
fired a
didn't
second
do
shot.
that.
He did it
No.
the second time, Your Honor.
Oh my God.
I'm having trouble understanding,
You're nonsense.
again.
It's just that when you act out the testimony, you have to do it
You can do
accurately.
that.
and he did
Okay.
it.
I'm going to say this in open court, and it won't be the
Fucking
last
can't.
time I say it. Whether or not Officer Noonan exercised reasonable use of deadly force is not before me.
It's not in
That is
front of
not
you.
my decision.
I agree with you, and I say it on
And
credibility.
And hold on, and whether the North Andover Police Department followed procedure in executing, serving this restraining order is not
It's
before me.
irrelevant.
Child custody is not before me.
Irrelevant.
All right, visitation is not before me. What's before me is, has the Commonwealth proved beyond a reasonable doubt
That's it.
that the defendant pointed that firearm for any perceptible amount of time at Officer Noonan? Okay,
That's it.
so all of this is just not helpful.
And I offer on
It's
credibility.
nonsense.
Okay.
The judge is like, then none of this makes
Also,
sense.
the Commonwealth
isn't in front of us.
said that on the scene, Ms. Fitzsimmons didn't say part of her story there, so
Heather.
therefore she's making it up. And whenever the Commonwealth
They're allowed
tries
to
to
say
argue
that.
that somebody
They're allowed to
defendant
argue that. He's
didn't
trying to
say
have a
something.
rebuttal, is what he's trying to do.
that's very dangerous ground for the Commonwealth, Your Honor,
Incorrectly.
that
You don't get a rebuttal.
defendant is
to a
under no
closing.
burden whatsoever to say anything, Your Honor. And here to suggest that she's lying because she didn't say part of her story when she's shot in the chest at the scene is unfair argument, but it also violates her right to remain silent. And it's an
No.
intrusion on that, so I
Stop.
would object to that.
No.
I ask you not to consider that, Your Honor.
Except that Mr. Bradle, she waived
Stop.
her right to remain
She
silent,
waived it when she
right?
testified.
So.
At the
Isn't
scene, though,
it-
Judge.
Isn't it fair game for the Commonwealth to?
Yes, it is.
Discuss the
What an
testimony
idiot.
that your client offered?
The testimony, yes, but he's saying that at the scene, she didn't say XYZ when she didn't have to say XYZ at the scene. And that's, the Commonwealth can only argue that when a defendant makes a comprehensive statement and leaves something out.
Whoa. Hey. NBC 10, you fuckers. What's going on here? Oh my God. He can't be normal because he's arguing nonsense, things that the judge can't rule on. What he's trying to do is he's trying to have a rebuttal to a closing. You can't get a rebuttal to a closing statement. So he's literally just whining. That's what he's doing. He's making whine, like, oh my fucking God. Like, what? Let me see if I can, oh my God. See if I can find this on another channel because NBC 10 just like conked out for whatever reason. It might be on Core TV. Let me try. And I don't know if they're streaming it as well. Like, what the fuck is going on? But NBC 10 just lost their feed and now we can't see shit. Thanks, NBC 10. You fuckers.
To my client that she
Oh,
wanted to
it's
kill
back.
someone else, which didn't happen. That was not the statement. So that's a very important, very dangerous, very unfair, very prejudicial
Too bad if it's
misrepresentation
unfair.
of what was attributed to
Wham.
Jessica Lane in the lobby. She never
Oh.
said anything about killing someone else. He didn't even he didn't say that
He
she said
didn't
that.
say that
So
she
I
said
asked you to
that.
strike that and not consider it.
No. He didn't say she said that. So that's what
And
the
the last thing,
officers.
Judge, about lying
can't.
about
can't with
the
him.
dog
He's an
on the
idiot.
restraining order, Your Honor, that trying to take her dog. And
She said it.
it is
She
in
said
the
it.
complaint
Fair
to
game.
the restraining order by Justin Elaine.
But she didn't have that. She didn't have that at that point.
Closing, but the evidence is what the evidence is.
Yeah, but Judge,
He called him
you
on
can't
it. I know you
say,
want to
when you
second
have the
closing.
discovery on the point, you can't say
Wait,
that something is a lie.
I have to replay that again. The judge said, I know you want a second closing. What did I just say? He's trying to get a rebuttal closing. You don't get a rebuttal closing, my dude.
That's a very important, very dangerous, very unfair, very prejudicial misrepresentation of what was attributed to Justin Elaine in the lobby. She never said anything about killing someone else. He didn't even he didn't say that she said that. So I ask you to strike that and not consider it.
You don't piss
And
off
the
a
last thing,
judge.
Judge, about lying about the dog on the restraining order, Your Honor, that trying to take her dog. And it is in the complaint to the restraining order by Justin Elaine.
Which she didn't have at the time.
I know he's trying to do a second closing, but the evidence is what the evidence is.
Yeah, but Judge,
Yep.
you can't say, when you have the discovery on the point, you can't say
They're not evidence,
that
Jimbo.
something is a lie when you have the papers that show it's not a lie. And the box was checked in the complaint to get her dog. So that's a mischaracterization of the evidence that needs to be corrected, Your Honor.
No,
And that's my last point.
she didn't have the
Thank you.
complaint.
So, Commonwealth, from my perspective, with all due respect to Mr. Bradle, who's done a terrific job advocating
He's
for his
trying to have a
client,
second
I view
closing.
that as nothing more than a rebuttal to the Commonwealth's closing. So I'll give you a few minutes to rebut these things. Let me say this, though. I don't believe that there was any evidence before me that
Who called it?
Miss Fitzsimmons was sectioned previously. I think that the way I view the evidence is that this is what the police believed. It was part of their state of mind in serving it.
Correct.
But I'm at a loss, frankly, that, in other words, what I'm saying, Mr. Bradle, is out of all the items that you argued about the Commonwealth purportedly arguing
You
something
didn't
not in
argue
evidence,
about that.
this sectioning, alleged sectioning that happened prior to this,
Yes.
You didn't argue about that.
there's no evidence of that before me. There's mention of it, and it goes to the officer's state of mind.
State of mind.
So, and that's all that in fairness, that's all that you argued, Mr. Gubitosi. But I guess what I was getting at is if there was anything at all that came close, that would have been it. But Mr. Gubitosi, I'll give you a few minutes for your rebuttal to the rebuttal.
I trust you to have sifted through what's relevant, what's not relevant. The evidence is what the evidence is. Closings are not evidence. I would suggest to you that, I guess I do need to be heard, I guess. That I argue the evidence that came from the witness stand and from the exhibits to Ravanasaro absolutely describe the ways that a firearm works and how a round gets into the chamber, and I limited my explanation of that to what he described and the like. I don't need to make a second closing. Thank you.
You just did that.
I'm a lawyer.
Okay, I respect that on both sides. All right, so.
Judge
at
is
this point,
annoyed.
why don't
I would be too.
I said that I was going to step off for the gathering of the evidence. Let me not do that. I'd like the council to just make sure that all the evidence, the exhibits are in order. You'll note your contentment on both sides. If you folks can take a look at the verdict form as well. I don't know if you already have. It's not complicated, but.
It's Meredith's fault.
Mr.
Or
Bale, have you
Meredith.
seen the verdict form?
No.
All right, so why don't you, officer, do you mind?
Why don't you go right ahead and object to that, you fucking clown, to the form that the judge himself knows and is gonna fill out himself. Let's.
All right, content with the verdict form, but we're still working on the exhibits.
Yeah,
right?
we'll take a few minutes.
Yeah, that's fine.
She knows we're kidding. It's making fun of Aiden because he says everything is Meredith's fault now. Bradle's really embarrassing rebuttal of a closing that you don't get. I knew what he was trying to do. But you guys, I don't know anything. I'm an idiot who knows nothing about anything, and I have no knowledge of anything, says the sewer crew. So why would anyone listen to anything I have to say when I'm never right, they say. Never. Never. Not ever. I let my real track record speak for itself, unlike these idiots that just claim I'm never right. My lives are here for all to see, and you can see what I predict and you can see what happens without the false narration of the sewer crew. And I let my track record of predictions speak for itself. For someone who doesn't know a lot, I oftentimes call what's going to happen now, don't I? So I'm just an idiot, I guess. I don't know, you know? I don't know, it's a good question, Beach. I do believe...
Checking with our court officers about the availability of this courtroom this afternoon. So
it was all over the place.
Checking on that.
Hissing off the judge is a no-no. You don't argue with the judge. You don't tell the judge what is and what isn't. And I've watched him do that before. That is like lawyering 101, dude. You don't want to piss off the person that's making the fucking choice, the decision. Like, what is wrong with you? That's a good question. I don't know if they offered her one, but I know that they could have asked at least. And what she should have done is taken some sort of plea deal so that all of this wouldn't be in probate court. But now all of this shit show is going to be used in probate court.
ADA
Yeah, I mean,
Kelsey, on behalf of the Commonwealth, is the Commonwealth content with the exhibits?
Yes.
Attorney Bradle, on behalf of the defendant, is the defendant content with the exhibits?
Yes.
And that would be for both of you, exhibits number 1 through 98.
Right.
Correct?
Plus the chalk, Mr. Clerk.
Yes, and the jury.
A chalk.
Yes.
Not 98, I thought we had, weren't there 100 exhibits?
No, 98.
Okay, all right. I'm sorry, okay.
As he should be. The
All right.
friggin'
So,
clown.
Mr. Wayne, I think it makes sense, as in a jury trial, for you to swear our court officers in.
I mean, he has gotten away with quite a few things. I do believe in the
You
one
all
thing
raise
that he...
your right hand. Do you
shouldn't
solemnly
have.
swear that you will keep the court
Bradle and that
in
judge
some
have a previous
convenient place
relationship.
until he has agreed that you will
Plain
not
oath.
suffer any person to
Privately.
speak to him, nor speak to him yourselves, unless by order of the court, or to ask him if he has agreed. And
For that
when he
one
has
thing that he-
agreed, you will return him into court.
He got off on that he
unless the court
shouldn't
shall
have.
Otherwise order, so help you God.
I do.
All right, we will stand in recess for my deliberation.
All rise, please.
All right. Yeah, the real trial is coming up. But as we know, he has gotten away with some things that he shouldn't have. And his attorney is a clown. You also have to have a judge that can, as this one can, push out the narrative and the game playing. Because Bradle is very much a narrative attorney. He is not a argue the legal and legality of it. And I want to remind everyone, as the judge stated and as I've stated, all that has to be proven here is for a fucking cunt hair, and excuse my French, cunt hair of a second that she raised that weapon towards Noonan. And just to get it to your head, you have to raise it. It doesn't magically, you can't take out your magic wand and go bippity boppity, and then the gun gets to your head. You have to raise it to get it there. I don't know how anybody could find her not guilty in this scenario. I think it was a horrible idea to do a fucking bench trial. I think she would have had a better chance. Yeah, that is when the judge called him a satirist, which was just a joke to begin with, in my opinion. But I feel bad. Oh, I saw. I mean, I love popping out the circus music for him, and then the honking of the clown nose sometimes, because that one's quick and I can at least play it when he's talking or when he's done talking. clown nose. But I really do just think he's a fucking clown. I mean, his whole closing was all over the place, and then he wanted a rebuttal closing, essentially. And again, here I am going, he's trying to rebut a closing. And then the prosecution stands up and says he's trying to rebut it. And then the judge calls him on it. Like, how embarrassing. How fucking embarrassing. You don't get a rebuttal to a closing. A closing isn't evidence, okay? They have the right, hey, MBM, they have the right to argue what they want to argue in their case. Even if you don't like it, Mr. Bradel, doesn't matter how many times he picked up the weapon to show the way it happened. And then, again, as if he's not paying attention, he's like, well, Mr. Gubatosi did this. And he's like, and I watched the whole thing. No, he didn't. The judge is like, Mr. Bradel, he didn't do that. So it's like, you're not even fucking paying attention. You and Turtle really belong in the same world. You're unprepared. You don't pay attention. I don't know how the fuck you passed the bar. It makes sense to me why you hid evidence as a prosecutor. You're just not ethical, right? Like, you're just not an ethical attorney, Well, that's the other thing, though. If you were a good attorney, in my opinion, to Kelsey Fitzsimmons, knowing everything that you know about the fact that she picked up a weapon and your dumbass already put it in her hand. Now, that was the first mistake he made. Making a public statement about how she had that weapon in her hand, you make them fucking prove she had the weapon in her hand. You don't put it in her hand as the defense counsel. That is fucking stupidity. There's no real legal argument to anything that Mr. Bradel is arguing. It's all narrative, and I don't like this, and I don't like that, and this person's bad, and that person's bad. Just as the judge said, and I've said many times covering this trial, what you do or don't like about Justin, not in front of the judge. What they did or didn't do with their restraining order, completely fucking irrelevant. The custody shit, completely irrelevant. The question is simple. Did she raise the gun at any point for any amount of seconds, split seconds, or any there otherwise towards Officer Noonan? And in order to raise that gun to your head, you have to raise the weapon. And there's only two ways a bullet gets in the chamber. As I said before today, you have to rack that weapon in order to get the bullet to go into the chamber. So if she fired the weapon first and it didn't fire, then there was no bullet in there, right? Or it was jammed. So then she thought, well, I'm going to rack it. And she tap racked it. And then that bullet went into the chamber. When they took her gun and took it and took the magazine out, they had to get the bullet out of the chamber, which means it had entered the chamber. His argument, of course, is another officer racked the round before they unracked the round. I mean, everything can't be a conspiracy, guys. Everything can't be, every argument, Bradel has is it's a cover-up, it's a conspiracy. Like, that's all he has, is everything's a cover-up and everything's a conspiracy. The problem is Kelsey admitted a lot of this, like a lot of the story she admitted to. So it's not a question about whether she had the gun in her hand. Bradel, like an idiot, put that gun in her hand day one, like a fucking moron. Bad move as an attorney. Stupid move as an attorney. Right? His second and third mistakes are always not being fucking prepared and her sitting in jail for more time than she should have because of his ill-preparedness. Okay? That should have been a red flag to her to fire him. But I think because of the hype and the people in her ear are like, oh, he's Turtle Boy's attorney, he's good, he's blah, 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 just, yeah, I mean, he'll get the PR, blah, blah, blah. Instead of listening to what her gut probably told her, which is he probably sucks, right? And if she took criminal justice classes or she wants to be an attorney, my mind automatically goes to, if she cannot tell that he is not a good attorney, then for me, like, I'd have to question your ability to be an attorney yourself if you cannot take the media out of it and the people in your ear out of it and say, hold on, for my best interest, this guy is not going to get the job done, right? I need someone else to do this, Nope, I'm not happy. It's not about whether I think she's guilty or not, right, Magic? Because I feel for her. I think people get twisted that, like, I just want her to be guilty. That's not the case. I would prefer she wasn't, right? I would prefer she wasn't because I feel like she's been through a lot and postpartum's not a fucking joke. I've been through that, probably not in the capacity that she had. Mine was, again, more like the baby blues. But I don't want to see anyone go to jail especially when it's dealing with postpartum depression, it's a heavy weight. And I can understand losing, you're not going to have a wedding now. You've lost your fiance. They're about to take your baby. That's heavy in itself. Okay. You're not going to be able to own this home anymore. You can't pay for it on your own. Right. And so I can understand the weight of that. And I feel for Kelsey. I feel really horrible for her. I do. I feel awful. I hope she gets to reconnect with her son. I think it's important. I think she's missed some really important bonding time when they're that little. You'll never get that back. You can never get back when they're big enough to lay on your chest and they're just little tiny, like you'll never get the first steps back. You'll never get the first word back. You'll never get those back. You cannot go back in time. Right. And I think that's detrimental to keep a baby from a mother, especially one that had to deal with postpartum, because she didn't ask for that. Nobody asks for postpartum. I do believe she probably had some issues before she had postpartum, but I believe probably everyone on planet Earth does, right? To some extent, anxiety, panic, whatever it may be. So I don't want people to get confused what the evidence shows me versus my personal feelings, right? My personal feelings are the whole thing sucks. It's a horrible situation. And I feel for Kelsey. I want her to reconnect with her baby. I want her to have that bond with her son. I want them to be able to co-parent in the future, but I know that that's probably not immediately going to happen, especially with them being young. I feel for her. I don't want to see her sit in jail any longer. I think she served enough time already with Bradle's missteps that she, sat in jail for quite enough already. She's been through enough, in my opinion, that she doesn't need more jail time. But the evidence itself, me knowing weapons, and I love my, amendments, including my right to have a firearm. I used to do a lot of shooting in New Hampshire at the range. Me and a bunch of friends used to go there all the time. I haven't been there in forever, but that's where we used to go when I was much younger. And so just knowing a gun, I think, is important in this case, because if you don't know how a bullet gets in the chamber, if you don't know how to get the bullet in the chamber, if you don't know how to put a magazine in, if you don't know where the button is to pull the magazine, make the magazine drop out, if you don't know anything about firearms, it would be hard for anybody to understand what the firearms expert who had the gun was saying, right? And if you just take all of that out, then in your brain, it's a he said, she said. Well, the problem with that, and I've seen a lot of people say this, well, it's a he said, she said. Witness testimony is evidence. So it might be a he said, she said, but the judge is going to take into consideration what is more reliable and what is not. Now, there's a few problems with Kelsey's story. She left out the tap racking. The bullet did get into the chamber, and it was not already there, obviously, because she fired it the first time and nothing. Then she tap racked it, and it went into the chamber. I do not believe that another officer came over and racked the gun as people were first aiding her. I don't believe that to have happened. I don't think that happened. I think everybody wants to believe in a fanciful conspiracy theory that the cops were just bad and they did that, but I don't find that to be reliable or credible. Even if, and Bradle's argument is she was going to kill herself, so, Noonan couldn't have shot her if she was only a harm. The problem is the law is, if you're only a harm to yourself. She wasn't alone in that home, okay? She wasn't only a harm to herself. She was not. She was a harm to everyone around her with a deadly weapon in her hands, okay? Regardless of if she was going to harm herself, no one knows if she would have went on a rampage first and then harmed herself or what, right? The person holding the deadly weapon is not going to tell you what their intent is with that weapon, right? They're just not going to do that. They're simply not going to do that. So then you have to take into consideration what is an officer trained to do and not trained to do. This idea that she tried to get them to go away, as a trained officer, she knows damn well they're not leaving her alone. They're not going to. Even a rookie knows not to leave someone alone, especially when they're there to seize weapons as well. Common sense. They are not going to leave her alone. So I don't find it credible that two officers left the room and went downstairs and left her alone. I don't find that credible, right? I don't find it credible that she said, well, the chair was a little bit to the side. Like, I don't find that credible, because if you're so focused on wanting to harm yourself and running and grabbing a weapon and just wanting to get it done, and you're not paying attention to what fucking angle the chair is at, right? She put the gun in her own hand. He put the gun in her hand way before the trial ever happened. Bradel put the gun in her hand like an idiot. He hurt his own client, in my opinion. I agree with you, Captain, because he should have made the state prove that she had the weapon, not admitted that she had the weapon, you know? And so, no, I don't think a bench trial was the right way to go, you know, at all for her. I believe if you wanted her to be found not guilty in this, a jury trial would have been the right way to go, because the jury, even though they're not supposed to, often make decisions based on feelings, emotion, okay? And your best, you know, jury would have been a bunch of women who probably already had children, right? That would have been common sense in my book. So I think, yeah, fire Bradel should have been number one, though, Peach. I don't think she needs any more jail time, you know? I think she probably already is getting mental health treatment, I'm assuming. And I'm really hoping that they let her see her baby, like ASAP, even if it's supervised. Like, let her see her baby, man. That is not going to help her. Like, let her see her baby. You know, like, that's not going to help. Hey, Pepper. It's not going to help any child and parent. That bonding is so important. What can the judge do in lieu of jail? Judge could give probation, suspended time, which means a suspended sentence of 2.5 years with credit of this, or a suspended sentence of 6 months, but you get a credit of what time you already spent in. He could do a bracelet. He could just do probation. Like, there are a ton of possibilities in that aspect of what he could do in lieu of jail. And you never really know what a judge is going to decide and not decide when it comes to that. Some judges go for the maximum because they find something that just really pissed them off that you lied about. Some go for the minimum because they think you suffered enough and they find mitigating factors. But you just never know what a judge is going to order when it comes to, you know, the time or not time that they want to give you, you know? Right. It does, right? So I think Bradel didn't do a great job. And it's actually sad to hear that people are just echo chambering, oh, he's great, he does amazing. It's like, no, guys, I know you want to like him and you want a conspiracy and you want this salacious story, but like, take all of that out of it and just take the facts, okay? Calling Noonan a fucking liar or he's guilty, like, first of all, the shooting was already ruled a good shooting. It was already investigated and ruled. If she took that weapon up for 1 second, a half a second, a milli of a second to bring it to her head, then she had to have been pointing it in his direction at some point. Even if she had it here and she's raising it, you have to raise it to get it to your head, folks. You have to. Sorry, we were buffering. No, I don't think he'll. No, I'm not gonna. Most of the time, inpatient is on you, right? They're not gonna order inpatient mental health. I mean, unless someone's like really off the rails, like that's just simply not gonna happen, you know. And I agree with you, Jolie, on that. You have to take responsibility for your own actions. You know, you just can't. You know. I don't think anyone's saying she shouldn't go to jail because you think she did something she isn't claiming. I believe she had the weapon because Bradel already put it in her hand. And I believe that she raised it to Noonan. That's my opinion. You guys can have different opinions because we're allowed to do that on this channel. Amazing, huh? Some of you guys are allowed to have opinions. Isn't that amazing? And mostly why a lot of you come here. You're allowed to have your own opinion. My opinion is that she did do that. Right, but she already served some time. She doesn't have a long record or anything like that of anything. So in my opinion, they wouldn't give her much, if any, time on this if she's found guilty. And my opinion is that he will find her guilty. You know? I'm telling you, she should have and can go to McLean's mental health. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of mental health facilities you could go to, you know? But she wasn't alone. So Bradel's argument of like, Well, if the law is if they're only a danger to themselves. You have a house full of people, including an infant, and someone who has been served a restraining order, you're supposed to seize their weapons, is now lunged to grab a deadly weapon. She is no longer just a danger to herself now, right? Even if she starts raising it and then eventually gets it to her head, she is no longer just a danger to herself. Now, if she was in the house by herself and she was pointing the gun at her head and the cops were outside, then yeah, you can't just shoot her even through a window if she's pointing it at her own head. She's alone. She's not a danger to anyone but herself in that house, right? But she wasn't alone. It was a house full of people and an infant. She was not just a danger to just herself in that moment with a deadly weapon. That's the problem. You know, the custody case is going to be a whole different rigmarole, unfortunately. You know, I believe, I feel like with the medications she said she was on, she has to be seeing a psychiatrist to get those. So I'm assuming that she already is getting mental health treatment, which is good. And I believe that any good attorney, at least Martha Coakley, let's hope that Martha Coakley told her, like, you want to do that and show the probate court that you have been working on your mental health, you know, and that you're stable so that you can see your son, you know. So you never know what the judge is going to do it. You can deny it, try to avoid the repercussions then, but when you get found guilty, be treated as if you admitted it. No, not necessarily. I mean, I think because they always take into consideration if you already spent time in jail. So she spent a certain amount of time already in jail. They could credit her for some or all or just a little of that time, depending on how many of those days would qualify as time served. But because she doesn't have a record, really, I don't like the maximum on this charge is 5 years and $1,000 fine. So I don't necessarily. Sorry, I'm buffering. I don't necessarily think the judge is going to give her a whole lot more jail time. You know, I feel like if he gives her any jail time, it'll be minimal, you know, and take in consideration whatever days they can count that would count and qualify as time served days. You know, there's such a thing called dead time, which means some days that you serve cannot count towards time served. And so, like, again, the days have to qualify, you know? That's why I say supervised. They always start with that in a scenario like this anyway. They wouldn't just give her unsupervised visitation. Well, that's the other thing. There's a line, I believe, between mental health and then using mental health as a cop-out, right? And I do believe that she probably had postpartum depression, but she knew not to pull a gun out with a house full of officers. And then the argument that she sort of made was like, I just wanted them to go away so I could shoot myself. It would have been selfish if I pulled it out in front of them. Well, it wasn't selfish to do it with them in the house anyway. They're the ones who are going to take your body. Like, that just didn't make any sense to me at all. And for me personally, it wasn't a great argument, you know? Yeah, I don't think they're going to do that though, Heather. I just don't think that they're going to do that. You know? I mean, it's possible. I mean, she did say she was on Prozac. I forget what the other two were. But it seems like if she's on those medications, she is seeing somebody for mental health, you know? Ugh, Brokeback Baker. See, even though he said he was underwhelmed, I can take anything that dude says seriously because he has no fucking clue what he's talking about, literally. It's so funny to me that he tries to talk about our laws here in the United States, and 99.9% of the time he tries to explain, he has no idea what he's talking about. Why? Because just like other people, what he does is he gets on good old Google, and he Googles it. And he assumes, okay, that by reading it, he can understand it. The problem with that is, and I've said this a million times, is a word in the legal realm can mean something completely different than it does when you're speaking just English. So people apply the regular standard of what that word means to what they're reading on Google. The problem with that is in legalese, okay, that word means something completely different. And so you cannot interpret the law correctly if you don't know that. And so a lot of times we have people who misinterpret what they're reading because they Googled it and they think they understand it, and they don't, you know? Don't feel crazy, Panda, because it's not just you, all right? I noticed it too, and I'm like, guys, I love all of you, but like, this is a little, like, even some people that I adore, okay? I'm seeing some comments where I'm like, guys, she had the gun in her hand. In order to get it to her head, she has to raise it. She has to, right? Has to. In that cunt hair split second that she raises it, he has the right to fire at her. Like, that's, it's real that simple. The judge has to decide whether, even for a minute second, half a second, quarter of a second, did she raise that weapon towards Officer Noonan? That's it. That's all he has to decide. That's it. He doesn't have to decide, well, she got it up to her head at some point. That's irrelevant. You know, it's irrelevant. I sympathize with Kelsey. I feel horrible for her, but you can't just ignore what's right in front of you either, you know? I mean, yeah, just the whole thing is dangerous if we're just going to ignore where the evidence is at and say every case has a corrupt officer, or every case is a cover up, or, you know, well, they just had one. Remember, MBM, they had one, they had just done one, and she was cleared to come back to duty. That's the part that gets me. But I also explained this yesterday, that if you're not honest with these people, if you're not honest with the psych people who are doing the evaluation, they can only go based on what you tell them. So if you're lying to them, they're going to clear you because you lied. If you're not telling them the God's honest truth. And that's half of the problem with mental health, which is some of these things don't get diagnosed and don't get treated because the other person doesn't want to admit it, or doesn't want to tell their therapist or their psychologist or psychiatrist. They don't want to say what's actually going on because they don't want to seem crazy. They don't want to seem unhinged. So they don't tell them the truth. They lie, and then it never gets treated, and it gets worse and worse. Narcissists like Aiden often do that. They will never admit they're a narcissist, right? They'll just blame everybody else. Well, this person did this horrible thing to me, so it's their fault, not mine, you know? Yeah, she's on a few meds, so she's definitely getting treatment now. She definitely has to be to get the meds that she's on, 2 of the meds at least that she's on, you know? Yeah, probate court, I feel like it's always messy regardless, you know, even without all of this extra shit. Probate court runs like a kangaroo court, and it's, you know, messy anyway, you know? Yes, probate is child custody, correct. Yep. It's like family court, basically, you know? I mean, she had the gun in her hand, you know? It's just crazy. So I know that they had like a previous situation, but for it to be on your record as like, they can't consider anything that was like dismissed or disposed of. So even if it has stuff on your record that they were like, you do 6 months of probation and we'll end the case and dismiss the charge, the judge can't take any of that into consideration. Maybe he can take into consideration if you're found guilty on things, but not if something was dismissed or disposed of and you were not found guilty of it. So have you looked into the new female police officer and husband and mass adopted son? So yeah, I was a little bit looking into that, the one in Plymouth County there, but I have really just been focusing on Justin Root's case that I'm about to delve into with you guys, because I have some serious concerns with that one. And you guys know me, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I don't believe all cops are bad. But when you have multiple officers surrounding someone who is on the ground, right? On the ground, so they're down, opened firing another 31 rounds, that is seriously fucking concerning. And then 30 days later, they're just all cleared. I mean, something's not right there, okay? It's just not, something is just not right in that scenario. And I don't think a lot of people wanted to touch that case, it looks like, because Justin Root had some mental health issues. So what? So what? Does that give the cops, in my opinion, the right to shoot at him 15 times? Okay, maybe if they thought he had a weapon, but he didn't. He had a see-through, like BB gun thing. it was like see-through, like you can see the wires, and like a real gun doesn't look like that. So do our officers really need to be trained on what a fake gun is versus what a real gun is? I heard he's a schizophrenic, I heard, or was a schizophrenic. So part of his like mental state was that he believed he was like a cop or whatever. Bottom line is, our officers should be trained in mental health for some of these reasons, or they should have a mental health professional that goes with them for things like these all the time. And the problem is you're never going to know if a call's mental health or not ahead of time. Most of the time you don't know until you get there, and even then it's usually too late. The person's usually shot or killed by the cops before you ever even know it was like a mental health, issue. And I have a little experience in this with my friend's brother being shot by the cops. He had a butter knife in his hand. He was schizophrenic, and he wasn't going at them. He was trying to walk around them. He just wanted to be left alone. And they weren't obviously going to leave him alone. So they shot him. He was med flighted, died in a med flight. So bottom line is, yeah, they did release those videos on purpose to mess with this job. Let's be honest here about that. Again, we can't be saying, oh, the corruption's over there, and then not look at the things that other people are doing to just do shitty things. I mean, the bottom line is they absolutely released those videos of him blowing smoke, which again, you'd have to prove is weed. You'd have to prove it's not just a cigarette, that's good luck with that. Unless it's in a system still, which I highly doubt. I mean, you'd have to prove it. But it was just to hurt his job. Like, who cares if he fucking smokes weed? I don't care. It's weed, dude. He was home. Like, he's not on the job. He was at home, No, it absolutely can, Jesse. All the stuff that was said here absolutely can be brought into probate and will be brought into probate. 100%. 100%. I think most people would rather deal with criminal versus fucking probate, because probate just takes anything that they hear as like truth, and doesn't matter what you say. It's you're considered the liar automatically, and whatever anybody else says is the truth. It's a shit show. It's a kangaroo court. It needs a lot of work. Bottom line, Did she have any disciplinary action taken against her while being an officer? I don't think we ever learned if she ever did. So I have no idea. Jail isn't a helpful scenario when it comes to mental health, unfortunately, because they just don't have the right. And for Massachusetts, we do have a men's jail. It's the one I worked at that deals with mental health, but we do not have a female prison for that. There isn't a female prison that is centered strictly around mental health. We don't have that. We only have one for men. And so the prisons here do not have the capacity to deal with actual real life mental health. It's not good care, Heather said I'd say time served, probation, if guilty, good behavior, a couple years. You can see a prescriber once a month. Yeah, once a month for like 15 minutes, It would be Hoover program and McLean's for probate. Well, the probate can make her do all of that. They can say that she has to do mental health classes or whatever. Like that's, yeah, it's evidence. Not in probate. In probate court, it doesn't matter if she was found guilty or not. In probate, they can use this scenario whether she was guilty or not in probate court. It's not criminal court. It's technically civil. So yeah, no, not anymore, Jesse. That's not the way it works anymore. They will and can bring all of this into probate court. Absolutely, 100% they will. I've helped up so many friggin' people when it comes to probate court deal with this over and over and over, and them fighting after they were wrongly accused of something. Then the criminal court dismissed it, but the probate court still pretends as if it's a thing. And they have to continue to fight against a probate court, even though it was dismissed in criminal court. The probate court will say, well, we still think you need to do X, Y, and Z because those are concerning allegations. And regardless of whether you were found guilty of those allegations in criminal court, we have to take precautions for the best interest of the child. So we're going to need you to still do X, Y, and Z. They absolutely will, and they do. It's a fucking shit show. And this is why I say, like, probate court runs like a kangaroo court these days, unfortunately. It just does. It just does, They will use it, regardless of if she's guilty or not. I've had people lose their friggin' parental rights over a case that was dismissed, that they were found not guilty of or was dismissed outright. It's just sad, the whole thing. I mean, they filed an appeal and eventually won, thank God. But they ultimately, like, you have to, if you're gonna appeal even in civil court, like, you better hope that you get a good judge that doesn't just go, meh, don't fucking care and rubber stamp that shit. And that's half the problem we have here in Massachusetts is we have a lot of judges in civil court just rubber stamping shit all over the place. And that's because they're not voted in, right? They're appointed, and then they just stay there until they die, and they can do whatever they want, and they're never held accountable. And that's part of the problem we have with judges here in Massachusetts. My bigger problem here is that we allow the police to police themselves. We allow things like, whatchamacallit, to police itself, government agencies to police themselves, and we know how that works. It doesn't, right? It just simply doesn't work. It simply does not work. Like, look at the case of Justin Group. Within 30 days, they cleared all those officers. They fired, I think it was 15 shots at him. And then when he's down on the ground bleeding, they surround him and fire another 31 shots to someone who is no longer a threat, who is on the ground. 31. Not one officer firing 2 or 3 rounds. And, you know, even though he's on the ground, now he's not moving anymore. 31 fucking rounds. That is beyond excessive. You know, it's crazy, you know? Yeah, it is a very hard web to get out of once you have to deal with that shit, you know? It's, yeah, I don't blame you. It's a shit show. It's a fucking absolute shit show. Hold on 1 second, guys. When is too much is the question, you know? When is too much? Good question. Is that footage? I believe, hold on. I have a bunch of shit in my email. I haven't been through every single piece of it yet, but so, well, no, the judge said whenever he decides, he'll give like a half-hour heads up each. So he did say 2 yesterday, that he would give like an update, I guess, but he said he'll give like a half-hour, you know, heads up essentially, you know. Hold on. There's pictures. I have pictures of it. Let me see if this is the video. There was body cam footage of it that was finally released, and the video doesn't say what the DA's finding says. Let's just put it that way. Yeah, they unloaded on him. Like, they just unloaded on him, right? Like, that's not appropriate in any circumstance. And so for me, why the fuck wasn't anyone already covering this case? Why am I just sort of hearing about this now? And I feel like maybe at the time we had heard someone had been shot. I don't have cable, so, you know, I don't per se watch the news, but I think a lot of this, like, I feel like would have already been covered. And I feel like looking back on what I have on it now that I've gotten recently, it looks like the best guess I can give is people didn't want to cover it because the man had mental health issues. Okay, that doesn't mean shit to me. Because he had mental health issues means what? He deserved to be fucking shot at? Like, no, I'm not, no. Hold on, I'm gonna pull up this article, hold on. I'm gonna pull this up right now. All right, just for a second. Probably gonna get a strike for this later, but I'll fix it later.
Incident where police shot and killed a man in Brookline appeared to contradict the district attorney's report. Footage obtained by the Boston Globe showing no sign that officers involved shouted that Justin Root had a gun before fatally shooting him. The report said only one of the 6 officers had body camera footage and that it was obscured. The Root family is asking for the case to be reopened, and the family did file a wrongful death lawsuit. Root was 41 years old.
I mean, yeah, he could, but if he had a heads up, doubt he'd still in the system, if you know what I mean, right? If he's got a heads up on people like trying to fuck him, or as soon as that footage was released, he could have tried to clean his system. And so then you'd have to prove that it was not, that it was weed and not a cigarette.
Well, also happening today.
Sorry. And then you'd have to prove that it actually fucking mattered. It's legal. So it used to be a lot bigger in court that like, when it first became legal even, the court was like, well, it's still an mind-altering substance. Then the attorneys argued, as they should, that so is a glass of wine. That doesn't make it illegal for anyone to have a glass of wine at night. Like that's, you know what I mean? And the same, when they're at home, they have that right, you know? Yeah, okay, well, fun fact about MCI Framingham and their mental health. It's a fucking joke. How do I know? How would you know that? At least I was in MCI Framingham, okay? I sat in MCI Framingham on a probation violation many moons ago. I also have some friends that, as you guys know, work as COs in various jails and prisons all over the state and in Rhode Island. And it's a joke. All of their health care in MCI Framingham is a fucking joke. A literal joke. Their equipment is from like the 70s. It is bare bones medical anything. You sit there, you talk to someone for 10 minutes and off you go. They don't have any real mental health support, right? Like it's all a fucking joke. It's all a joke. Yeah, they made an entire circle. I have a picture of it, a circle around him and then fucking unloaded. Like, I mean, that is not, how do you find them, you know, like find that a good shooting? And I mean, I'm sorry, but no, just no. The answer is fucking no. Absolutely not. Show you the picture. Hold on. Get this on here. Show this. So here it is. It's not very, it's kind of grainy, this one, but this is where the EMT person comes and this is where they surround him. And that's all the bullets, I'm assuming, right? Yeah, I agree that MCI Framingham is a joke. And you know what it takes to get them to even bring someone to the fucking hospital? Like you can beg, you can plead, you can be really, really sick, and they'll just refuse to bring you to the hospital until basically they know they don't have a choice. Yep. See, that's the stuff, Captain. But imagine not having an amazing lawyer, not having the money to hire an amazing lawyer, right? And then a bunch of bullshit is used as, quote, evidence that should have never been allowed in front of a judge. It's all innuendo, speculation, lies people made up. And that goes in front of a judge to make people look like the worst people on planet Earth. None of it's true. None of it happened. You might even have evidence that proves that it didn't happen, okay? And the judge won't even look at it. That's how probate court works. You can literally say, here, Your Honor, here is the evidence that that didn't happen. I have a receipt to prove I was here when they say I was there, and the judge will refuse to look at it. It's fucking crazy. Yeah, I know it's Morrissey's County. I am not a fan of Morrissey. I never have been. Let's remember that, right? I've made myself very clear. No matter where I fell on the Karen Reed case itself, I was never a fan of Morrissey. I will never be a fan of Morrissey. I grew up in Norfolk County. That is the same county that tried to charge me for a crime they know I didn't commit. Okay? The police report and the witnesses say there was a man on the fucking roof. All right? They knew. They just didn't care, right? Because I used to be an addict, all they cared about was trying to get me on something long after I had been sober. That's all they cared about. They didn't give a fuck about charging someone with a crime they didn't commit. If they could pin it on someone who they wanted so bad, like, fuck out, you know? It's just a shit show, you know? It's a shit show. So I'm not a fan of Norfolk County. Brookline just happens to be in, like, right. What blows my mind the most is how the fuck Brookline ever became Norfolk County, because it goes Norfolk County, like on the outer skirts here, right? And then inside the circle, it's Suffolk County, right? And then randomly sits Brookline in that circle, and then it's also Norfolk County. So it's not connected to any of the rest of Norfolk County. It just doesn't make sense. It should be Suffolk County, period. You know? So, but this, I want to be able to zoom in, but let's see if we can open this another tab and zoom here. Zoom, mother effer, zoom. Want to zoom. It won't let me zoom. Damn it, won't let me zoom. But this, anyway, is the EMT that tries to help him. And then here they are. They surround him, right? And they just unload. He's already on the fucking ground. Why? Only one body-worn camera was recording, but its lens became obstructed, likely by the officer's arm. And the footage goes dark just before and during the shooting. Oh, how convenient. Just 30 days later, the Norfolk District Attorney's Office cleared the 6 officers involved. However, critical evidence, including the EMT's testimony about Justin's condition before he was killed, was excluded from the final report. Many officers met as a group before giving their witness statements, which were recorded 5 days after the shooting. Norfolk County District Attorney report is inadequate, incomplete, and lacks transparency. For over 5 years, the Root family has demanded a thorough, independent investigation free from the bias and influence that have tainted the process. We call for a timely, transparent, and impartial investigation into Justin's death. Why didn't the U.S. Attorney's Office pick it up? Right? Why? Why the fuck didn't the U.S. Attorney's Office? Why didn't the feds look into this? It stinks to high hell. They had no problem picking up the Karen Reed case, but they didn't pick this up. It just doesn't make sense to me, right? Like, something with the U.S. Attorney's Office, in my opinion, stinks to high hell too. And this is part of the reason, right? There's just something not right. Which is why I wouldn't trust Adam Deitch if he fucking paid me. I would not vote that man in if you paid me money to vote him in. Not a chance. He was in the U.S. Attorney's Office. Something shady's going on there. Something shit. Like, no, absolutely fucking not. Yeah, it's just bad. I know that there's footage of the shooting. Let's see if I can locate it. It was obstructed, though, is the problem. And body cam footage released. Here, maybe they're going to play a portion of it here. Hold on. I don't know if they're even going to play it here. It just says released. It's a news station, but we'll see. News stations don't like to play the whole fucking thing, of course. They don't want you to see the whole thing.
An intense scene in February, captured in part by police cameras, revealing new details about the shooting death of 41-year-old Justin Root by police. The shooting itself is not shown. The video turns dark, but you can hear multiple gunshots. A total of 31 shots fired by 6 law enforcement officers, according to a report by the Norfolk District Attorney. The shooting ended an incident that began at Brigham and Women's Hospital, where Boston police were notified about a man with a gun. Investigators say Root showed what appeared to be a weapon, prompting an officer to shoot. An injured Root takes off, launching a chase. New traffic camera video shows his car slamming into several vehicles on Route 9 in Brookline, then coming to a stop.
Scary.
He is seen limping out to a shopping plaza where he falls to the ground, then back up. A woman in the background running toward him to help. But that's when police descend on the scene and the shooting occurs.
So many people loved him. Yes, he struggled with mental illness, but that wasn't him.
Justin Root's sister has filed a wrongful death lawsuit.
He had no weapon out. He didn't bandish anything. He was not a threat. Justin, my family, and the public deserve to have an independent investigation.
Absolutely, they do. Absolutely.
Now, the Norfolk DA found that the shooting was justified, saying that the officers reported seeing Root reach for what appeared to be a gun in his coat. We later learned that was a BB pistol. Meanwhile, Boston police still in the midst of conducting its own investigation into what happened. Live in Brookline, Sarah Condi, WCVB News Center 5.
Boston doesn't do shit in this whole thing, right? Why? Why is that okay? Why is any of what happened to him or his family okay. I mean, you want to talk about maybe sweeping something under the rug, that would deserve attention. That makes sense, right? Some of these other cases that everyone wants a conspiracy to happen in, it doesn't, not every case is a conspiracy, right? We all know that. Not every case is, a lawyer misconduct, officer misconduct or DA covering it up. That's not the case in every case, obviously. I just think, what's this one? Hold on. Let's see what this one is. 12 seconds, yeah. This is just outside the building. Oh, God. You can, just doesn't, the cop falls over it. You can't make this shit up, guys. You fucking can't. Mike had Todd, former officer, there on his show yesterday. And I had asked Mike to ask Todd a question while he was up there. And my question was about the Justin Root case. And he hadn't looked it over, he said, but he had said, get in touch with Mike and I'd come on and, I'll take a look at it and talk about it, which I would love to have Todd on to talk about it because I want to hear from his perspective, how that could have happened, what needs to be done. Even though I know, but like what needs to be done for them to reopen something that clearly is wrong, right? And do something about it, because this whole 30 days, Norfolk County says everything's gravy. No, you fired 31 shots after the man is on the ground. That is excessive. Way fucking excessive. Way excessive. There is no reason on planet Earth that should happen. All the officers firing shots at once.
Today, police body camera footage of a February incident where police shot and killed a man in Brookline appear to contradict the district attorney's report.
No, this is the one that says it appears to contradict.
In Brookline appear to contradict the district attorney's report. Footage obtained by the Boston Globe showing no sign that officers involved shouted.
I showed you guys that one already. Oh God, if she's found guilty. Well, if Kelsey's found guilty, I think you're going to see a lot of outrage, a lot of anger issues, a lot of screaming about corruption. I think you're going to see a lot of that in general with these people. I think people who are rational understand that the gun was in her hand, right? So again, just like the judge said, it's not about, all they have in front of them to answer is, even for a millisecond did she raise that gun towards him? Even for a millisecond. Not if she brought it, in order to bring it to your head, you have to bring it up, right? And so this is why I said a jury trial would have given her the best fucking odds of being found not guilty. If you are a defense attorney and you're trying to have your client be found not guilty, what do? What's your best defense on that? It's not a bench trial. It's not a fucking bench trial. Hey, Pat, that's okay. Listen, girl, I was late this morning too. I was like 20 minutes late this morning myself. Don't you worry. I was late too. So it was brought to my attention this morning that Ethel had a little meltdown yesterday, and she was being a bully to her moderator. Like, listen, you got a problem with something your moderator's doing or something that your moderator is saying, right? That's when you have a private conversation with them, right? That's not when you take it upon yourself to try to turtle boy the person and shit on them, right? That's not a thing. You don't do that. But I guess in Ethel Machado's world, it's totally appropriate to shit on someone who is your mod for a period of time, and then you don't like something they said or did. Now, I have no idea what it is that she is mad about. Let's put it that way. I have no idea what she's so angry about. Okay? No clue whatsoever why she's so fucking angry at the mod. Yeah, no one can leave her, apparently. You're not allowed to do that, apparently. You know? You're just not allowed to do that. So, let's see. Let's see. I'm trying to find it for you guys. Hold on. Unless someone knows a timestamp on this. Hold on. She just recounts court as if people couldn't watch it themselves. Oh, okay. So she goes into it because someone asks who it is. Oh boy. Okay. I think I might have found it. Okay. Let's just throw on the warning here that this is mean girl behavior. It is bully behavior. This is not behavior that you do. This is what you don't do. Okay. If you are someone who runs a channel like myself, this is what you don't do. You do not shit on your moderators or former viewers simply for funsies. Now, if they did something really bad, like really horrible, maybe you say something. Otherwise, you have a private fucking conversation. All right? Private conversation. That's what you have, like a normal human being. But some of these people cannot be normal human beings. Instead, they need to be TV simps. And therefore, that means it's time to shit on and bully everyone they can if you don't agree with them or fall in line with what they want. Now, listen, I am not someone who likes being told what to do. All of my moderators know. Telling me how to run my channel, that's a no-go. That's a no-go, right? I do things for a reason. Even if I don't tell you what the reason is, I do things for a reason. They all know this, right? So they don't attempt to tell me what I should do, what I shouldn't do, why I should, why I shouldn't, because I have my own reasons for why I do each and everything, right? So my mods don't do that. They know better. If there is something they do that I don't like afterwards, guess what I do? I go, hey guys, this is what we're gonna do. This is what we're not gonna do. Because if we do this and I allow this, then this is gonna happen. So let's not do that. Let's do this, right? That's what you do. You have a private conversation and you don't always have to be mad, bro. They don't read your mind, right? So sometimes they might do something you don't like. Or maybe Jess is mad because Cyber Chick simply doesn't agree with her and some of her Looney Tunes friends. Like Cecil the turtle, you know, Cecil the sewer turtle. Let's see what she has to say that was so important that she do this on a live stream. What pisses me off the most, I think, are people encourage her by like super chat, super stickers, and they're like, yes, Jess, please spill all the tea. And it's like, do any of you care that she's hurting someone and trying to humiliate someone simply because they might not agree with her or her friends? Like, that's all. And clearly this person didn't have a public conversation, right? Clearly this person had, yeah, she has her own show as far as I know. I don't know if it's new or not, but yeah, as far as I know, she has her own show.
We'll talk about it later. She lost a lot of viewers. Well, wherever she is right now, that's exactly where she's going to stay. It will not go up. There's a reason.
There's a reason.
Who was wearing jeans and a hoodie in the press box? Probably Log Girl.
Okay.
Hold on. She's in the chat. I want to find it.
Oh, so if the person I want to humiliate is
That's
in the chat, let's
crazy.
humiliate
That's
them.
crazy.
Like what?
Like, I didn't do anything to that lady.
Oh boy.
That's nuts, dude. That, no good deed. No good.
Not for nothing too, but Ethel, you probably shouldn't just be taking anybody's word in a chat for anything. A lot of times the troll will come in and try to stir shit up by just saying something that isn't true, right? So you should probably know by now to not just read something from chat and be like, oh, that happened? That's horrible. Like, common sense, dude. Common sense.
Good deed.
Good deed. Like she does good deeds. That's amazing to me. What good deeds does this one do?
That's wild to me. I have to work through my feelings about that.
I can't. And of course, here these people are making fun of her. Stage 4 clinger. Stop stealing my fucking. Okay, these people.
Twitter.
You know, I've noticed quite a bit that a lot of these people will hate watch me and then they steal the shit that I say and then they go to these people's shit and say it. First of all, it's stage 5 fucking clinger, okay? Number 1. Number 2, stop biting my fucking shit.
Hold on.
You promoted her channel. Well, if she's your mod and she had a channel, yeah.
I promoted her channel so much. Every viewer she had was from my channel, and I'm happy to do it. But not when I'm being mistreated and like now there's some sort of funny thing going on here.
Oh, she's being mistreated now, right? The larger channel who bullies people is being mistreated. You can't make this shit up. I couldn't make it up if I tried. Where's your face? Why are we looking at it?
Thank you. I got it.
I shut my camera off once in a blue moon when I got to get up and do something and I'm still listening. And or when I'm eating and I'm still at the desk. And I don't just shut it off all the time. Like, there are people who strictly stream with their video off, and that's totally okay. I mean, they don't want to show their face. But if you're someone who does often show yourself on stream, I don't get the understanding of shutting it off for fucking 3 hours at a time. Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. I was just about to say, all of her viewers came from the turtle and the glare, and all glare's viewers came from the turtle. So it's like, the lack of self-awareness and hypocrisy is amazing. I'm going to let this run for a second. It might hurt your ears to listen to a lot of gaslighting and lies, but I really need to re-up my coffee in my beautiful pink cups that I got from you amazing people. I took a picture of my coffee bar sign, guys. I did. I took a picture of it and I'm going to send it to Jessie right now so that she can send it to me. And I can show you guys what it looks like because it looks amazing. Okay. But I'm going to send it to Jessie right now when I go heat up some more coffee. So without further ado, here's your gaslighting for the day by none other than Ethel Machado. Also, I have not mentioned this today because, well, I was late and I was not focused. I was focused on this. I was focused on the stream, on the trial. So if you would like to support the channel, today is Thursday, my friends, and I would be more than happy. Oops. Sorry, I'm trying to send this picture too. To have your amazing support. Liking the channel is free. Subscribing to the channel is free. Hyping the channel when I'm not live anymore is free. All of those things are free. And then we have the more direct routes, which are, of course, appreciated from all of you. We have Venmo, Cash App, PayPal. We have a link. Our untwisted chats are at the top. You can click on it, enter any amount you want. You can write a whole paragraph in that one. I don't read anybody's real names for safety purposes. So if you do it, make sure you put your, you can just write anonymous if you want to be anonymous, or write your screen name in there so I can properly thank you. I appreciate any and all support. If you haven't got yourself a membership, get yourself a membership. Jessie, I just sent you these 2 pictures. Can you please email these to me when you get a second? My love, appreciate you. Okay. Yeah, it's a sign that Marcia got me for my coffee bar, the little pink coffee bar thing she got me. It's a sign that says Coffee Queen and it is neon, and I put it right behind the coffee bar and it looks amazing. Well, we knew that. She wants the turtle and Nurse Kim. And I mean, to be fair, all of these people are really siphoning off the turtle, which is well and good. And, you know, I guess bring in the money while you can, because once his trial comes and everything is revealed, all of the things that have been happening behind closed doors and how ugly some of these people are on the fucking inside. I don't mean on the outside, I literally mean on the inside, and the very horrific, horrible things that they do to people. It's all going to come out. It's all going to come out. I also have to take a conspiracy piece, so I'll be right back. But if you want to support the channel, all the ways are on the screen. You can also get yourself membership, or you can gift memberships. We have super chats and super stickers as well. I'm going to play this. I'm going to go take my conspiracy pee, and I'm going to heat up my coffee because it's going to be a long day with you guys. So you got to give me just a few minutes. You got to listen to Ethelyn Shadow do her gaslighting.
Hey, Jess Machado, responding to your chat in my live last night. I appreciate you reaching out. At this point, I think it's best we go our separate ways. Wishing you and everyone here all the best. Right. Let me just take a quick peek at something. She's a mod for others. Is her show good? Go listen. Come back and let us know. I need to take a peek at something. Hold on. All right. So that's pretty much, let me just take a peek. I'm doing a little recon work right now. 1,102 subscribers. Screenshot that. That's where we're going to stay. I'm going to do Bunny after. Did somebody just say Aiden's going live tonight? Did I see that? All right, here's what I want to say about the cyber chick thing. If you're here for Kelsey post hearing, we have finished it for now. We're done. I'm going to say this. I'm going to talk like literally if I'm talking about everything else in my life, completely off the cuff. I'm not off the cuff. I'm not thinking about this. Do you know what really, really gets me going about the cyber chick situation? What really gets me going about this is that I actually oh, hold on, I'm distracted by something. Hold on, I can't. Okay. Somebody one day remind me and say, why were you distracted in the middle of your live stream on this day? Not today, not tomorrow, but like next week. Somebody bring it up. Let's come up with a code word for it. Let the code word be something. What do you want the code word to be? Let's come up with a code word. Just so we can come back to it, because I want to remind you of something. Pineapple. Fine. Code word pineapple. Whatever. Come back to this. Okay. So here's what's got me going about the cyber chick thing. This is how I really feel. I really didn't like her. I really didn't like her. I didn't like some of the things that she was texting me. But I disciplined myself to say, think the better of a person. It's okay that not everything about a person is perfect. You don't have to like everything about them. They aren't going to always say things that you agree with. This is a business decision. This is someone who seems capable. Put your feelings aside, Jessica, about the kind of person that she seems to be, and just maintain the professional relationship you have with her As long as that stays okay, then you have no grounds to say anything. But when she would text me things, I wouldn't like them. Also, I wouldn't screenshot them or send them to anybody. I didn't tell anybody. I just fucking kept it to myself. And that's what's making me so upset is that I like handled Cyber Chick differently than I handle everybody else. I handled her differently. I felt like I should give a person like that a little bit more respect and whatever. Meanwhile, she was shit talking people or even kind of like trying to influence me, I think, looking back at these. You'll know because I'm going to read you every screenshot. I'm going to read you every text message now. That's exactly where we're going. I'm literally going to you, and then to watch her grow, I genuinely was happy that she was seeing success. I was so genuinely proud. Also proud of myself that I elevated a person to get to that point. She consistently credited me with her success, thanking me. If it wasn't for me, she wouldn't have, thank you. I'm so happy. Thank you. And then only to be treated this way. And in the end, it almost makes me feel like, fuck it. I am just going to be.
So what she's really saying is, I liked the credit. I liked the credit she was giving me. I liked hearing that. I didn't like anything she said to me. I don't like anything she said to me, but I was genuinely happy I could elevate someone, even though I didn't like the things she was saying to me. And I'm happy to elevate her. Get the fuck out of here with that. What she liked was the pat on the back. Oh, all my people came over to support you. Yay, you're giving me credit publicly. Yay, I need that pat on the back. Yay. Like, stop it. Stop. Like, let's be honest, exactly what Jess is kind of bitching about here, which is that this girl, basically what Jess is mad about, from what I'm hearing and she's not saying, is she's mad this girl made her own channel and took, some of her viewers to do it. Okay, Jess, you did the same thing. You did the same fucking thing. You did the same thing. Yeah, I mean, come on, let's be honest. And that's part of her problem when she says that too. Like, I'm going to get ahead of. The problem with getting ahead of things, Jess, is people can't know about them before you say it. So I love when she does that. Well, I'm getting ahead of it by doing this. No, you're not. People already knew it was coming. That's not getting ahead of it, dude. That's being forced to out yourself. That's not getting ahead of it. That's outing yourself because you're forced to. Like that. Come on, man. I think a code word should be, this is a fucking clown show. So you don't like her anymore. You don't like the things she said. You think she was trying to influence you. And so therefore, that gives you the right to read all of her text messages to your rabid followers who are going to shit on everything she says and why she says it. If you have private text messages with someone and you're just releasing them because it's fun for you, you're a shitty fucking human being. I could have released a lot of text messages and DMs and messages between me and a lot of the turtle writers way back in the beginning. I chose not to do that because it doesn't serve a purpose. The purpose would be to humiliate someone else. And regardless of if they tried to harm me, I am not that kind of person. I will use things myself if I have to defend myself, and that is the only time I will use something if I have to defend myself. Other than that, I ignore it, and that's it. I am not going to use private text messages because I don't talk to someone anymore. That is fucking gross. I don't have to talk to them anymore. That doesn't mean the world needs to hear everything they said and why, and then me narrating why they said it. I don't know why they said it. I'm not them. So to narrate why someone would have said something or what state of mind they were in or what you believe their motives are to say it is just fucking wrong. Right? And I'm not going to speculate on that. But here we have Jess, knowing she's got nothing else to talk about. She's done with talking about Kelsey for the day. So what do we do now? Well, let's bully someone. Let's bash someone. And again, she reads the little message that she sent her, which was like, hope everything goes well for you. I think we should just go our separate ways. I wish the best for you and everyone else. Okay, cool. If she vented privately, so what? People get frustrated, they vent privately. It happens, Jess. I mean, you do it all the fucking time. Just FYI. And just so you know, all the things you tell the turtle, he tells everyone else. Yeah, he says you bitch too much. You whine too much, she said. And he doesn't have time for your bullshit. That you need to deal with it yourself and stop bringing every tiny little thing to him because he's fucking annoyed with it. But what do I know? I mean, how would I know that? You know? Gee, I'm just a know nothing, no one.
The rogue fucking beast animal I normally am, because what difference does it make? We always end up in the exact same position. You can't trust bitches. So there's that.
Maybe, Jess, you're the common denominator. Maybe you're hurting people like you're doing, right? And what is your choice? Instead of walking away slowly and quietly, right? And just saying, cool, you go your separate way, I'll go mine, and ending it there. What does Jess do? Well, she needs to humiliate someone. It's fucking gross.
Like,
you want to talk about calling out bad behavior. This isn't calling out bad behavior. This is shitting on someone who's not a mod anymore because you didn't like what they said. Now all of a sudden you didn't like what they said? Oh, got it. Really, what it sounds like is a bitching and whining fest. Is this what people pay for? A bitching and whining fest and bullying other people? I mean, I know that's what they pay for when they go to Aiden and send him money, but I mean, really? Right? Listen, I can't say shit. I'm broke. Okay? I'm broke. But I also don't have 10,000 sewer turtle followers following me, or 20,000 sewer turtle followers following me and sending me all kinds of money. Also, can somebody please fill me in on why she chose to get a hotel for 3 days instead of just driving, even if it's a long drive? If I had a car, I would just drive. That saves hundreds and hundreds of dollars to just fucking drive, even if it's inconvenient, even if it's a long drive. You don't need to be in a La Quinta for 3 days.
we're going to do this in real time. I'm not ready to go in yet. I'm not ready. Just because she came in and she's listening.
Even if I had money, I wouldn't just be wasting it. You know what I mean? It just doesn't make sense. Oh, she decided that the parking was a scam, so she therefore shouldn't have to pay for it? Interesting.
First communication, November 17th. She deposited a message, voicemail. Jessica, this is Cyberchick Boston, aka Cheryl. Listen, hun, I'm sending you love. I'm glad you didn't answer. First of all, you got to get your number off the internet. There's so
Why do you have to put her real fucking name out there, bro? Why? Why would you? Why? Why, bro? Why? I don't understand. Just why? I don't get it. I don't understand. I don't get it. I just don't understand at all. Hold on one second, guys. You could still see, here's the decorum, right? The decorum when you're a content creator is to never use someone's real name if they don't use it. So if I never used my real name and I only went by Untwisted Tragedies, then that is what people would address me as. Even if you know my, you would not use my real name. That is a decorum of creators. It's part of doxing. You don't use someone's real name if they do not use it. I use my first name. So I don't care when people say Elise because I use my first name on my stream. So people know who I am, right? But to then use this lady's fucking first name, right? What the fuck is wrong with you, bro? And to be fair, that last part, you need to get your phone number off the internet. She's right, dude. But again, Jess gave out her whole phone number and address to everybody so they could all send her unboxings, right? Now, don't get me wrong. I love a good unboxing. I love it because it's very personal and someone had to personalize that box and think about you, right? And what you might like. And I love that. That means a lot. But I don't just share my address with the whole internet to see how many unboxings I can get, right? I share it with people who I trust, because otherwise you start getting trolls sending things to your house, weird people showing up to your fucking house. It becomes a safety issue. Same with your phone number. Now, my phone number, I don't really care much about. I mean, I don't just share it with everyone, but it's less important to me than my address. So, you know, I can also block a number or change my number. You know, you can't just change your address. You know what I'm saying? But this just behavior just goes to show, like, oh, you know, let's just, and he says, oh, well, she's in there listening. So you're too afraid to just read it all while she's there listening because you want to do it behind her back? Because make no mistake about it, when I say something, I assume automatically that the sewer turtle is lurking, and I want him to know that I don't give an actual fuck, and that I am speaking directly to him and his sewer crew of minions who have no problem hurting other people. They don't fucking care. I'm hoping we do get a verdict today. I'm, you know, keeping an eye out, obviously. We'll see. That's up to the judge. But I think we will, but you never know. But as soon as we do, we'll be right back in the courtroom as soon as the verdict comes in.
So many crazies out there. Yeah. I'm halfway through your YouTube 24/24. I just want to say, send you love and say, listen, I'm the polar opposite of you. I'm a liberal. I'm a feminist, and I fucking love your show. Don't let this woman influence you. Brush it off. Turtle Boy has video of himself masturbating on the internet, but I do feel you. I've gone through many highs and lows in my career, and I know how emotion it is. I know how you're feeling. I was looking forward to your political show. I learned from you. I like Baker. Oh, I like the baker. I don't like, I mean, I hate to be labeled as a Democrat or, you know, far, far left. It's just that you bring that to me to give, I can't really understand this, blah, 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 blah.
She does understand it. She just want to read it because it's mundane and it's not exciting.
Then she sends me a message. It's Cyber Chick Boston Cheryl here. Keep going. Don't let her change your course. As a fellow, very small YouTuber, I can mod until 1:30. I have a meeting after that. Also, I'm passionate about lifting women up. Call if you need to talk. It might be easier to talk to someone not close to you. I'm really fucking pissed at her. Stay strong. I don't remember who she's talking about.
Of course you don't. Conveniently, right? Conveniently.
On November 20th, I would happy to show you how I set up my office into a YouTube space. It's so nice to do it at home. So this was after things like went down. And she was my guest on my show. She was going to be a guest on my show. I let her on. Blah, 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 blah. I let her on. Then she said, I just listened to your show. I can book this with my points. I don't take no either. And she sent me her Marriott points for the hotel in Newport. It's just a donation to your show, like a sponsor. I didn't respond.
You know, she sent me her hotel points and I didn't respond. The fucking audacity, okay? Because she's being an asshole, Panda. She's being an asshole. Cyber Chick left her a message saying, listen, I think it's best if we go our separate ways, but I wish you well. I wish everyone on your channel well. So she sent a nice little, you know, we should probably go our separate ways message, like, whatever. That's all that needed to happen. Could have been the end of it right there, but no. Jess has to grift. She has to make the minions give her money for this. And it's really fucking disgusting. So she gives her points, or hotel points. Yeah, hotel points, and just doesn't respond as the person's like, this is a gift for you, or your show, like for you, and the gifts for Newport, right? This is what pisses me off the most about some of these fucking people, is they just don't appreciate a goddamn motherfucking thing. You can give them the world and everything in it, and they still would never fully appreciate it. It's like, cool, you left me your points? I'll leave that right there. I don't even really need to respond. Fuck it. Appreciate you. Thanks. Right? Like, what? You don't respond to, like, that is points they racked up by spending a lot of money, dude, right? And they're giving them to you as a gift, and you can't even respond. Like, that just rubs me the whole wrong way, right? Like, I don't make a ton of money on my small channel. She's much bigger because, well, as soon as she started, she had all the turtle writers come in, right, and fill in that gap. I don't have that, right? But someone did something kind like that for you. Like, I'm be honest here. This last 2 weeks has not been great for the channel. This last month has not been great, especially this last week. Everyone's streaming the trial, so all of my viewers are like all over the place, you know, at this channel, at that channel. They're bouncing back and forth, which I totally get. Hey, Shay, they're bouncing everywhere. They're all over the place, right? So I understand it, right? But that's a big give, you know, like that's a big give. That's a big give, is to give your hotel points to someone so they can use for a trip. You know, I do the one couple day trip to Saco every year, and that's it, right? And even that, to come up with the money to do that is a struggle. It's a struggle bus. So if somebody just handed me over their hotel points to go somewhere, and then someone else filled in the gap by giving me the money to do it, like, how can you not be the most grateful person on planet Earth? Like, I'd be there on that vacation buying like gifts, like little, you know, gifts, whether it was a necklace or like a handmade sign or something for the people that did that for me, to bring them back from that trip. Like, I mean, that's just the way that my mind, you know, works, like, for some reason. I just feel like if I can't do much but say thank you, I feel like thank you is not always enough, right? And I know sometimes it's all we have is a thank you, but I feel like sometimes it's just not enough, and I want to show my appreciation in another way. Sometimes it's just by making sure I keep in touch with people, right? Like, making sure that they know that I appreciate them, not just as a donor, but as a friend, because a lot of my relationships turn into friendships because I like people. I like people, you know? But she couldn't even be bothered to message her back after she sends her the fucking hotel points. I mean, what? What?
Then she sent me a message. I'll keep monitoring social media for you all day. Sorry you have to deal with horrible people. Get me a wrench. I'll take those posts down in a second. Sparkly heart, sparkly heart. Remember, I unsubscribed 3 times and I love you. She apparently unsubscribed to me 3 times and came back. I ignored that message as well.
Just ignoring
Then
you.
she sent me a message on December 12th. Cybersecurity alarms going off. Ray doesn't go on camera. Huge red flag. He could be an 80-year-old granny. Sus as fuck.
You could.
And I said, crazy. She goes, just makes me nervous. I said, yeah. She goes, he has more subs than me. What the fuck? I laughed at that. She goes, haha, at least you're never a train wreck. Jesus.
Well, that's not true. We know that.
And I said, what a total disaster. She sounds more drunk by the minute. I don't know who that was about. Maybe Jen Altman? I don't know. Sunday, December 14th. I'm sure you've seen this, but
no offense, but why is everything Jen Altman? Like, I mean, Jess, she's not going to fuck you. All right. Like, why are you obsessed with Jen Altman? Like, I just want to know. Like, what? She's not going to fuck you, Jess. I don't get it. Okay. Magic said Jess went into Cyber's chat after leaving a few messages unanswered for Cyber, saying she wanted her to call her. For what? So she can put her on the show and humiliate her some more? Like, what? For what? You know? Cyber said, okay. Cyber went into her chat saying, let's just go our separate ways. Cyber was calm, just sat in her car, triggered, reading all their messages. Oh, for fuck's sake. That's what makes sense to me. Oh, thank you, Pat. No, because I am. That's why. There's a difference. Like, you know, even when I'm having a bad week, and I've had a bad week, like, even when I'm having a bad week, like, I'm extremely grateful for what I get, even if it's very little, because no one has to go out of their way for me, you know? No one has to do that. And so if they choose to, it means something to me. A lot of these people, it's just like another drop in the bucket for them. You know, they just don't give a shit. They think they're owed it. You're not owed anything, right? You hope that you put enough hard work and, you know, detective skills and your knowledge and your experience into some of these cases that people appreciate you, enthusiasm, and how you turn it into content for them, how you engage with your audience, how you make a community, how you do X, Y, and Z. And you can only hope enough that it's good enough, right? That it's good enough to keep your channel running, that people will want to donate, that people will want to subscribe, that people will want to get a membership, that people will want to stay and watching you and be with you every day like most of you are. And I appreciate that. But with these people, when they run out of things to talk about, it's just about bashing the next person. It's shit. You don't have to, you could just go your separate way. You don't have, she doesn't have to be a mom anymore, and you don't have to talk about it, right? Like, that's, I mean, come on. It might be an overused word, but it's what they believe. You know, I fully believe a lot of these people have the same, like, cluster B personality types. Will, Jess, Aiden, where everything they think is owed to them. And that reflects in their private messages that most of you don't see. That was my stomach. That most of you might see when it comes to Aiden's trial. You know, and nothing is private. Like, imagine then trying to have a private conversation with her, knowing that if you just say one thing she doesn't like, she's going to make the whole thing public, which is what Aiden does, which is why I can't believe anybody would try to give him any information on any case at this point, because he keeps absolutely nothing private. I can say with pride that I do not take messages from people and read them publicly, even if I don't like you anymore, because it just doesn't serve a purpose. The only time I do that, I've ever done that, is if I need to defend myself against someone lying and I have proof of it. That's it. And that has been very, very fucking rare, because sometimes I just completely ignore it knowing it's a lie and I don't even need to pull out a receipt. Like, you know what? I don't care because you're lying. So it's that simple. Fuck off. I'm not taking up any more of my time with someone who's lying, you know? So you got to make something private. It just clearly nothing is, you know? She kind of is a mini him. I mean, why? I mean, everything is all, she's just obsessed with Altman. It's fucking weird. Like, it's fucking weird, bro. Seeing Bradel in action always makes me realize how screwed he is. It's amazing, in my opinion. It's fucking totally amazing. All right, here we go with the rest of this shit show. Let's see.
Aiden called Meredith last night. Jesus, he is a train wreck. And that Bettero is off his case because he's sleeping with Lindsay. Hope it's wrong. Reporting live from my couch and fireplace, LOL. And I went, LOL. I said, I want to let you know I thought about it and I would like to add you as a mod. No need for the room as compensation. Use the platform to get some recognition for your channel. You know how I run things, so just stick to that and follow Lauren's lead. Thank you for being such a wonderful supporter of my work. She goes, keep in mind, I'm not a journalist. I said, I will add you in the morning. Then she responds, thank you. I'm adding more episodes this week, so great timing. And yes, take the fucking room. If not now, I will, if not in the future, I will use my points.
I can't. Yes, from A to B. I have always thought he's a shit show. And I said it, you weren't here earlier, but as I said earlier, I think this is just a preview to the nonsense we're going to see in Aiden's case. And what I find so funny about it is the judge that Aiden has is not going to put up with 75% of what this judge gracefully put up with when it comes to Bradel. He'll be shutting that shit down like immediately. So I cannot honestly wait to see that, you know, ship sink. These idiots, Harold and the Purple Crayon and the, you know, no ethics Whiskey Tim have sunk Aiden's battleship.
I'm really a legitimate security professional. I had no idea how cray-cray this world is, so you need to do verification. She sent me her LinkedIn. I said, I believe you.
Wait a second. This is back when she was like making people send her the links to their like profiles and shit so that they could become a mod. What I find so crazy about that is, yeah, let me give, you know, Timu fucking sewer turtle all of my private information so that when she gets mad, like right now, that I don't want to be a part of her channel anymore, she just goes through my personal life and uses it as a weapon. I would never make my mods give me all of their personal information. Okay? Ever. They're mods. I can give them whatever access I want. I can give them top access. I can give them bottom access. I can give them middle access. I can take them off right now if I don't feel like they're trustworthy. Why do I need all of that? They can't do anything that I can't undo, right? They might do something that I don't know about and then someone brings it to my attention and I check, but they can't do anything that I can't undo. You know what I mean? Right? Like a lot of people just wouldn't fucking mod. That's just weird. Like that's fucking weird. To be fair though, I already, you know, the coinky thing was I already knew your husband's family that I grew up with. So that was like the coincidence there with me and you. But like, what the, like, I cannot imagine someone being like, I'm going to need you to send me all your personal information, probably, you know, picture of your license. I need to know you're you. Why does it matter who they are? If they're just modding in your chat, why the fuck does it matter? You can give them just access to boot people out of the chat, and you can undo that if there's a problem, right? So why would you need all that personal information on them? That makes no sense. You've given your address and your phone number out to the entire fucking internet. Why in the actual fuck would you need any of that information on your mods? That's fucking weird.
But I did look at her LinkedIn. She goes, and don't.
Of course you did.
And stop giving out your number. Then she said, hot take, because I'm not working today. I stumbled onto Law Girl's Catfish show, and what the fuck? I met Amanda and her daughter at Kim's coffee event that had about 10 people. Amanda was trashy, and honestly, who brings their 15-year-old daughter to Aiden's wine event? It gave me icky vibes.
Yeah, it's probably not a smart idea to bring your 15-year-old daughter to a adult wine event. Just saying. Also, if she's 15, why can't she stay home by herself? Is there an issue there? Hello, nice to meet you. I play pickleball. Welcome. Yeah, I agree from A to B. Federer's a shit show. So, I mean, we're waiting for, obviously, the verdict on the Fitzsimmons case at the moment. So while we're waiting for that, if you're just joining us, we are going over the mean girl behavior of Ethel Machado yesterday when her mod decided she just wanted to go her separate way. She kind of left a message and Ethel lost her ever-loving fucking mind. So that's where we're at in this. And the point here is it would have been simple for Jess to just walk the fuck away. In the same way that it would have for her to just leave LTL alone or leave Nan the fuck alone. Instead, she had to Temu sewer turtle the shit and pretend that it's this outrageous, crazy thing and all these people are villains and bad. Mind you, this is the same fucking behavior that she had no problem. Yeah, I don't know if necessarily she quit. She left the message saying like, hey, I think it's just best if we go our separate ways. You know, I wish you well. I wish your channel well. And that was pretty much it, right? So like, she didn't leave some shitty message like, I quit, fuck you, you suck, right? She just was like, maybe it's time we go our separate ways, right? And it could have just been left at that. That's it. It could have been left at that. It just simply could have. That could have been it, right? That could have been the end of it. I don't understand why you would need to read every fucking goddamn message this person has. It just doesn't make sense to me. It's shitty behavior. It's just mean. It's fucking mean. You know, it's mean. Now people know these people are homeless or were last year. You know, not a secret that I actually had to be in a family shelter at one point, right? And that was due to Aiden. That was because of his mountain of lies that he placed of top of me, right? Because he couldn't just be honest about his own shit and the fact that I didn't lie for him. So I became a villain because I didn't lie for him. It's not my job to lie for him or anybody else, you know? Well, that's the problem. You should be able to go and come and go from a channel. You know, I don't get it. There are plenty of people, I'm sure, that come or go from my channel. I don't need to track them down and shit on them. It's not necessary in any way, shape, or form, unless they're out to actually harm me in my real life in the way that the sewer turtle does. And some of his minions, like this person, behind closed doors, the way they plot and they scheme to put fake charges on people, to have other people harass people, to make fake accounts to harass people simply because you don't agree with them, you don't want to follow them anymore, you don't agree with the things that they're doing. This is the behavior. Why would anybody give Jess any information? All you have to do is not follow her anymore or her not like something you say, and then this is the treatment that you'll get. Oh, Cyber responded to Jess in Jess's chat. Just as Jess showed up in her chat requesting Cyber call her. Obviously, Cyber didn't want to respond. I don't blame her. It could have just been ended there. You know, like, I wish you the best. It's best we go our separate ways, you know? And it is a pattern. It's definitely a pattern. But you shouldn't have to be with these people and blindly following them, or they dump you like trash, or, you know, you leave them and they dump and trash you. That shouldn't be how it is, right? Again, there's probably plenty of people who come and go from my channel. That's totally fine. That's their prerogative. I don't need to track them all down and shit on them. I don't need to do that. I simply don't. First of all, it would be a waste of fucking time. Secondly, all that does is hurt people. It doesn't make sense. It just, I mean, but the sad part about that, Deneen, is it does, right? It does bring clicks and money and views and donations and subscribers and memberships. It does. That's the sad part, right? And obviously I'll do my part to change that in this atmosphere, I guess. But I'm only one person. I'm only one small channel. I can't do it by myself. Let's put it that way. I can't do it alone. I can't do it by myself. I can't do it without support. And so this is just crazy. And like, as long as this is what brings money and not being an honest human being or calling out this shitty shit and trying to correct it, as long as that brings money and this doesn't, it'll stay like that. This is what people will gravitate towards. They will gravitate towards doing what she's doing to make more money. If you put her channel and say I'm wherever, whatever amount of subscribers she has, and my channel, and she's making way more money with the bullying and hate, then anyone else making a channel is going to do that and not this, right? You have to have some serious restraint and integrity, ethics, and boundaries to not do this for more money, especially if you're in a scenario where you can't, like, for instance, some people start channels who have a ton of money to start a channel, right? They already make a ton of money outside of like their YouTube. And so or their family does. And so their family subsidizes them starting like the whole studio setup, the whole thing. And they start a channel and they can just subsidize paying for everything on their own. They don't have to worry about anything, right? And that's all well and good, but some of us don't have that option, right? Most of us live paycheck to paycheck like the rest of America. And so we don't have the option to do that. We have to make the money to be able to pay to keep the channel going. And so if people starting in this see that this kind of behavior is going to make them enough money to pay for what they need to pay for to run the channel and enough money to pay their bills and put groceries in their fridge and, you know, pay their cable and electric and gas and, you know, internet and all that, like, then they're going to do this and not that. Right. And so we have to fix that. We have to fucking fix that. If we don't show people that that isn't gonna win, then we allow it to, right? And so I have to just hope that other people who start channels have a little bit of integrity, a little bit of kindness, a little bit of understanding and lines and boundaries that they won't cross to do this kind of stuff, and that they'll be where what I do, which is not engage in that, right? Not hurt people on purpose just because you're fucking upset or mad about something. Go vent to a friend, dude. Okay, call a friend on the phone and vent to a fucking friend. This public trying to humiliate someone or shit on them simply because they don't want to watch you anymore or whatever. I mean, it's not necessary, dude. It's not. It's just fucking not. It's not. I mean, I have no idea about any of that, but I wouldn't doubt it, you know? Oh, yep, I forgot about that. She did listen to that recording. And that's very true. When you disseminate wiretapping, you can be charged with dissemination of wiretapping. And to be fair, you're right. If they chose to, they absolutely could investigate for dissemination of wiretapping and charge for that. They absolutely could, you know? All because the mod commented no name calling, please. I mean, don't you want to encourage that though? I don't get it. Like, why do you want to encourage people to shit on strangers? People they don't even know. You know? Yeah, you got to give her, you know, your social security number, your date of birth, your license number. Yeah, no, not normal. You got to give me that too, Benny. Got to give me that too, apparently. Just to be my friend, I'm going to need your social security number, your date of birth, your credit score, how much money you make. You know, most people who know me as a person, and Benny can tell you because he knows me as a person, he's been to my house, he knows me. Well, he hasn't been to the new house, he's been to the old house, but I don't give a shit if you have 2 cents to rub together or you have a ton of money. That doesn't determine whether I'm your friend or not, right? I have friends who have nothing and I have friends who have something, right? It doesn't determine whether someone's my friend, what they can give me or what they can't give me. Sometimes I need a little pep talk, and just that I'm grateful for, right? Sometimes I need people to give me a little pep, right? A little, you know, don't worry, Lisa. It's just, you gotta keep doing what you're doing. And sometimes I'm just like, I've been doing, right? Like when, you know, you feel like, fuck, dude, I've been screaming this to the abyss for so long. At what point do people start listening and getting it? And they aren't listening and getting it at this point, right? Like they're backing away from the mean girl behavior, but then you still have thousands and thousands of people that just believe whatever comes out of these people's mouths. This bullying type behavior. If you replace this lady cyber chick's name with any of the other people Jess has done this to, LTL, Nan, like She didn't give it. I mean, what did Nan gave her? I think Jess said it was $500 to start her studio. And what did she do with that $500? She bought 2 white chairs. You know what I would have done with that $500? I would have bought a really good camera, right? Number one, and it wouldn't have cost $500, but I would have bought a decent camera, a decent microphone, a decent desk, right? Could have bought all that with the $500 and decent lighting. Not 2 chairs. Now, if I didn't need any of those things and I already had those things, right? Then make sure you have a good computer, right? That's important. And that's probably one of the most expensive things you can get is a good computer, right? If I had all that and I didn't need that and it needed to be background things that I needed to fill in, 2 chairs for $250 a piece? No fucking chance. You can refurbish 2 chairs for fucking $50 a piece, right? Like, no, maybe pay off all the things that you need to pay off to make the thumbnails, to make music, to like do all the things that you need to run to stream, pay off all of those for a few months so that you're not having to worry about that cost, right? Like there are a million things she could have done and she bought 2 fucking white chairs. That's what she bought, 2 white chairs. And then I'm told she left them there. I don't even know if she's went and got them at any point. It's like, first of all, why did you need a studio right away? Most people don't just get a studio. As you can see, I have an office. I have an office room in my apartment. This room is an office. I use this office room. Now, if I didn't have an office, right, I would use the corner of my fucking living room. I don't have a basement here, but if I had a home, I might use a basement, an attic, the corner of my bedroom if I needed to, right? Like you start where you're at. You meet yourself where you're at. I can't afford a studio. I can barely afford fucking groceries, never mind a goddamn studio, right? Studio costs money. And even if someone was giving it to her as they were in her case for free, she started off with all these sponsors that she then lost immediately, right? When I get sponsors, I'm not going to lose my sponsors because I'm not going to just shit on people. Sponsors don't want to be associated with someone that's mean because all it does is you're putting their brand name out there. And if you put their brand name out there and people assume that your name is associated with just being mean, they're not going to want you talking about their brand, you know? I don't know. That's a good question, Bristol. Didn't it start when she asked Jess to please stop calling liberal names? Jess got pissed, and that was the end of it. That's the other thing. She does this political thing. So I don't do politics for a reason. It just causes arguments and fights. And to be fair, I fucking hate politics. I think they're both fucking sides of the aisle are scumbags. I'm an independent. I've always been an independent. I've voted on both sides of the aisle, depending on what's going to be best for my family and my community. Always have been that way. I've voted both sides. So I've always been an independent. But I live in a very blue state. So even when I want to vote the other sides, half the time doesn't fucking matter. But nonetheless, I am not going to do a political show and then shit on one side. That is 50% of probably your audience or maybe more, right? That you're shitting on for their belief. They don't have to agree with you, but you can still respect that that is their belief, right? You don't have to agree with their belief. You can believe something different, but why shit on them, right? Like, why? It just doesn't make sense to me. It just never did. But I don't know. I guess people like that. I don't fucking know. No, it is not normal for people to give up that information to be a mod. I can take someone off as a mod anytime I want. They cannot do anything that I can't reverse. So I don't need people's fucking, where they live and what their first and last name is. And, they're just modding. They're not doing anything that I can't reverse. And I could give them the lowest amount of access possible, which is only the chat, right? They can't do anything with the channel, just the chat. Or I can give them the highest access, where they can also access the channel, fixing comments, approving comments, doing things like that. But I can always take them off if I'm having an issue, right? I am the owner of the channel. So it's fucking weird to be asking people for all of that information for a button that you can push to take them off. It doesn't make sense, Oh, thank you, Deneen. I appreciate that. Sometimes I know that, right? It's just hard, some months and some weeks for that to translate, like it translates in the views. It just doesn't always translate in the monetary. And that's tough when you're running a small channel, it's difficult. You have to take the bad with the good. But when it's shitty for a while, you're like, all right, what, you get frustrated, which anybody would do, And that's the thing. Didn't she actually need new equipment at some point? Oh my God. sits on 2 chairs. I mean, to be fair, my ass is huge. One side of my ass cheek has its own area code. So, you know, I can't say nothing about someone having a big ass. My ass has its own area code. Like, you know, I feel like if I was Jennifer Lopez and I took like, you know, a limo to, you know, the Golden Globes or whatever, like my ass would need to take its own limo. But to be fair, I sit on 1 chair. Okay, I sit on 1 chair. I am not petite by any means, but this good old chair, this here holds my whole ass. It's a very comfy chair. It's a very, very comfy chair. My butt fits in it. You could probably fit 2 of my butts in it. Or maybe a butt and a half of them. A whole butt. I really need to get a rug burn because it's getting a little crazy. I do work 6 days a week, yes. But I'm also like, I don't just stream. So when I'm done here, I am looking at documents and going over legal documents and doing more research and talking to sources and getting statements. And there's a lot of shit that goes into a lot of this that you don't get to actually see from this perspective. A lot of you get to see what we do when we're on screen, but what you don't get to see is the stuff we do when we're off screen, you know? And then I also I attempt to at least jump into 1 spaces a week and have conversations in spaces with people who aren't on YouTube over on X, you know? And people are like, Elise, you don't make any money on spaces. I am very well aware I don't make money on spaces, but I also think it's important that people who don't watch on YouTube or don't know we exist get their opinions in too. And we have conversations with them as well. And maybe just maybe they'll be like, hey, you know what? I want to watch your show now. And then they come here, you know, maybe, just maybe. You want to know why though, Pat? Because I'm a small channel and that requires putting in the work of 6 days a week. It requires it. I couldn't just do 3 days a week. Your audience needs consistency. They can't have you being sporadic and all over the place. They need the consistency. And if you're a smaller channel, in order to grow, you need to have that consistency as well. You know? Yeah, Erin left a while back. And Erin was her real life friend, which tells you what you need to know. You know? Yeah, well, that's the thing, though. There was no need to shit on Nan. None at all. Zero need. Nana had supported her, helped her out. And what pisses me off that these people do is like, Nan was extremely generous with them, right? Like if you're doing a show and you're constantly getting, you know, $200 super chats twice in a show, twice in 1 show per day, and you're getting multiple of those a week, right? When your check comes in the next month, like you're got a good chunk of change that you could spread out between the whole month. Like that is a huge help. It allows you to breathe, right? Literally breathe. Once that check comes, I mean, you're probably holding your breath till it comes, but once it comes, now you can spread that money out through the whole month and be able to cover your bills, your groceries, your like, that allows you to breathe, right? And they just didn't fucking care that someone was generous enough to allow them that common courtesy of breathing. I am often holding my breath weekly, okay? Allowing someone to breathe like that is a gift that should be met with gratefulness, not with anger because someone told you nicely, like, hey, maybe, you know, shitting on this person isn't a good look. Maybe shitting on that, maybe like relook at this. And even so, she had been doing it for God knows how long. And what I really believe happened was she got really jealous of LTL. That's what I believe happened. I think Jess got really jealous of LTL and his studio and his show, and she wanted what he had. You know? She shits on Mike too because of his political beliefs. Mike's political beliefs don't matter to me. It's who he is as a person, right? And I don't know if any of you were on Mike's show. Hello, my beautiful friend Amy. I don't know if any of you know or any of you were there, but yesterday, I believe it was yesterday. It was yesterday. Mike had a show yesterday with Todd, and I popped in the chat for a little bit just to say hi and see what Todd had to say. I really was intrigued to see like what his opinion would be on the case. And Mike pulled the comment up that I had asked him to ask Todd. And he was like, I know some people are probably going to shit on me for pulling your comment up. You know, she was an anti-Karen Reed person. And, you know, but what matters to me, like, is, you know, how people treat one another. And Todd agreed with Mike. And what I expected to see was a lot of trolls in the comments bitching and whining that Mike, how dare Mike put my comment on the screen. And actually what happened was the opposite. It was the pure opposite. There's a lot of you and a lot of other people were there, and everybody was saying hi, and how a lot of them watch me, and there's a lot of crossover between people here and there. And I think that that also gave Mike a boost to know that it's okay to have relationships with people that the turtle cult said not to like, right? Especially if they didn't do anything wrong. And do not let the turtle cult stop you from having good conversations, having people on your show that had a different belief in a different case, because then you're missing out on all of their knowledge, all of their experience, right? I am never going to be afraid to put someone on my channel because one side or the other doesn't like it. I don't give a fuck. How about that? Let's just throw that way. I don't give an actual fuck. I will have who I want on my show. Whether they have 0 subscribers or 1 million doesn't matter to me, right? If I think that on that topic they might have a good opinion or good insight, or the opposite opinion is me, and a good little back and forth, or why I think this and why they think that, I'm never going to be afraid to put somebody on here that the other side of one case didn't like. I don't give a fuck, okay? I don't give a fuck. My putting someone on my show is based on how they treat me as a person, not what other people's opinions are. My opinion of someone is always going to be based on how they treat me. Otherwise, I would just hate everyone, because everyone would say to hate everyone, right? Like that's that's what would happen, you know? Yeah, I read those texts as well. She didn't want the bullshit, the turtle boy shit, you know? And Jess saw dollar signs when she did more drama and less actual investigative shit, you know? Well, unfortunately, she's, you know, hangs on to the back of the turtle, Cecil the sewer turtle, unfortunately. I haven't seen her show yet. I did see that she had one yesterday when I saw that Jess said her name in a tweet. I looked up her thing and I could see that she had a show, but I didn't have a chance to look at it, you know? Yeah, award winning. I love when these people claim they're award winning. You're not fucking award winning anything. Shut the fuck up, you know? I can't. Well, that's the other thing. Like, she didn't have to get a hotel. No reason to be in a hotel for 3 days. She could have drove from her house. It might be a long drive, but you can fucking drive. Like, come on, let's be honest here. That's just crazy talk. You know, like there is no actual fucking reason to be sitting in a La Quinta for 3 days in Lawrence instead of just driving back and forth. Like, the fuck, you know, like no. I guess the lawyer, you know, just shit on Bradle's closing, you guys. That's hilarious. I fucking can't. I can't. I mean, to be fair, I said so. His rebuttal, his trying to get a rebuttal was bad. His trying to get a rebuttal of a closing was gross. I mean, it's decorum, man. It's fucking decorum. It's lawyering 101. Don't piss off the judge. Apparently nobody ever taught him that, you know? Yeah, I was not a fan of what happened with Aaron. But I think Aaron could see where that was going, you know? Listen, I can't, you know me, Benny, I can't be forced to, you know, I can't be responsible for things that fly out of my mouth sometimes, okay? I can't. Girl, listen, you ain't gonna tell me my little is still pricey. She grows like a weed, okay? I feel like I have to buy her clothes every 5 minutes. Like now it's shirts. Now I got enough pants. Now I got shirts. Now I gotta buy shorts. Shorts are coming, right? So like in a month, I'm gonna have to start buying shorts. But she always, and she loves makeup just like me. So she loves to like play with the blush and like, but the problem is she always gets it on her shirts and it's oil and it doesn't come out. And then there goes a damn shirt she can't wear. So I've like taught her from now on, like, here's an idea. Just wear your bra or a tank top before you put your shirt on. Like, do your makeup first, and then I'll help you put your shirt on so that it goes around your face so that you're not dripping makeup onto your, or your lip gloss onto your shirt that it will not come out of, my dear. Yeah, it's just weird. Why would you do it? It's just, it doesn't make sense other than to shit on someone, you know? And I think LTL, though, would have helped her. That's the thing, right? Is I believe LTL would have helped her. I believe Brian would have helped her. if she actually needed help and had given him proper time to help her, I believe he absolutely 100% would have drove down there and helped her, you know? And that's the thing, is if you don't do it right when she wants, that's a problem, you know? It's not even just the personal beef sprees, it's the way that they treat people. It is the way that they treat people. And I mean, maybe it's because I just have the knowledge of a lot of what they do behind closed doors that they don't tell the public, but it's just shitty. I would never do it. I would never do some of this shit, ever. Well, that's the problem, Pat, is all the money's coming from drama and not from the actual reporting or actual covering of cases. This closing was so fucking bad. I do feel like she was fortunate to get out, and hopefully she can get into a different channel that actually does what she's looking to do, you know? I'd be embarrassed if I was Bradel. The verdict will be read at 1:30. Okay, perfect. We have about an hour until then, you know? The judge said he would give about a half-hour warning, you know? Yeah, they do have a pattern. Claude's right. There's a pattern of falling out with people. It happens over and over and over, you know? Weird. Why do you have a channel? You know, what I really don't like is why people are like, oh, well, all the creators shouldn't, you know, listen, every creator is going to want to make money, right? That's part of the job. It's the boundaries. It's the boundaries. It's the ethics. It's the behavior. It's like, where is your line, right? Where is the line that you will not cross over? Some of these people don't have one. They don't give a fuck. If they think it'll make them another $100 today, they're going to do it, right? There's no boundary for them. And that is where it becomes very shaky for me. Like, you have to have a boundary, one that you will not cross, right? Things that you will not do. I don't think they have one, guys. You know, I just don't. It makes me sad. It gives creators I see people shitting on creators left and right on Twitter, and I'm like, I'm a creator, guys. You guys forget, like, I'm a fucking creator, and I will never operate in the way that they do. And I shouldn't even need to prove that at this point. I've been here long enough to have proved it 20 times over. You know what I mean? I absolutely will always reach a hand back out to help someone. I've never turned anyone away, regardless of whether they believed free Karen Reed or anti-free Karen Reed. Anybody who came to me who's free Karen Reed and asked for my fucking help, I helped them because it's the right goddamn thing to do. And same on the other side. To me, it wasn't like, oh, well, you believe the opposite thing in me in a case, so fuck you, you suck. What kind of person would I be if that's the way I behave? What would the almost 20 years of advocacy experience that I have be if I did that, based on who I like and who I don't, or what they believe? If that's how I chose to help people in real life, no, no, fucking no, you know? And that's exactly what they do. You get up and they start kicking you, you know, and then you're down and they kick you some more. Priscilla, you're 100% right. It's just sad. Well, we know that. We know that. It's unfortunate, you know, like, yes, the money is important, right? You got to be able to pay your bills and things, but you got to have boundaries. You have to have fucking boundaries. You just simply do, you know? Networking is a great way to use social media. Networking, there are many of you, and I talked about this the other day, many of you that have skills all the way from advertising to lawyering to fucking, you know, coffee beans to anything you can think of, right? Literally anything you can think of. Cooking and baking, you might be a chef, hotel restaurant management, business management. Some of you, you know, do numbers, you crunch numbers. Like, you guys have a vast experience of all these different things. Some of you are truck drivers, oil tankers, like, all of you have experience in doing so many different things. Why, as a creator, wouldn't you want to learn about the experience of all of the other people that you have there in front of you as your viewers? And I think a lot of creators miss that completely, right? They just think they're the know-all be-all. Listen, I am very knowledgeable on a vast array of subjects, but there's plenty that I'm not, and I would love to learn, right? If you're not learning, you're stagnant. You're forever learning, every day. Be inquisitive. Ask fucking questions. It makes sense. If you're not asking questions, you're not being inquisitive, you're not learning, right? You're not fucking learning. I want to learn, and I always like to learn. Something new, I'm in, right? I remember I started to read physics for no reason last year, the year before maybe. Quantum physics. No reason whatsoever, I just wanted to know. Like, I just want to fucking know. And when I want to know something, most of my friends will tell you, I'm going to know. I'm going to know it inside and outside and upside down. Like, I'm going to know. You know? Yeah, that was not cool. You can't be doing all that to people, throwing people under the bus just because you don't like what they said or didn't say, you know? That is funny. It is kind of part of when it fell apart. But to be fair, Deneen, a lot of that was falling apart privately anyway. And it had been happening for a long time. A lot of the stuff people were just hiding until the case was over. Once it was over, it was like just one big dump of information is what it was happening, you know? Yeah, I mean, my private messages are never shared, although I really don't give a fuck if they do. It's like, I don't care. People are going to vent to their friends. It is what it is. I don't take it personally if someone's like, I just fucking didn't like what you said today. I don't take it personally. It is what it is, you know? You know, nothing makes my heart happier. I'm telling you. One day I'm going to win the lottery if I ever play it. And I'm going to be like Oprah. I'm going to just start knocking on apartment doors, like, and you get a car, and you get a $20,000 check, and you get a car, and you get a $20,000 check, and you get a car, and you get a $20,000 check, and you get a house, and you get a house, and you get a house, and you get a house. Like, I'm going to be like the fastest broke person in the Guinness Book of World Records for just passing it out to everyone. If I was Jeff Bezos, do you know how many people I could fucking help and still live the rest of my life in luxury? I think about that all the time. A lot of those people only donate to like tax, deductible places. I want to help real people. I don't want to donate to tax deductible places. I want to give it to real life individuals or families. Like, I want to give it to real people, you know? So like one day, like, that's the dream. The dream is to be able to do that and help people in that way where they're not struggling and they're not holding their breath every week about what they're going to do about, the cable bill or the electric bill or the fucking groceries in the fridge. They're given enough tools, like a new vehicle they don't have to worry about breaking down, and a 10, 20 grand that they can have that padding to be able to like push forward and have that padding, right? Because I guarantee you, if just having those two things, or even like, again, if I was like Jeff Bezos, I'd be thrown in like a modest small home, right? Here you go. You have a modest small home, a brand new car, and 20,000 in your bank account. Those things can pass along to generational wealth, owning that home, right? Having that 20,000 padding in your account while you're working, and your car's not going to break down because it's brand new, right? What happens is people have these old ass cars that are breaking down. They can't afford to fix. All this expensive habits, not under warranty anymore. They got to shell out $3,000 for this. Now they can't pay the mortgage. Now they're like just having that padding can change a life. And if I was Jeff Bezos, I'd have changed a lot by now, but I am not, unfortunately. Unfortunately, I am not Jeff Bezos. No, I know that. I know you're not. Oh yeah, they definitely mix. I mean, I feel like everybody in a way kind of mixes business with pleasure, but it's the bullying that gets me, Yeah, 1:30 we're told, so we will head back over there about 1:15-ish, and get that verdict. Yeah, I always watch certain things, just like you. I'm inquisitive like that. I want to see what the fuck's going on, Yeah, I agree with the no self-awareness statement. It absolutely feels good. It always feels good. There's not a better feeling you can ever get on planet Earth than helping someone else. Even if it's just a thank you, you can feel the gratitude in that thank you. A hug, you can feel the gratitude in that hug. And there is not another feeling on planet Earth that you're going to get that feels better than helping another human being, even if it's just with your knowledge and experience and it helps them get something that they need or get something they were entitled to that they were being denied. Like, it is the best feeling on planet Earth, It just is. It simply is. Yeah, disability needs to be upped. People can't live on that anymore. And I've had a big problem with that for a long time. I have a friend who's been disabled since her late 20s. And I started getting a lot of my really bad health problems in my early 30s, which I could have never, predicted. But I don't even get disability. Because who the fuck, no one can survive on $1,000 a month. Not in the state of Mass. And again, they don't change it based on what state you live in, which is crazy to me. But nobody can survive on $1,000 a month. Marcia, my dear, I have a picture to show you. You weren't here earlier, so I will show you now. I have a picture to show you. No, it's a good picture. Hold on. I have to show you because you are here now. Had Jesse send them to me earlier. Thought I did. Did I? Jesse, I don't have them. Did you email them to me? I don't see them. Hold on. Refresh. Gosh dang it. Which email did you send them to, my dear? My twisted email or my other email? Now let me look. Let me see. She then sent them to the other one. Nope, I don't see it. God damn it. Hold on. I'm going to be able to show you from my phone. It'll be hard. Because they're pictures of my sign and they look amazing. And I have to show you. Yeah, there is some crossover. No, what did he say? His house is small and it's only a starter home and he'll get it bigger in a couple of years. I fucking can't. Of course. You know, when he expects everyone else to pay for that for him, you know? Oh, no, Janine, don't. Listen, I know what living on minimal is, but you need it. Like, every penny you can get, my friend, especially when it comes to disability. You save that for yourself, for groceries in your fridge, getting to the store, or whatever. We're both in the same boat, my friend. Making one boat sink isn't going to help the other. But I'm the same as you. I'm like, oh, I got 5 boxes of mac and cheese left, and this person needs 2. Here you go. Like, yeah, 130. Yeah, it's a 4-bedroom home. It's not a starter home. You know, it's not. All right, I have to hear the rest of what she says before 1:30. Oh, wait, hold on. I think Jesse resent the pictures. I want to show Marcia. Come on. Why is it not popping up? Why is it happening? I want it to work. Did it like go into my spam or something? What is happening? What is happening? Not showing up. Spam? Is it in spam? Nope, not in spam. Okay. Interesting. Gosh dang it. It's not popping up for me yet. But you know what? I'll just show you on my phone because okay. Let's see. Show you guys the pictures that I have because if I can show you up on the screen. Okay, so this is from the side. This is a picture from the side of what my Coffee Queen sign looks like behind the coffee bar of the side. I took a picture from the side. And then I also took a picture like straight on, of course. I'll blow it up a little so you can see what it looks like. It's behind my cups and my pink coffee bar with my pink cups. And it says Coffee Queen, and it's got I love it so much. I love it so much. And it lights up the kitchen pink at night. Like if it's the only thing on, it lights up the kitchen pink. I freaking love it. It says Coffee Queen. I mean, come on. I love it. I love it so much. So I know I already said thank you like 100 times. I'm going to say it again. I love it so much. Thank you. I love it so much. I love it. I'm drinking out of one of your pink cups right now, actually. This is my second cup of hot coffee this morning. And yeah, it's instant, which I'm not a huge fan of, but I gotta have coffee, man. Got it. It's not an option, you know? Yeah, and that's not a starter home, you know? Yeah, someone here told us 1:30 before the idiot turtle has anything to say. Yeah, it definitely needs to be navigated and managed correctly. And yeah, some people are more skilled than others, 100%, you know? Yeah, that was beyond wrong. Contacting anybody's workplace is completely unacceptable. But again, they didn't seem to care when they came after me with that pile of lies that Aiden placed atop me. They didn't care how many of those things were lies. They automatically believed them because Aiden said so, right? He couldn't come up with one single thing to say about me that was true to make me a villain. He had to make it the fuck up, right? Like that's the problem, is people just believe whatever comes out of these people's mouths. And now they're realizing that it was all lies. Now they're realizing that but the damage was done, right? The damage to my livelihood, my life, it was done. Undoing some of that now, some of the people that still troll in other people's chats, even some people in Mike's chat, they still try to shit on me, right? They still believe some of this nonsensical bullshit that Aiden fed them, right? And so that most of that can't be undone, right? That's support that my channel won't have because they automatically assume I'm some villain that Aiden made me out to be, right? And there's nothing I can do about that. The damage is done. What I can do, though, is be here when people wake up. And in the last, I'd say 6 or 8 months, people have. And I do get apologies from people all the time, and others I don't. You know, they don't apologize. They just don't ever say anything ever again. But it's sad because I'm not the only one it's happened to, right? I'm not the only one it's happened to. I'm not the only one it will happen to. And it does a lot of damage in someone's real life. Not just online. Oh, fucking light. Not just online, but someone's real life. Oh my God, his objections were ridiculous. We'll play them again. I just have to show people who weren't here earlier what really bad lawyer looks like. Okay? I can't imagine going this far to give Melanie Little content. If Melanie Little, I'm not a fan of hers, not even a little bit. She also likes to shit on Nan. Yeah, verdict 130, I'm hearing. If these people get on there and say Bradel's lawyering was good, I'm going to pee myself laughing. No serious attorney is going to say that his lawyering, his closing, and what he did there was good. You know what I mean? It just simply was not. Yeah, 1:30. That's what we were told about a half hour ago-ish. 1:30.
She is just trying to become relevant. She called into Turtle Boy show a couple of weeks ago and embarrassed herself. He wasn't impressed. I responded, I jumped on to see what was going on, and I'm like, what the fuck is happening?
I can't.
I don't know what I said, but let me respond. Let me hear it.
I don't know what I said. Well, interesting.
What did I say? I sent her an audio. I could be shooting myself in the foot right now, but I don't know. Let's just listen to it.
And I love when people find their tribe here, because they do. You know, they ultimately do. They come here and they're like, I like this.
Well, so
it's not shitty.
When I met Amanda, same vibes, like you're saying. But in trial 2, she told me that they were homeless.
All right, we're not going to play that. Okay.
Oh, but you just did.
He said, thanks for sharing. So I know what I said. I talked about her being homeless and about the situation with her daughter, and I was encouraging her not to say anything. And she said, thank you for sharing. I'll refrain from commenting. I had no idea. Good reminder that we have no idea what people are dealing with, but maybe put her in school. Oops, that was judgy. So here I was like trying to say nice things to get her to back off of law girls. Again, me, what an idiot I am. I said, I agree. I could have really laid into her there, but she's already down bad. That's what I said. And she went, and she has no views. I still hadn't given her a wrench. And so she reminded me on Tuesday, December 16th, wrenches. Tuesday, December 16th, she said, watching Jimmy's members only, you came up. Jimmy stood up for you, but you can tell he aligns closely with Aiden. Don't trust the glarer.
No shit.
And then she sent me screenshots of the thing.
Chat, by the way, which is
and then the next day, I didn't respond, by the way. The next day.
Yeah, but Pat, do you know how many times he's illegally recorded people? So many. Before that one recording, he had done that to dozens and dozens of people, and we had been ringing the alarm bell for quite a long time. Like, you guys, he is not who he seems. He's a fucking con man, and he's a liar. Behind the scenes, he is literally threatening people, literally blackmailing people. Like, this is what he does, and this is who he is. And no one was listening, right? No one was fucking listening for a really, really long time. I mean, to be fair, Leah was ringing those alarm bells almost 8 years ago. you know? So it's just fucking sad, the whole thing, you know?
Nurse Kim's comment, she says, and she sends along a screenshot where Kim says, Jess, you screwed me on the flip audio and sat back and watched me be blamed as a source for weeks. It sucks you didn't say people shouldn't call my job over nothing. You think I should just log off? I responded, thank you. I really didn't know. I hadn't seen that, so I didn't know. And then she says, reminder, toss me a wrench. And then the next day I said, can you check and see if you've been added on my channel? She said, I don't think so. I don't have a wrench. I said, let me refresh my screen. Then she sent a screenshot and she said, yay. I said, perf, thanks for doing this tonight. Just block any trolls. And she goes, thank you. I'm just looking to grow. I won't be power hungry. Ha, ha, ha. I said, we just want a fun time. If you recognize the user and they are just having a different opinion on things than me, they can stay, is what I said.
Oh, they can, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And she said, yep, everyone should go for Rat House vibe. I didn't really know Rat House well at the time.
Absolutely.
And I said, it's the trolling we need to avoid, at least for now. And I said, thank you. She goes, yep, I won't be trigger happy. I said, and do what's best. Don't worry if you get it wrong. We can always go back later and talk. No big deal. She goes, perfect. Sometimes the chat is looking for action, but really it's just some venting. I get it. I said, thank you. She goes, oh, emotions are so high. I said, I know, it will pass. She goes, my opinion. Nurse Kim and the Glare don't take a stand. You do. I like that better. Some people don't. I hate people on the fence. Good luck tonight. I didn't respond. The next day, she says, good morning, Jess. 3 quick things. Would you share my cell with Lauren in case we want to sync? Next, can I change the participation mode to subscription? Anyone commenting should have to subscribe. And then again, if you want a mod to create a poll, you have to make them an editor. Great show.
No.
And I didn't respond.
Don't.
The next day, she sends a message and she says, Kim alert, new post about you. I did not respond. Thursday, December 18th, she sent something about a shooting at Brown University. Weird. She said, my nephew is an EMT, no confirmation on its accuracy. I didn't respond. She sent me again. My nephew said he heard the shooter is dead. Half the police in mass are in Salem and Methuen. I didn't respond. Next, she sends a message. FYI, Turtle Boy is a no-show for his sex club. I don't know why I report this shit to you, but I want to. Tell me to stop at any point. It's a weird loyalty I'm not comfortable with. I responded, I spoke with him earlier. He's not doing well. And she said, I'm sorry to hear that, but he brings it on himself, at least from my outside lens. And then she sent a screenshot of something from inside Sex Cult, where Erica Walsh said, no one's getting attacked, no one's getting yelled at. You don't think I'm fucking worried. See, that's the difference. You pay to be here for entertainment. We have people who actually care about the man behind the screen. And I give a shit if you're mad because you're still waiting. Legit close the screen and it no longer exists. So Erica was basically going back at someone because they were talking about whatever.
What a shitbag Aiden is probably, yeah.
So she sends that and she goes, the chat is going insane. Just started 2 hours late, looks exhausted. And she sends another text. Wow, he really misses Meredith. It's bizarre. He is so sad.
Yeah, he is.
And I said, is he saying that? And she said, yes, he said it's sad, not like other trolls. He had something with her. This is weird. And then she sent 5 screenshots of the chat in Sex Cult. And she goes, these are the chat's response to him. And I said, it isn't her he misses. It's who he hoped she was.
Oh, please.
She goes, yes, I think he is codependent on anyone. And at that point, I was annoyed with all of what she was saying. So I just ignored.
I was annoyed that
she goes, Olivia's in the chat.
Yeah, she's riding on Aiden's shoulder.
And I think it was my chat. And I said, well, I wish I had seen this. I'm so mortified. I don't know what was going on this day. She goes, she was being aggressive. You shouldn't be. The bunnies had you. I said, Olivia was? And she goes, yes, well, just a little. Maybe defensive is a better word. And she sent a bunch of screenshots. And I went, and she said, for the screenshots today during my petty, not aggressive. So first she tells me Olivia was in the chat being aggressive. And I was like, Olivia was being aggressive? And then she goes back and she gets the screenshots and she goes, oh, not aggressive. And I just liked it. And she's like,
Okie doke.
oh, she said, got aggressive. I ignored. I didn't respond. A couple days later, Jesus, listening to Ray is so awful. Is he illiterate? Okay, 27 minutes in, you have nothing to worry about. They sound like idiots. Nothing big going on in the chat. And I said, I refuse. Oh, this was the Jen Altman thing. So she was listening. She was telling me what was going on. And I said, I refuse. And she goes, it's a big nothing burger. I said, someone just texted me and said she would never say that I'm a bad mother. She goes, yes, her and Ray were complimenting your mothering. It's honestly dumb.
Ray knows you, right?
She goes, it's done. I took the names of people in the chat talking smack. He is all air, doesn't sound very intelligent. I said, the whole show is about me? She goes, yes, she is done. He is still rambling. Erica Walsh said nothing. Dumpster juice is insane. Jessica New Bedford 1 is on my shit list now. I said, a whole show about me? I mean, that is pretty impressive. And she goes, exactly. She goes, I lost brain cells. She goes, I think I'm doing a live tomorrow, keeping us safe from old mares out there. I need to teach about cyber safety. I didn't respond to that.
Cyber safety is also not.
She said the next day, I had a goal of reaching 500 subs in 2 months. I reached it tonight because of you and Rad House Media. Thank you. I know that it is small, but it is huge to me. I love you. And I said, congratulations. Keep plugging along and it will build. Your perspective is interesting to many people. She said, I'm in Rat House and they honestly lower my blood pressure. I said, right?
I don't know. She stopped reading the dates.
Saturday, she goes, I hope your daughter is feeling better. So-and-so sent me an email with Ray for Dallas pics. She didn't have your cell phone number. I told her to send them to you and gave her your info, just an FYI. I won't do anything with the email, not my thing. Hope you have a great day. I didn't respond. It's a lot of that. It's a lot of her coming in with a lot of shit and me ignoring it, just an FYI. 2 days later, hi Jess, it would be great if you would set the minimum subscription in your settings to at least 1 day. That way the mods don't have to do every stream. We can't set it for 1 day, just minutes and hours. Make the trolls sub. And I ignored it. Next day, just a suggestion, start a group text with your mods. Shoot us a note when you do an impromptu live. Also, a place for us to communicate if we have a question on a troll. I ignored that. I am not interested. I don't care. There's some sort of a group chat going on with my mods and
hold on, you're not interested and you don't care to direct your mods on how to mod your fucking channel? Is that what that sounds like to me is being very fucking lazy? That you don't want to have to deal with modding your channel. I do not put, okay, all my mods in here to do all the work themselves. I am also watching. I am also helping. I am also like, what? I make them sub. I put it on subscribers only. So that when they do have to hit the subscribe button and wait the whole 3 minutes before they can comment and make a fucking stupid comment, that I can then say, you wasted all that time to hit the subscribe button and then wait 3 minutes to make a stupid fucking comment that's gone within 7 seconds, or I put on the screen to laugh at you. If that's all you have to do in a day, that's pretty pathetic. The point that I do is I do it on purpose so that they know it's pathetic. Right? Like, make them fucking subscribe. I mean, they can unsubscribe after, right? They can just unsubscribe. But if they want to come talk shit and say things that are nonsensical or just parrot back Aiden's lies, then you're going to have to hit the subscribe button and wait 3 fucking minutes to do it, which just goes to show that that's how invested you are in repeating Aiden's lies, which means you're either a very not well troll who is very invested in Aiden, or you're Aiden himself or one of his close idiot minions using fake accounts. Most people, even if they like him, are not going to subscribe and wait the 3 minutes just to comment something that's going to be gone within a half a second. You know, I can't. I literally can't. I saw Jay Brill in the comments of Mike's chat yesterday, and we both said hi. It's him. I mean, reading all of them is fucking insane. Like, I'm not saying either one of them are innocent in some of the things that they're saying or talking about other people, but Jess made it all public. You know, made it all public. That's fucking crazy. That is crazy. Yeah, they're from where, from here in Massachusetts. So like, I don't know if it's the Massachusetts vibe or what it is with them, but I enjoy, Yeah, I mean, some mods have group chats, some of them just go straight to the creator, but you can't just be like, I don't want to deal with anything that has to do with mods. I'm not going to answer my mods and they can have a group chat and I know what they're talking about and I don't fucking care. Like, Ethel, okay? You have to tell your mods what you do like and what you don't like, right? You have to tell them what you want and what you don't want them to do on your channel, right? You can't just be like, fuck it, I don't want to deal with any of it. I don't care. Like, that is so lazy. It's your fucking channel, Ethel, all right? It's your channel. You have to do some work.
The Facebook page, I didn't know about it. I don't fucking care. She asked me to do it and I didn't do it.
Of course.
Next day, every time you give me a shout out, I gain so many subs. I'm at 596 now, almost 600. Thank you for lifting me up. My sisters are joining me tonight for Salty Sisters. We may adopt you. Sparkly heart, sparkly heart. I spoke about you yesterday on my live. I said we are complete opposites, but I love you and everyone else should as well. Stop picking on Jess. And I responded, you will keep growing. Please send me a link and I will share and jump in the chat, which is what I do to anybody who I'm helping. Let me get in, send me the link. I will come in for a few minutes, talk a little bit, get the algorithm going. She goes, haha, thank you, but don't feel like you have to. It's at 6 because Lynn hates doing it. She sent me the link. Next day, she sends me a...
My mods are texting me and they're like, if you just didn't answer us like this, we would show up at your house to make sure you were still alive. Because I would never not answer my mods, dude. That's fucking weird, right? Like, they know that I'm real, like the morning time, I'm super busy getting the kids off to school. And then especially when I'm doing a trial, I have not a lot of time to get here, do the thumbnail, do the description, do all the stuff I need to do to get like this running. And so I don't have a lot of time like in the morning. Morning is very hectic for me. After the stream, I have a little more time to talk while I'm doing other things, for work or whatever. But they know my schedule. They know it well. Like, if I just didn't answer them like that, they would show up at my house. They'd be like, are you fucking, what is happening? Are you alive? Like,
screenshot of the Marla Thompson account. She goes, troll alert. I did not respond. Few days later, she says, okay, bitchy take 2025. I started off as a big Nurse Kim fan.
Never okay to call someone's fucking job, That is weird. Like, I mean, it's weird to be like, I'm going to take this. It's not weird to keep tabs on, like, so for instance, we might have people who come here and act like they're, happy in this community and amazing. And they go to another community that's opposite of us. And then they shit talk us, right? That we keep an eye on, right? And then we write that down, right? This person was saying like these things. So just keep an eye on this person, right? That makes sense. But what doesn't make sense is just monitoring everyone. Like, I know Freeze is in a lot of different chats. It doesn't bother me. Freeze likes to like take it all in, right? Like, some of you do like take it all in, right? Like, figure out who's saying what, why, and just kind of look at the intricate details of things. But Freeze is never over there just shit talking, Like, so it's like taking everyone's name and being like, I mean, again, she's like asking for fucking like, LinkedIn licenses and profiles and shit. Like, it's fucking weird, Jess. You're fucking weird, okay? Right? That's what she wants. She just wants you to send the money and shut the fuck up. Like, wouldn't that be nice, And my mods aren't just mods. They're friends, right? Like, it moves from being just a mod of yours to where you have a friendship, right? Like, if you're talking to someone on a daily basis, you're no longer just a mod. You're a friend, right? Like, that's how it operates, right? Like, do you guys remember? I don't know if you guys remember. I mean, I'm serious. If I just didn't answer, for like weeks, he'd be showing up at my house, being sure I'm fucking alive. Like, the hell? Like, or he'd be calling my husband, like, is she fucking okay, dude? Is she alive? Like, what's happening? Like, she's not answering me. Like, but do you guys remember when she got so angry when she sent that message to me and I didn't respond? You guys remember? She got like, she didn't respond. Like, no, I didn't fucking respond. Sure didn't. She sent a message and it was like, the first time I brought out her shit behavior, and she sent me a message that was like, what's your fucking problem? And I was like, you know what, bitch? I'm just going to read your ass on red. Leave you right there on red so you know that I fucking read it, because you're not worth the time to actually reply to. You're a shitty fucking human, dude. Okay? Like, And that's the other thing. Show us you didn't respond, because I bet she probably did. And some of these she's like not reading because she doesn't want you guys to know what she said. So I have no doubt in my mind she's skipping things, you know? I have no doubt.
Went to her coffee event with 12 people.
Yeah,
Listening now, and it's painful. She seems so fake. Thank you for being real.
That's weird.
I never get annoyed when you talk. LOL. This is rough. It may be a me issue. I responded with a sad emoji. And I said, I really can't figure out what went wrong with her and I, even before the whole Karen Aiden audio. And she said, she is fake. And I said,
exactly. So if she doesn't like emotional abuse, why does she then implore it onto other people? You know? So yeah, they were talking a little bit about law girls, not attorneys. So it's to freeze to answer your question a little bit from earlier is when they were talking about the homelessness or whatever, she was the other girl, cyber chick, was saying something about her, and Jess was like, well, she was homeless last year with her daughter or whatever, and cyber chick was like, yeah, but she shouldn't also be bringing her 15-year-old to an adult wine thing for Turtle Point, which I agree with. Why would you do that? That's weird, right? Like, she's 15, she can be home by herself. I mean, so I know that some of this conversation was about that. But cyber chick herself, the conversation about like Aiden and stuff, it's cyber chick herself. I don't think she likes him, and I mean, I don't like him either. So, you know, I feel terrible because I thought you were all fucking assholes. Yeah, we're not assholes. We're not. And if you could tell your friends we're not assholes, we'd appreciate it. But again, that's what happens, right? Is those, like, that damage is done. That damage I cannot undo magically. People have to undo it themselves, right? I know that they realize it, but acting on it is another thing. A lot of people are still afraid that Aiden's going to come after them if they dare pop into my channel, and that's not okay. People shouldn't have to feel that way, you know? Right? We're not assholes. I mean, I'm technically a masshole. Does that count? I mean, I can be an asshole if somebody's going to be an asshole to me. I can certainly be an asshole back, but in normal life, I'm not just some asshole. I mean, I guess I am just some asshole, some masshole from Massachusetts, just some asshole, you know?
she ignored my email, and it bothered me that she lied about it. And there are only 2 girls in this community, so I had hoped it would be better for us. And she said, exactly. There should have been huge collaboration. 12 people at her event, LOL. I'll tell you about it sometime. Law girl and her daughter and me, LOL. I said, well, that's my big fear for an event, not when no one shows. She goes, I can't listen to her live, and that makes me sad. I said, and by only 2 women, I meant in the free Karen Reed community. Because here I was caring about her. And she's like, oh my God, you have no worries. I said, well, you're a part of this community too. And she goes, no, I know. I'm not insulted. I'm new. I want to separate from free Karen Reed, honestly. And then she said, Kim triggered me. I went back to...
Most people should want to separate from it, to be honest. Because you're not it. You're a person. You're a single individual. And everyone should just be a single individual. You don't have to be what that thing is, because what that turned into is something not so nice, right? You should all want to separate from it and just be you, right? Like who you want. I think Mike said this last night. Like who you want, watch who you want. And Todd, too, the retired officer. Subscribe to who you want. Listen to all sides. Like, support who you want, and don't be afraid, like, that anyone's going to say any fucking thing, because you can't learn, right? Yeah, they're very, very similar. Ethel and Aiden, I think, are just in the same wheelhouse of shit human being, you know? Like, honestly. It's been over for a while. It's like that case is over. They're into civil shit that's really not going to affect people one way or another. It's time to, like, move on to other things that people might agree on, people might not agree on, but also learn from that case. Learn that kind of vitriol and hate being spewed at one another, it might have made Aiden money, millions of dollars, right? But it tore apart communities, families, friendships, and people who didn't deserve it, simply because of Aiden's greed and his need, his feigning for constant attention. You know, he'll never move on from it, because that's the only thing he's ever been relevant in, you know?
Frat house. And then she goes, okay, honestly, everyone is boring except you. It's the chaos. I love it. Ha, ha, ha. Going night, night. Happy New Year. Thank you for all your support. So this was on actually New Year's Eve. at 10:17 p.m. But guess what happened right after that? Jimmy called me and got me to go on Kim's show. And Kim and I kind of like had our first moment of like trying to move past things. And she messages me at,
let's be honest, these two didn't move past things. They decided to squash the fucking beef so they both make money. Come on.
At 8:16 a.m. on New Year's Day, and she goes, just listen to you on Nurse Kim. Sparkly heart emoji.
We don't need to know.
Goes, you did a good thing. And I said, Jimmy called me and suggested a truce. And she goes, well, good karma for the new year. Talking about you in the Horizon Social chart on the AJ spaces. They are also invested in the chart, LOL. I ignored her. 4 days later, trying to listen to Meredith Live from last night. She did it.
Why is it that she, every time she has to say, well, I just ignored this. I just ignored her. Like, are you proud of that? I wouldn't be. I just didn't answer. I just didn't ignore her. I mean, imagine. Can you imagine if I did this to you? I mean, how offended would you all be if I just was like, meh, fuck it. I'm just going to ignore you. Now, to be fair, though, okay, to be fair, there are instances where I will allow my little to use my phone to play a game. And she will not tell me when I get a message, or she won't tell me when I get a phone call because she doesn't want to have to hand the phone over. So in those instances, she'll swipe it like I've read it, and I don't know it's there until I like go through my stuff, and then I'm like, wait a second, I didn't see this one. I didn't read this, or did I open it in my? I start questioning myself. Like, did I open it in my sleep when I got up to pee in the middle of the night or something? And then I have to realize that my little had my phone and swiped it like a little friggin' asshole. But other than that, like, I always answer, even if it takes me a little while to do so, right? Like, and most people know, like, Saturday is probably the only day you're not going to really hear much from me. It's my only fucking day off of the week. And I really like to try to just woosah on that one day a week, you know? 45 more minutes. Not for us. We get that. We're going to, they said 1:30, Leah. They said 1:30. I have it on the screen over here I'm looking at. 1:30 for the verdict. I can't either. I don't watch any of these people because a lot, I know. So for me, I'm with Beach on this. I know a lot of the things that these fucking people are doing really behind closed doors that are just mean-spirited, awful, terrible, shitty things to knock other people down so they can raise themselves up. Shit I would never fucking do. You know? Never. Listen, I done told you have to take at least one day off. You refuse to do it, man. Okay? All right? You need to just let the hubby on Sundays go in there and do the feedings and the runarounds and the potty breaks, and, you know, or hire one human to do Sundays for you. It's called burnout. And I know you know what that is, but I also know that you're a workaholic and that you love those animals. So yeah, no, she wants to replace him. She wants to sort of take over that spot when he's gone. I mean, ultimately that's what, you know, she hopes. And Kim pretends to be this nice person, but the problem with that is that's not what really is happening behind closed doors, right? Behind closed doors, she's lying, scheming. If you're friends with someone and you don't tell them that people are plotting against them to do something shitty or to say something shitty, and blame them for something they didn't do, and then you get all up in arms when you're blamed for something you didn't do, what did you think was going to happen? It's called karma. I tell you guys all the time, karma course corrects, okay? Sometimes it's instant karma and it's right away, and other times it could take years, months, decades. But karma always fucking collects. The universe is going to correct itself. So if you do something shitty to someone, that fucking shitty thing is going to come back to you, you know? It's just, it's not like, come on. You know, like, come on. Of course, you're on the way to the gym. Stairmaster, right? No, he ain't going to do shows from jail. But what he did last time was try to have someone run his website and try to have people like Mike do his shows. The problem with that is he has no friends left to do his shows. And if he wants people to do the show, then he's going to have to pay them. And he's not going to want to do that. He is incessantly cheap. Okay? You can ask anyone who's ever been with the guy or is friends with the guy. He's extremely fucking cheap. He's not going to want to pay anyone to do anything, you know? I know I don't trust people. I know. I don't blame you, dude. And I know he does. Yeah, see, I don't watch her, but that, I mean, that's got to be something that these people say, you know? You know, that's just fucking weird. I don't know. Watch Kim for a second. I don't know what it is. I just don't connect over there. Yeah. Some places are just not meant for you. You know, like you'll know when you're in your correct place. It'll feel warm and good, and the people there will connect with you, and you can agree and disagree and still connect with those people. That's when you found your spot. That's when you found your home, your place, your tribe, your you know, community, like whatever you want to call it. Like that's when you found your place, is when it feels right, if that makes sense, you know? I don't blame you. That would probably be the smartest, right? Have someone you're close to and you trust do it, you know. I'm not a fan of Melanie Little. I never will be. She just says things for the audience. And also, to be fair, Melanie Little doesn't really know much about criminal law. She likes to pretend that she does, but she practiced civil law. And the last time she ever practiced was in like 2014 or 2015. And she often gives misinformation about a charge, about the way that the law is applied. It looks like to me that she doesn't even actually look up the statutes under the state she's talking about. She just wings it and assumes. And I've heard her say all sorts of wild, not relevant, not true shit, and pretend that because she's a lawyer who still holds a bar card, that means that she's right over other people when she's in fact completely wrong. That bothers me. When those lawyers pretend that they know better or are better, when in reality what they're doing is, oh, well, my audience thinks this, so I'm going to go with what my audience thinks, right? They don't care if it's right or wrong. They're just going to pander to what most of their audience believes, even if they know that they are wrong. They don't care. They're going to give that opinion or advice based on what their audience believes. I fucking refuse to do that. I'm going to give you my honest opinion. Not everybody has to agree with me, but that is okay. And that's what needs to happen, is people need to make it okay to not, for people to not agree, right? It is okay if you don't agree with my assessment, right? You can have your own opinion and still be here. That needs to be made an okay thing, you know? But because in their chat's it's not, because if you don't agree, then you get, you know, and people attack, like that should not happen, you know? Yeah, she's something else, that one. That, and I think what really turned me off to her was her very faked, accentuated facial expressions. Like you can tell when someone's making a real facial expression on something and when you're just faking it. And she loves to make these really fake, really drawn out facial expressions that I'm just like, I can't. It irks me. Like that cupcake batter must have some mold in it. All right. Like I'm just saying. Right? We're massholes. We can just be massholes. It's totally fine. Of course you are. I fucking knew you'd be on that Stairmaster. I knew you would be. I knew you would be. Yeah, we're watching the Ethel Machado.
Dedicated her intro song to you. Congratulations. No way I can waste my Sunday listening to this, but she looks gray. Something is off. I ignored her again. The next day, sorry I posted the troll account. A member asked me for the name. I know better. I had no idea they were coming at you so hard. I don't follow. Tighten up your circle. Maybe only email besties. No cells. I'll keep an eye on the MFERs, motherfuckers. I want to know who they are. You are crushing it. I ignored her. I don't care about this stuff. The majority of these messages, I literally just don't fucking care.
What did she post?
The next day, okay, if I had to guess, this account is Mayor and MLFP, stupid lady. And I responded to the message from the day before. I said, no worries at all. Hard to say. The person listens to my 24 and 24 and posts in the moment. I said, Meredith works. She goes, does she though? She posts all day. I listen at work. I said, Aiden and I talked earlier and he thinks it's Meredith and not Jen Altman. I don't really know what to think. She goes, seems out of control. Reading her tweets about Jimmy, she's very mean. It's the same vibe.
Yeah, none at all.
I don't respond.
Bless your heart.
Friday, January 9th. I am okay. I am almost at 700 subs. I went live twice since we chatted. I had tech issues today and worked through it. I actually like the challenge under pressure. I realized today you are the only creator I have ever heard promoting a mod. You aren't threatened. That's so amazing. Thank you. You truly lift me up. Sparkle heart, sparkle heart, sparkle heart.
But again, that's fake. It's because you can do something for her, right? Like that's the sad part about it for me, you know? Yeah, something about no name calling. She got all fucking pissy about that and was like, don't tell me what to do. You know, a whole little nonsense, you know? Gotcha. Yeah, they can. It just, again, I don't think, you know, Ethel has the capacity to give a fuck once again, you know? Yeah, something about not name calling, you know? She fucking lost her shit. Hey, Peggy. But that's what she does. You know, it is a wild thing to get triggered about, but I honestly feel like she did feel threatened. She started a channel, her channel started to grow a little bit and just needed a way to cut that off. You know, you can't grow there. I honestly feel like that's a thing. Right? Like that's how I feel. Like if you're that triggered about something like that, like there's something going on deep inside. And that's why I say with Aiden, like there's something deep inside wrong with that man. He is very insecure and very like unhappy within himself, that his need to hurt other people is a way to make himself feel better. Classic, you know, malignant narcissist, classic cluster B personality. He doesn't have the capacity to give a fuck about anyone else, you know? Yeah, I mean, because she does eventually respond. That's why. Because then she responds when it's convenient for her. And she'll go back and pretend that, like, oh, I just missed that one. Or, like, you know, like, let's be honest. She isn't just, like, I'm sorry, but there's no chance in hell. I'd just be ignored. And then I mean, you're someone's mod, though. So, I mean, what are you really supposed to do? I guess I never really modded for anyone, but I mean, I mod for myself. I don't expect my mods to do all the work themselves. I keep an eye myself, you know? But I agree with you. Like, she was ignored quite a bit. Just has to tell us every single time she was ignored. I'm going to pop this down for a minute because I'm going to bring the trial back up because it's going to be any minute now. Any frigging minute now. Hold on a second. This off the screen, this off the screen, this down, this down. Get this to go away. Blow this up. Wait, I'll make sure that it's unmuted. It is unmuted. A live version of it. It's looking like it's about 6 minutes out. I mean, yeah, I don't get it. I mean, I wouldn't want to be, you know, involved in that whole fucking shit show, you know? Right, that's what I mean. Like, if you just don't care, then just don't talk to them again. What is the point of doing what she did here? You know, I don't really understand much. Right? Is that the Nazi emoji? Oh. Good day, good day. But that's the thing. I don't give a shit about anybody's politics. It's the way they treat me. You know? Yeah, they're like one human at this point. One big gobbled gook of a human, you know? I think everybody has to do that soul searching in themselves, you know? Did they move it to 2? They moved to 2, right? It's been 1:30 as far as I know. Been moved to 2. What the fuck? What the actual book? Damn it. Of course you can. Jess said she sent Cyber a few messages and Cyber has left her in red. Well, why wouldn't she after this? Cyber was clearly doing her own thing and by not responding, telling Jess to fuck off, but she wouldn't take the hint, period. Which is so funny to me because all the times Jess had to be like, well, I didn't respond. I ignored. Right? I ignored. Like, okay, well, why are you so mad that you're ignored? She does get mad when she gets ignored. I remember the time she blew a gasket because I left her on red. Like, sorry, not sorry, bro. I left you on red for a reason. I don't fucking need to deal with your bullshit. And your message was, what the fuck is your problem? Well, my response was right here on my show. And my response was, your fucking problem. You're my problem. You and your behavior and your shitty fucking bullying is my fucking problem. That's my problem. You know? Yeah, I think I don't know. People are saying it's moved to 2. We'll leave it on anyway. That's okay. we can go back a little to some of Gradle's amazing lawyering for a second. I do like spaces though, sometimes. I do. I like spaces, you know. I like to be able to talk to other people who don't do YouTube or aren't on YouTube or whatever, you know. Girl, you don't got to keep them to yourself. I don't mind someone's opinion that's different than mine. As long as they're not an asshole or trying to shove their opinion down my throat to keep, then I'm totally okay with that, you know? Yeah, he has teen cancer, but his mother died of cancer. That's what's so evil about it. His own mother died of cancer during Karen's second trial. What's even more evil is the fact that he didn't spend time at home with her while she was dying. Instead, he was at the Karen Reed trial. That's the part that gets me, you know? Oh, sad. Again, what happened to less than 10,000? We don't respond. Oh, yeah. So now we count a channel's worthiness based on subscribers, because where does she think she got hers from? She got hers from Aiden. She did not build her channel one person at a time, brick by brick, as some of us did. She built hers by literally having Aiden give them to her, you know? I ran begging to make a deal per Trump. Interesting. Interesting. We need them to open up the Strait of Hormuz so we can, you know, get that stuff coming and going from inside of there. I was wondering when the fuck that was going to happen. Oh, Courtney said it's 2. Well, are we sure she's not talking to her 17 personalities she has inside of her head and she accidentally tweeted? Because cuckoo Courtney, I don't know. Yeah, our own people for sure that are homeless, and veterans should never be homeless. Ever. Yeah, I ran. I mean, I feel like, why the fuck didn't they just try to make a deal to begin with? I don't get it. You know, like, come on, guys. It's horrible. It's just no, you know? Yeah, see, that's not okay, right? Like, my very elderly, only alive grandparent has a 3rd bout of cancer. She's already survived it. She's had a mastectomy from breast cancer. And she's now dealing with her 3rd different kind of cancer in her late 80s. And she lives in Florida, so it's not near me, which scares the fuck out of me because I don't know when I'm going to be able to get down there to see her. But like, who the fuck could ever say that, you know? Who could ever say team cancer when your own mother died of cancer? It's fucking weird, you know? That was kind of scary. I mean, any capability of getting anything that close to our shores is definitely scary. You know, my grandfather died of cancer too. He was pancreatic cancer, and it took him very fast, very quickly. I think it was, they said like he had a month or something, and he wasn't even a month. It was like 2 weeks, and he passed. But my grandfather had, and he was a big guy, and so when he finally passed, he was like very like skinny and did not look like himself, and he had pancreatic cancer. And I was also, I was 17 at the time, not 18, but I found out a week after his funeral was on Valentine's Day. And I found out about a week later I was pregnant with my oldest daughter. And I had her 3 days after my 18th birthday. But I was 17, and my grandfather was a big part of my life. He was a big role model in my life. And I lost him so early. He was 62, I believe, at the time. So fairly young at 62. Cancer's a bitch, you know? Cancer is a bitch. There was a deal. I forgot about that. The U.S. did back out of that deal. I don't know. I don't remember what was contained in that deal, but I forgot all about that. Yeah, I don't remember what kind of cancer his mother had, but I know that she died of cancer. My grandfather had pancreatic, and that one is, you know, I know about that one personally. So it is not a nice kind of, not that any kind of cancer is nice, but that one is especially ugly, you know? We did a poll yesterday, T-Bone, on guilty, not guilty. I can't say it was like 50-50 split, but it was like 60% 60, I believe it was like 68% thought she was going to be found guilty. It's not about what you want her to be, right? So my poll wasn't what you want her to be found. It's what you think she's going to be found, right? So even if you want her to be found not guilty, I believe she's going to be found guilty. Because Bradel did horrible lawyering. Oh, Heather. I don't know. It's a good question, Jimbo. Yeah, he's a vile fucking human being. Everyone should be saying fuck cancer, you know? Asbestos. Oh, they suspected that my grandfather's cancer actually had to do with the airbase. And then they found out later on that, because we lived near the airbase in Weymouth, and they found out later on that within a 10-mile radius there in Weymouth, that an extremely high level of people had died of cancer. That it was that chemical that the firefighters use that goes into the ground. They had used a lot of that on the airbase there. And that
to take his big brother Cal away from their parents.
It's devastating.
Killing people.
It preys on all of your worst anxieties as a parent.
Sarah Perkins and husband Josh shared their ordeal with us in 2022. It started when they took Cal to the hospital with a high fever. Tests by doctors.
My friend's dad also died of cancer, right, street over. And then my friend's mother died of cancer, and that was one street closer. So it was one street over, but one street closer than the other one, because you could go around this way or this way. And so all in one vicinity, all within just a few years of each other. They did like a whole EPA study on it, and they had found that what was in the ground they thought caused cancer, but they were very hush-hush about it. I looked it up recently. It's still there, all they did about the South Weymouth Air Base. And now what the most horrifying thing is guess what? They built condos and houses on that old airbase now, right? Imagine not fucking knowing that. Imagine not knowing that about way back then, and then living in a house or a condo on that airbase. Like, no fucking way, dude. No freaking way. I feel like anything's too polite at this point. He's just a scumbag, Yeah, my grandfather didn't smoke. He would have like a whiskey or something on like a holiday, Christmas, Easter, or something like that. He had like one of those whatchamacallit bars, small little thing for like holidays, but he wasn't a drinker outside of that. And he didn't smoke. He was, 62, so he was older, but he wasn't old enough to die. And he had actually lived through a triple bypass, 2 heart attacks, and a stroke, just to be taken out by pancreatic cancer, which is a bitch. See, that PET scan's going to be clean, right? We're going to see a clean PET scan, so we're going to manifest it. Yeah, well, that's what he does. He tells everyone to die in a hole. Die in a hole. I told someone the other day he's going to bury them in a hole with their mother. Like, who the fuck says that? THC. I don't need to gain weight. I need to lose some weight, Brain tumor, that's awful. My cousin Becky died of a brain tumor. Happy Thursday, catching what I can on lunch. I say not guilty. I feel like it's a he said, she said about without a witness at video proof. I love you, Space Coast. I disagree. I think she'll be found guilty, and I think the gun evidence is the best evidence, and the testimony of Noonan. Again, you can't get that bullet into that chamber without racking that gun, and she conveniently left that out. So I'm sorry, but Bradel did horrible lawyering, and I think because of that, she's going to be found guilty. Because of his horrible lawyering and his bad decision to choose a fucking bench trial instead of a jury trial, I think she's going to be found guilty. Well, yeah, there was a lot that happened at that Jack and Jill bachelorette party, bachelorette party, and a lot of other things that happened that wasn't allowed into the case, So, bone cancer, that's awful. And lung cancer. I'm so sorry, Lynn. It's horrible. I think she's not going to make a plea deal now. It's in deliberations, but I was told it was moved to 2. Courtney said it was 2 now. You know, so. Well, other countries actually, if you go to other countries for treatment, they claim in other countries that they have. You got to think about it. If there was a cure for cancer, we would never know about it. They're going to kill any cure for cancer they're going to find, because that would put the pharmaceutical companies and the hospitals back a lot of money, a lot of dollars. So, you know, other countries have pretty good treatments for different things that we don't have. That's why a lot of people who have the money often actually will go out of country to get treatments for certain things, you know? You know? Yeah, see, I mean, I've been sober almost 20 years from opiates, but I was never a weed smoker, and I drink every once in a blue moon. I've never been a huge drinker, never, ever. Martha Kofi spoke one time. One time. No, one. Bradle was completely worthless, but I don't think Noonan was fibbing. No, he doesn't have anybody helping him. It's just him. Him with all the exhibits and evidence and testimony. It's just the judge. Yeah, big pharma, my friends. Big pharma. I do a vape, but it's not CBD, just regular tobacco. Oh yeah, red dye number 5. Yep, which is used in so much shit these days that I heard that wasn't RFK trying to get rid of the red dye 5, as far as I know. Thanks, room service guy. Appreciate you. A jury would have been sympathetic, yes, to a mother losing her child. I had a friend that had inoperable intestinal colon cancer. That's awful. She was given only a few months to live. She went out of the country and obtained some decent treatments, lived for a year and a half. That's awesome. That's what I mean. Like, you got to look into that stuff, you know? And they do have a lot of it. I know I'm wicked behind in the comments. I apologize. But Jesse's right. I always forget to like remind people. Make sure you hit the like button, guys, if you already haven't. There's over 400 of you watching, most of you watching from X. I wish some of you would come over here to YouTube, but nonetheless, please hit the like button, subscribe if you already haven't to the channel. We have things like super chats and super stickers and memberships. If you want to help out the channel and support the channel, we can't get by without, you know, the support and kindness of all of you. Then we have the most direct routes. We have Cash App, we have Venmo, we have PayPal. If you want for us to keep bringing you the amazing content, and there's going to be a lot of work in the upcoming days with the Justin Root case. And if you can, we would appreciate the love and kindness and support from all of you in one way or another, even if that means watching every day, even if it means just hitting the like button, if it means sending a donation or popping something off the list. I appreciate any and all support, because especially this upcoming week is going to be a long week with stuff with Justin's case, and there's a lot of ins and outs, and there's a lot of shit that's just gonna piss you off, right? It pisses me off, and it's gonna piss you off. If it pissed me off, I know it's gonna piss you off, right? For sure. I also have to go conspiracy pee before this comes on, so give me 1 second, guys. I definitely have to go take conspiracy pee. So talk amongst yourselves for a second while I conspiracy pee. Notice how the little thing on the bottom says, judge has reached a verdict. Judge has reached a verdict. Okay. You're still on that Stairmaster, aren't you? I'm glad that she had that great quality of life for the last year of her life, Jolie. That's amazing. You know, Benny's been dealing with that for a while, you know, now. And, you know, it's rough. It's a rough scenario. I'm dealing with it with my sister, and it's in her brain. So, and she's only 32. So, and she just had a baby. So this is going to be a long road ahead for my family too, you know? Yeah, I mean, stem cells can do amazing things. Yeah, it's 2 o'clock. Stem cells can do amazing things. They really can. My sister saved her stem cells from just giving birth in case she may need them for this brain cancer and the tumors they have to remove from her head. So, Aidenitis. Well, Aiden himself does have diabetes. Yeah. Yep. And we're going to try to get it for him. Pat, we're going to try to get it for him. You know? I love that for her, making changes. I love that for her. I would have also fired him then, Janine. 100%. That's exactly when I would have fired him. You know? ATDS. They all can't stop talking about it, so they're all now ATDS. Love you. Well, I mean, again, the charge only carries up to 5 years, guys. You know? We can't saran wrap her desk and chair while she's away. Right? 106 flights. You're a fucking beast. So funny. No, he's too stupid to fire Bradle. You know? Too stupid to fire him. He still believes in his very delusional mind that he's going to somehow win something, and I just don't believe that to be true at all. I just do not believe that to be true. Oh, he's so cute and little. I love the little feet and the little hands and the little snuggles. He moves his little head and he snuggles in. It's freaking cute. My niece, though, she's gonna be 2 in the summertime, but she's still a little snuggle bunny too. You know, right? Come on, guy, let's go, buddy. Oh God, don't I wish that Elon and you know, Bezos would just give me some of their fortune, and I will allot it to all of the people that I think will desperately need it to so they can breathe. You know. Instead of making the fucking Terminator in real life happen for the next 50 years. Yeah, you mean AI, right? Oh, man. Pancreatic. Yeah, that sucks. He is a fucking windbag. I love that for him, too. Is it too late for Bradle to back out of what? Of Kelsey's? It's too late. Of Aiden's? No, it's not too late. But he won't. I love it for him. I love that he has Federo and Bradle. I love that for him. I couldn't love it more. I love that insta karma for him. I absolutely love it. And the fact that he still, you know, still believes in his delusional ass mind that those 2 idiots are somehow going to save him is amazing to me. I still believe there's charges he hasn't been charged with yet that he's going to be charged with. So, right? That's true. Instead of making grok, you could have made some real serious medical advancements, you know? You know why? The cameras are there. That's right, Betero and, you know, Harold's in the purple crayon. That's why he's there. The cameras. The cameras are there. There's no reason for him to be there at all. Aiden doesn't have a hearing today. He's not Kelsey's attorney. There's no real reason for Betero to be there. None. Zero. You know? None. I think the judge probably changed it to 2 p.m. Because like lunch, I think is between 1 and 2. So I think he wanted to give the rest of the court staff till 2 or whatever. But I do want to point out once again that the lawyer, did shit on Bradl's closing. Let's just throw that out there. All right. I mean, they can back out, but you can't back out when you're in the middle of a trial. Can't do that. Unless there's some real serious, and then it'd be a mistrial. So like, there'd have to be a crazy reason, basically. It couldn't just be like, I don't want to do this anymore. It's very possible, Pat. Yeah, he's there for publicity, in my opinion. That's my opinion. For realsies. Her charge only carries a maximum of 5 years. So I don't think you're going to see I think people are like, oh, she's found guilty. God, she could go to jail. Yeah. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of Lawyer No, but he did shit on Bradl's closing. I mean, dude, you tried to get a rebuttal of a closing. All right. That is some fucking buffoonery. That is some clown ass bullshit. I'm just saying. All right. Pure fucking buffoonery to try to get a goddamn rebuttal to a closing. And all of his whining and bitching about they did this and I don't like it, and they did that and I don't like it, and they did this and I don't think it's fair. Guess what? None of it mattered because there weren't actually any objections that were of any legal importance or any actual legal argument of it. That's why the judge had to point out, listen, the only legal argument of objection you could make to this is this, and you're not even making that. That doesn't apply here. So what exactly are you objecting to, essentially? You can't object because you don't like it or you don't think it's fair. It's not fair. It's not a, this isn't fair. I don't like it. It's not a squeak at the end. I can play it by itself. I just play it at the end. It's a horn. It's a clown horn. Or you could always think of it as like somebody honking a clown nose. I can play it by itself. I just always play it after the circus music. Right. Then he had to do let the Commonwealth rebut the rebuttal that doesn't happen. He wanted a redo, essentially. He's like, let me do it. Let me get a redo, guys. That one was just, I'm kidding. Can I get a redoozy? Let me get a redoozy. I was just joking, you guys. Just kidding. Was seeing if you guys are paying attention. He uses a hair filter. In real life, he's bald. Oh, boy. I love my sound effects. I can add my own sound effects. I figured out. So that's why we have those sound effects now. Yeah, you don't get a rebuttal to a closing. Okay? That doesn't happen. That's fucking crazy. I mean, even if it's not, it's still funny. You can't have to use the squeak. The horn is pretty funny. I could use that one all by itself. It's its own sound. I need that up. I look really bald under there. Of course he did. He was acting like, and that's how he's been at every trial where there's a camera. Aiden has to get in the side. And then he used the excuse, right? Well, no matter where I went, it was going to be in the camera view. No, if you went behind the other reporters who were in the first row, like everyone else did, you wouldn't have been in the camera view, you fucking clown. You needed to be in the camera view, and you looked like a buffoon doing it. So I love that for you, Who, Better or Bradle? Aren't they both married or no? Is only one of them married? I don't even know. Don't know. It's a clown horn. Yep. I can't. I'm sorry. I forgot you said that to me. The dog's like amazed when he hears the little clown music. It's like, what's going on there with that music there, yeah? Well, we do know that Whiskey Tim does like a good whiskey during lunchtime. That's actually a fact. He actually does do that. Not all the time, obviously, but he does like a good whiskey for lunch sometimes, or with lunch sometimes, you know? Oh my God, I'm gonna clown him forever on that rebuttal of a closing, because to be fair, I totally called it before the prosecutor and the judge called him on it, and I love that. I love that. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Lawyer No either, but I just find it funny that he shit on Bradel for his closing, because his closing was fucking ridiculous. It was all over the place. It made no sense. He repeated himself like 6 times. He was clearly not prepared in any way, shape, or form, which seems to be a theme with Bradel. And if I'm Aiden, I'm real nervous. Although we know that he lives in delusional Delulu land, I think we'll take a second look at that after the verdict, because it's pretty fucking funny to watch. And I will add sound effect. But yeah, he's kind of making up the rules. He's like, I don't like this, Your Honor. That was unfair, Your Honor. And the judge is like, what? Like, that's not a legal argument, Mr. Bradel. You can't argue this because this is the only thing you can argue, and that's doesn't apply here. So I get that you like want to do a whole rebuttal, but no, like what? The fact that he actually got up there and was like, well, this is unfair, and he picked up the gun 3 times, Your Honor, and that's not what happened. He never said that's what happened. Then he tried to say he did something that he didn't do. And I'm like, he didn't do that. And the judge is like, he didn't do that, Mr. Bradel. And I'm like, see, the part that rings in my head the best is that this judge put up with a lot of shit and kind of let some of it go, right? Let it, a lot of it go. The judge kind of just like, let it go. Aiden's judge that he has from Plymouth County is not going to do that, okay? He's not going to do that. That judge is on it. He would have stopped Bradel in his tracks several times and called him on his shit several times. So I can't wait to see how that fucking clusterfuck happens. I'm telling you, before that day, we need to get a popcorn machine in here. Whose idea was it? Yours, Danny, to put the popcorn machine on my wish list? That was genius. After I get my couch, though. After I get my couch, then I will save for the popcorn machine, because I honestly do think we need to host a watch party here at my house and do a stream at the same time, and we can all get our popcorn from our popcorn machine, because it is going to be an absolute fucking shit show of a hysterical clown show. That's what it's going to be. Aidenitis. He has Aidenitis and liabetes as well. Bradel has lots of liabetes. Yeah, I do believe she will be found guilty. I know that people want her to be not guilty, but Bradel flopped this. First of all, he put the gun in her hand before a trial ever started. That was first no-no. Second no-no was pissing off the judge to keep her in jail further and arguing 2 separate arguments, completely different arguments of each other in that day. The third no-no was his beginning of the pretrial shit, where you could just tell he was unprepared, ill-equipped, and then the trial itself. Like, the whole thing was a fucking clown show. Are those AI glasses, Mr. Noonan? Yeah, they're AI recording glasses, Bradel. You know who said that? People in chat and people on Twitter. So he's getting his questions, okay, from Twitter. And people like me's live chat. What kind of fucking attorney gets their questions from Twitter people, random Twitter people, nonetheless, and the live chats? What? Like, what? If they were good, they would have bowed out from being his attorney, because he won't shut the fuck up, you know? Yeah, his judge he has right now is not gonna play games. Yeah, he told Betterow, like, no more Harold and the Purple Crayon. You want to file a motion? You file a motion. I'm no longer going to take your Harold and the Purple Crayon Dear John letters that don't mean a goddamn thing. They don't legally mean a fucking thing. We're no longer going to take your public, Harold and the Purple Crayon letters and read them into court so that you can read them to, like, the audience and your minions anymore. You want to file a motion? File a motion. Why didn't Bradel turn those into motions, guys? Anyone? Does anyone have an idea? Oh, I do. Me, I know. Because then he would actually put on record things that are pure speculation, lies, bullshit people made up, and he's not going to do that. He just wants them in the, Dear John, Harold, and the Purple Crayon letters. He doesn't want to make those motions, because then he would be responsible for lying blatantly to the court. The fact that Aiden still calls that thing a mega motion is fucking amazing to me. That thing is a flop. It's a complete joke. And I would be surprised if the judge doesn't give him a little talking to about his fake medical syndrome that he put in there, because that's a joke. Okay? Putting a fake medical fucking syndrome in a legal document. Like, what? Who does that? Who does that? Originally, I don't usually tell people where I live now, but originally, I'm closer to the Boston area, 15 or so minutes outside of Boston, less than 7 from Dorchester. Yeah, he put it in her hand like an idiot. I'm telling you, the popcorn machine was brilliant, Danny. It's pink, by the way. I put the pink one on there. I mean, they were all around about the same price, but I mean, if I'm going to put one on there, it's got to match the rest of the stuff I have. You know? Yeah, it's 88 pages. It could have been half as long, probably a third as long if he didn't repeat himself 72 times. And most of what's in that, quote, mega motion is fantastical fairy tales. Shit that's just simply not true. A shit ton of ridiculous speculation that has no truth or evidence to it. What they did was take little pieces of like text messages and try to like twist them to make it fit into the narrative they wanted. And unfortunately for them, like, it's just not going to work. And this judge isn't the judge to just buy into your bullshit. You know, judge is gonna, I fully believe the judge might do that again, especially when you put a fake medical condition in a fucking goddamn motion to the court. Like, who the, again, lawyering 101, you don't put a fake medical condition as some sort of gotcha in a fucking legal filing. The reason people don't like my client, Your Honor, is because they have turtle boy derangement syndrome. That's why. That's why they don't like my client, Your Honor. They're after him. They're all trying to get him. You know how ridiculous that sounds? Fucking ridiculous that sounds? Yeah, and the judge has been ready to go to trial. Make no mistake about it. At this next hearing, I expect that the judge is going to ask to push it forward, because there's no reason for it to be way back in November or December anymore when they're no longer waiting for Karen's phones. They don't need months to go through a taint team. He's going to want it pulled up. Bradel's going to say, well, I have a very busy schedule, Your Honor. I have other cases and trials, and I just can't do it sooner than that. And the judge is going to say, well, Mr. Bradel, I told you to be prepared that it could be moved up. And no more putting this off. There's no reason that we should wait all this time. Well, Your Honor, I have 20,000 pages of discovery and this, and there's so much discovery. I can't go through all that in a short amount of time. And I guarantee the judge is going to say, well, you're going to have to, Mr. Bradel, because we need to move this case forward. I expect a lot of bitching and whining and playing I can't do it from Bradel and Betterow. I'm too booked up. I'm so busy. I have too much discovery, blah, 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 blah. And the judge saying, well, we're going to need to move this up and get this going. That's what I expect. It's 2:00. What's happening? Come on. All right, let me look and make sure it's not anywhere else. I don't think it would be, but still. Let's see. Let's wait on Court TV. Maybe I should pop on Court TV and see. Live coverage of verdict soon, it says. So, check. I'm going to leave that unmuted just to see which one comes on first. If that one comes on first, I'll pull this down and put that up. Hold on. Oops. Can't fucking type today. I can never type on this old ass phone of mine. It gives me all the wrong fucking numbers. Turtle Boy derangement syndrome. Yeah, that was his fake. Yep, he put that in a fucking motion. Imagine. I have Court TV up too. It's not there yet either. So no fear, guys. As soon as it pops up, we will bring it. Oh my God, I'm looking over at Court TV. People are just buying memberships to Court TV left, right, and sideways. Why waste your time with Court TV where they don't have anybody like talking? They just play the trial. Like I play the trial too, but like, don't you at least want to interact with people? Like the host? Like there's no host there, you know? It's weird to me. Fucking weird. Yeah, fake diagnosis, a not real medical condition. There's a Plymouth officer who's blonde who was arrested. How much you want to bet that Aiden jumps on that one because she's semi good looking? He needs to talk about that. Come on. What are we doing here, guys? Give us the fucking trial. Give us the verdict. Give us the verdict. Give us the verdict. I'm also starving like a hostage here. So the faster we can get the show on the road here, the faster I can, you know, be done for the day after fucking 5 hours and eat. You know? I haven't eaten anything today at all. Not even breakfast. Yeah, that's the one he was mad at Boston 25 over. The problem with that is all the other news stations had already reported on it before he did. And then he wanted to like bitch and whine that his source told him first, but that just simply wasn't true. He seems to forget that other people have sources besides him, including news stations. I used to not ever eat breakfast up until maybe like 5 years ago. Now I always eat breakfast. I just did not have time today. I was already late. I didn't have time. Come on. Like, what are we fucking doing here, folks? Oh. Hold on. Hold on. Got it. This was first. This came back quicker.
I'd like to speak to our audience members. I understand that the case has generated a lot of passion and emotion, but you must remember that this is a courtroom and not a sports arena. When I announce my verdict, you must not act out emotionally or visibly or audibly react. So you should leave the courtroom if you believe that you will be unable to maintain your composure. I'd like to start with a few introductory words. Let me say this, this is not in my script. This has been one of the more exhausting, hardest things I've had to do as a judge, as an attorney. So as the lawyers know, unlike when a judge presides over a jury waived trial in a civil case, there is no requirement that a judge explain their reasons for reaching a verdict after a criminal bench trial. I do so in this case because I think that Ms. Fitzsimmons, Officer Newman, and all the people involved in the tragic events of June 30, 2025 deserve an explanation. Next, I'd like to take the opportunity to publicly thank and commend the attorneys in this case. they all did an exceptional job presenting the evidence and conducting themselves in an extremely professional and civil manner. And they did so under the public spotlight in an emotionally charged case. I commend you. To the extent that any of the prosecutors and attorneys may be vilified or subjected to public scorn for simply doing their jobs, in this case, I say that any such scorn is unfair, unwarranted, and simply wrong. These prosecutors and attorneys fought hard to perform their solemn jobs fairly with the utmost civility, and professionalism. They serve as a shining example of our adversarial system in operation. Now, I'd like to publicly acknowledge the crucial and often thankless role that police officers perform, a role that Ms. Fitzsimmons herself, like Officer Greenan, willingly and selflessly performed for the citizens of North Andover.
There's fucking better.
For this, you should be thanked, not disparaged. For those that think that serving as a police officer is easy, or that officers don't care or take pride in their work, I say with more than 3 decades of experience in the criminal justice system that you are naive, misinformed, and sadly mistaken. The work of police officers is especially fraught with peril today because of our exceedingly cynical, polarized atmosphere, where our citizenry often believes that there is a conspiracy under or around every corner.
Nope.
I saw no evidence of a conspiracy in this case. What I saw was dedicated public servants like Officer Noonan and his fellow officers doing the best they could under tragic, rapidly evolving promotional circumstances. What I also saw was a young woman, Ms. Fitzsimmons, who was also a dedicated public servant, react to sudden, confusing, and heartbreaking news. Now let me turn to the evidence and the law. Our system of justice requires me to decide this case solely on the law and the evidence. So the only things I have considered in reaching my verdict are the 98 exhibits submitted during the trial and the testimony of the 11 witnesses that testified here in open court. While it may be cold and uncaring, our system of justice demands that emotion, sympathy, and concern for the consequences of my decision play no role in my decision. As for the law, in order to prove Ms. Fitzsimmons guilty of the crime of assault by means of a dangerous weapon, the Commonwealth must prove the following 3 things. We lawyers call these things elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that Ms. Simmons committed an assault on Officer Noonan. Second, that Ms. Simmons intended to commit the assault. And third, that the assault was committed by means of a dangerous weapon. The sole issue before me is whether the Commonwealth proves each of these 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. And more specifically, under the circumstances of this case, the narrow issue before me is whether the Commonwealth proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Ms. Fitzsimmons pointed a firearm at Officer Noonan for any perceptible amount of time. What is not before me are the legality of the issuance of the restraining order to Mr. Alain, the reasonableness of the procedure used by the police to serve the restraining order, the legality of Officer Noonan's use of force and issues regarding custody of Katie. It is not my place to decide these issues or even mention my thoughts on them. I am thankful for this because my role has been hard enough. What has made my job especially difficult in this case is that by and large, I found the testimony of Officer Noonan and Ms. Fitzsimmons to be credible on the material and relevant points. In my experience, this is unusual and somewhat perplexing. On the one hand, Ms. Fitzsimmons credibly testified that she never pointed a firearm at Officer Noonan. On the other hand, Officer Newman testified that not only did Miss Fitzsimmons point the gun at him, that she also pulled the trigger. Both agree that it happened in seconds near a narrow doorway, and the crime scene photos show that the door frame was made narrower by a clothes rack containing police uniforms that was to Officer Newman's left. The door frame was also made, the door frame was made still narrower when Officer Newman used it to take cover when he drew his firearm. During the closing argument, the Commonwealth argued that it is scientifically and physically impossible for Ms. Fitzsimmons' story to be true because there was a bullet in the chamber, and she said that Officer Newman shot her without her ever wrapping the slide after pulling the trigger. I disagree that the evidence reflected that the only way to chamber a round would have been to pull the slide under those circumstances. However, even if I assume that Ms. Fitzsimmons lied about not wrapping the slide, it does not detract from the adamancy and credibility of her testimony that she never pointed the gun at Officer Newman, about which he was equally as adamant that she did. Perhaps the Commonwealth could have easily met its burden if the officers had been wearing body cams. But under these circumstances, I am left with a reasonable doubt. And I am duty bound to find that the Commonwealth has not met its burden to prove that Ms. Fitzsimmons committed an assault by means of a dangerous weapon on Officer Newman. And my verdict is, and must be, not guilty. With that,
I'm surprised.
I hand the signed verdict slip.
I'm quite surprised considering, I mean, there's only two ways to get a bullet in the chamber. Racking it or one's already in there. So.
He advised Ms. Fitzsimmons of her statutory rights.
Ms. Fitzsimmons, could you please stand? On docket 2025, 77 CR 311, count 001. The court having returned a verdict of not guilty, the court orders it to be discharged of this indictment and this indictment only, and go thereof without delay. Kelsey Fitzsimmons, as required by statute, I must inform you that the records regarding the charges for which you have been found not guilty will be sealed by the Commissioner of Probation and by the court unless you notify the Commissioner of Probation in writing within 10 days that you do not want those records sealed. To request that those records not be sealed, you may use the request not to seal form posted on the trial court's webpage on mass.gov, or a copy of which I will hand to your counsel. I cannot accept the form here in court. You must submit it to the Commissioner of Probation at the address provided on the form. You understand?
Ian. So, me and Leah both know.
Please exit quietly, and thank you once again.
That the judge there erred. There is only two ways to get a bullet in that fucking chamber. One, it's already chambered. Two, you rack the gun. There is only two ways. There is not another way to get a bullet into that chamber, right? That's it. There's only two fucking ways. That's okay. But I'm actually surprised that the judge said that he doesn't agree. I mean, that's literally the only two ways to get a bullet in that chamber. Like, what other way would there be, Your Honor? I would have liked to hear him explain what other way he thought that bullet could have gotten that chamber. You know, like what? How else do you think it got there, bud? It was either in the chamber or you racked it rounds. That's it. You know. That's it. Listen, that's it. There's two ways. There's no other way to get a bullet in the chamber. So I'm like, of all the things that the judge could have said he had reasonable doubt about, that was a weird one for me, for him to say that he didn't think that's true. I mean, having no knowledge of guns, maybe, I don't know. But again, the Commonwealth could have given a better expert to prove that there's only 2 ways to get the bullet there, you know, like, right? Well, this is definitely, I mean, probate in general, whether she was found guilty or not, is going to be a bitch, right? I wouldn't feel confident if I was him. Like, I still wouldn't feel confident. His lawyer was shit. Regardless, there was no body cams. You know, the judge clearly had a problem with there not being body cam footage. So, I know, right? Good point, Christine. It always is in a scenario like this, you know? Well, I mean, the more, it's usually like Occam's razor, right? What's the most reasonable thing is that she tap racked it and racked the gun with the bullet. Then someone took it afterwards and racked it. I mean, you know, I just don't think someone took the gun later on and racked around, you know? Like, it was EMTs and firefighters, and then she was med flighted, you know. I hope that she can work on trying to reunite with her baby, you know? Like, try to get, because they usually do it very slow. You know, it's very, very slow. Probate court's slow. So first they do, you know, visitation, which is either supervised by like a visitation center or by like a family member or a friend or something like that. Then it goes very slow from there. Very slow from there. They take months of that, months and months of that, and then they might do supervised outside of a visitation center at like a library with someone with you or a park with someone with you. And then later on, they might do an hour by yourself, right? Then later on, they might do 4 hours by yourself. After a few weeks or months of that, it's 8 hours by yourself. After they do a few weeks or months of that, then they do 1 weekend night every 2 weeks, then 1 weekend night every week, then 2 weekend nights. So like, this is a very fucking, they don't just jump the gun and go, okay, you go from supervised to not supervised real quick. Like, they don't do that. That's not how they do it. And because of all the clusterfuck they have done in the past, think about the cases where these children have lost their lives, right? Quite a few of them, because the court didn't follow up. Harmony Montgomery, like, they can't just be lax with it anymore, and so now it gets even worse, you know. I mean, she can definitely fight for not supervised. I just don't think the probate court's going to go for that. It doesn't even have to be like this scenario. Like, it could just be her mental health in general that they use for her not having anything but supervised at the moment. So, you know, I don't think she would have gotten jail anyway. Even if she had been found guilty, I don't think that she would have gotten any jail time. I think it probably would have been time served or something along the lines of like suspended in time served, maybe probation, maybe a bracelet, you know, like I said, I don't think she would have seen any jail time anyway, you know, but reuniting with your child's going to be a lot, like, that's going to be such a long time coming. You know, like, it's going to take so fucking long and it's so painfully slow. And in one hand, you're like, it's not really fair to the parents, right? Either side. And on the other side, you're like, well, they have to go that slow. I feel like there has to become a middle ground at some point, because what about the people who are wrongfully like accused and don't get to see their kids, right? Then they should have to prove that they're not guilty and take, you know, years to get full access to that should never happen, right? So there's a lot of things wrong with the court when it comes to civil shit to begin with, never mind family court, right? Civil crap, there's a lot of stuff wrong with the way they do that shit, but family court is really run like a kangaroo court, and it has been for a really long time. I told you guys about that senator that was killed and her husband And they tried to say it was a murder-suicide, but there's way too many suspicious circumstances. She was doing a documentary sort of showing the corruption in the child services system and how legislature doesn't want to touch anything that has to do with it because of it. And like she had a whole documentary that she was like done with when her and her husband were, and the family is like, they did not kill themselves or murder suicide. Like that didn't happen. And if you deep dive into that rabbit hole, you're going to be shocked at what you find. Hold on. Nancy Schaefer was her name, and her husband were killed. And so after she died, that documentary never was released. And some people who were involved in the making of that documentary died under very suspicious circumstances. So it was never released. There's a lot of, just creepy shit, Like a leprechaun. I have his little door. He's going to pop out of this thing. With his little hat. We have his little hat too. I forgot, we didn't mail this back to him yet, but maybe he pops out of his little leprechaun door with a little leprechaun hat, and he puts his little turtle derangement syndrome powder in this, he just sprinkles it on everyone, and everyone now has turtle derangement syndrome. I think we should just tie this to a string and drag it along, right? And he'll just run after it, like, I feel, well, that's the other thing. All of his shit's recorded. In his own words. That's not really going to help him, I don't know. The judge didn't really explain that part. He didn't explain. He said he found them both credible. So he didn't. I think his point is that he thought both things could be true at the same time, both perceptions, that Noonan was right and she was right at the same time from his perspective and her perspective. I think that's essentially what the judge was saying, right, is that he thought they were both right from their own perspectives. Yeah, that was definitely good for etiquette. Yeah, definitely good for etiquette. Yeah, I don't think she would have gotten in jail for guilty. Well, I mean, they're going to have to go to like family court for that. And I don't think that that's going to be a fun run, unfortunately, Yeah, I mean, if I was Noonan, I'd probably be pissed off too. Yeah, maybe probation, maybe unsupervised even at that point is what I would have thought would have happened, It is another world, girl. Listen, you don't got to tell me, I fucking know, Well, don't be nervous about his trial. You want to know why? Because I'll tell you this much. Bradel doesn't know the judge in Aiden's case, okay? The first judge that Aiden won that case for the restraining order, Bradel plays golf with that judge, and that's why he chose a judge trial for Aiden. Because he essentially knew Aiden was going to be found not guilty, even with evidence that he was guilty. And he should have been found guilty on that, no doubt. But Bradel plays golf with that guy, with that judge. And we could not get pictures of that ahead of time to show that they play golf together. Because then that would have been a problem, right? But I often now wonder to myself, is he choosing these bench trials based on judges that he's friends with outside of court? I don't know. But I do know that the judge that Aiden has does not know Bradel, doesn't play golf with him, isn't friends with him. And so, like, this kind of shenanigans, not going to happen in Aiden's case, or a YouTube creator. It is another fucking world, though. We do have a whole nother ridiculousness. Well, I think this was also a short case. Think about longer cases. Some of the longer ones are painfully long, painfully long. And yeah, they're sitting around for hours and hours. Well, I think that they're very aware. I think Cosgrove's very aware, and he's got the second prosecutor, I think now, that they're very aware of like what to be very vigilant when it comes to that, And I honestly think, well, that's the thing though. I don't think he's had the legal right to revoke it yet. So if those cases in Jersey had already been heard, he would have had the legal right. But because Jersey keeps pushing those cases off a month at a time, it gets close to the date and Jersey goes, oh, no, we need more time. And they push it off for another month, right? I think had Jersey not pushed it off for another month, they would have had reason to revoke his bail, but because they pushed it off and been arraigned really on that yet. So I don't know. Even if you don't get that sleazebag vibe though, you have to question it. You know what I mean? I mean, isn't that already happening? I can imagine he's probably already tweeting literally, right? Like, oh, I'm gonna have her on my show, you know? Right. It definitely makes me wonder, that's for sure. Even if not true, it just makes you wonder, especially because what I know about the other judge, just it makes you wonder. I mean, it's gonna suck though, having to do, and let's hope at least that at least some noise surrounding the family court system, like put some pressure on it to change, because the way that it is now just doesn't fucking work. It just simply doesn't work. It is a shit show. It is unfair to basically anyone being accused of anything or having any rights of their child being taken in or restricted in any way, because anything anyone else says besides you is automatically believed by the judge, and anything you say is just tossed out as if it doesn't exist. And so I've watched this happen many times to many people. I'm an advocate. I've watched it happen in real time with evidence to prove it's not true, that the judge won't even look at, because, well, they can just do whatever they want over there in family court. You know, it's fucking kangaroo. Why not? Fuck it, right? Like, that's literally how they act over there, you know? It's sad, you know? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be fucking surprised at all. It's Essex. It's not too far off from, you know, the places that he was and the people that he sees, and, you know, it is what it is. I mean, I think that she has a long road, unfortunately. I know she's got the new townhouse, thankfully. Yeah, and I think the judge made it very clear, like, trashing people online because you don't, like, you're not a cop, or you're not a, you know, haven't dealt with mental health, or, you know, Justin's family even, like, not okay, guys. Like, not okay. Not okay. And that's why I think the judge made it perfectly clear, like, he's doing his job. And you would hope that a cop that you came across would have given you all the time that he gave her, right? It's like, if someone had a gun, I wouldn't be giving out oral commands. I'd just be shooting back at this point. I'm not trying to die. You know, he gave out oral commands. And in Justin Root's case, they shot him 31 times. They didn't fucking stop when the threat was neutralized, which is what you're supposed to do as a cop. That's the rule, right? You stop when the threat is neutralized. In Justin's case, it was 31 more shots that went off, and they surrounded him on the ground, you know? Oh, I can't. It's gross. I mean, leave the guy alone. They have a long road ahead of them. That should be, like, all the stuff they deal with from now should be private. And I hope that she doesn't get sucked into dealing with that kind of bullshit, you know? I can't. Well, that's the problem, though. Here in Massachusetts, they don't, like, you don't have to have any evidence. You can walk right into court and just say, you're afraid they've made threats before, and you're afraid they're going to harm the child, and so you would like temporary custody, emergency custody of the child today because you're afraid they're in danger because they made threats of hurting you and the child, and boom, judge gives the order. They don't have to bring in evidence of it. They don't have to prove it. All they have to do is go into court, say it, a judge believe it, and the order is given. And ex parte, without you there, without you knowing. And that's part of the problem with family court in general. You should have to prove something like that, because how many innocent people get sucked up into that? A lot. You got a jealous ex, you got an upset ex, you got a shitty mother-in-law or crackhead, a neighbor you wouldn't let borrow $20, you know what I mean? Like, disgruntled old employee, like, the fucking, it's endless, the amount of people who could do that, right? And so it's the problem that, like, you run into when you don't ask for any sort of evidence, and you're just basing it on what someone says in those few seconds that they say it to the judge. Like, that should never work like that, ever, right? That's essentially like proving your innocence, which you shouldn't have to do, right? Prove that didn't happen. Prove that these things, you didn't say these things. Well, how do you prove you didn't say something? How do you prove you didn't do something? It's a double negative, right? Like, can't do that. How are you going to do that? You know what I mean? At least my candy bars didn't have time to melt in the car. I'm not a candy person. I don't eat a lot of candy, but Oh, FEMA. I know that Leah dealt with them when she was down there and she wasn't too happy. I don't blame you. Fridays are a hard day to want to have to deal with, right? Like, especially with meetings like that, you want to get shit done instead of the ridiculous, sit on the fucking phone with 75 people meetings, Sucks. Well, they do the hearings. They do emergency hearings immediately. But they don't give a hearing to the other party. And it's usually within 10 or so days, depending on the court schedule. It's usually within 10 days. You do have a right, though, if custody is being taken from you by a agency and not just a person, to have a 72-hour hearing. So that's within 3 days. But that doesn't happen when it's like an emergency custody order from the other parent, it should happen both. But they don't give that for that, which doesn't make sense to me. And that sucks. Well, I mean, not even the judge thought he lied. See, that's the thing. The judge didn't think either one of them lied. So that's got to say something. You know what I mean? Like, the judge has everything in front of him, literally everything. All the things that probably we didn't see, the things that they didn't bring in public. Like, he has everything in front of him, all of it. 100 pieces of exhibits. So I don't know. See? I mean, people do this kind of shit, right, all the time, and they also lie. So it's like you never know. You just never know. You never know. Oh my God, imagine. Imagine. He now thinks he's on Jersey Shore. I know you did, girl. Listen, I know you did, because I know the hell they tried to give you when you were invited by local governments to help. It's I also say fuck FEMA, no offense to anybody who works with FEMA. But I have people that do amazing fucking work, and FEMA has always tried to stop them just simply to control things. And the problem is they're hurting people with their need to control things that they're not even allowed to control. So I'm not a huge fan of fucking FEMA myself. If I were her, I would, oh my God, I really hope Kelsey stays so far away from him. I hope she knows better. I really do. I don't think it's going to help her any. As a matter of fact, I think if she goes anywhere near him, Justin's going to use anything that Aiden says after that against her in family court. If she was smart, she would stay far the fuck away from Aiden. She would stay far away from him. And I really hope that she does. But I can't say that the people surrounding her are going to give her good advice. You know what I mean? Let's hope so, Priscilla. Oh my God, I know. Believe me, I know. Fathers too. Like, there's a lot of suicides for fathers who are backlogged with unfair child support orders that they could never pay, or they wouldn't be able to afford a place of their own if they paid what was asked of them. So yeah, she does seem, I mean, I would probably be quiet in this scenario anyway, right? Invest in your fucking body cameras, bro. Like, invest in the goddamn body cameras. That way it doesn't leave it up to guessing. You know what I mean? Doesn't leave it up to any guesswork. It's there, you can see it, end of story, right? But I do think if it was on body cam, right, and it was a body cam and she did point it at him, I think it would have been a plea, right? I would not have expected a trial at that point. I would have expected a plea. So I don't know. We'll see. Well, with that, my lovelies, I am going to go get something to eat now because I am starving like a hostage. Tomorrow's Friday, okay? Tomorrow is Friday, and tomorrow starts a whole new section of a case that might make you angry. So just know, okay? Just know that this case might piss you off. It might make you angry. It might make you want to say and do bad shit, but don't do it. Take that reaction that you want to give, right? And type it into the chat when you feel angry. Just type your opinion in there, because we need every hand on deck to make noise publicly, but not turtle boy noise publicly. We don't want bashing people. We don't want going after people's families. We want them to relook at the case. It's that simple. That's what we want them to do. Something in this case isn't right. And that family deserves the goddamn answers. Being shot at 31 times when you're on the ground, I don't think that should smell right to anyone, right? To anyone. So if I can catch JFK, I will catch that show if he's on. Yeah, well, they definitely hinder, that's for sure. Right? If there's cops that don't want body cam to show in this case, right? Word isn't going to be enough anymore. All right, I love your stinking faces. Do me a favor and hit the like button on your way out. Make sure you hit the subscribe button if you already haven't. If you want to help support the channel, even if you're catching us on the replay, there's a bunch of different ways to do so. Get your membership to the channel. You can do Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. We have Amazon wish lists. We have Chime. We have Revolut. We have a link that works for any credit or debit card. It's all in the description of the video. The link is posted in chat. If I get any, I'll read them tomorrow. I love your stinking faces, and I'll see y'all in the morning. Bye.